Mic testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
I request all the delegates to kindly be seated. A very good morning to all the dignitaries and delegates. What a start to day one of Umagine Chennai. Asia's largest tech summit saw 15,000 registrations yesterday and the exhibitions kicked off really well. Having said that all, I would like to welcome all of you to Umagine Chennai, Asia's biggest tech summit, day 2, organized by Government of Tamil Nadu, hosted by LCOT, co-host STPI, event planner CII. Today's first session is a special address on role of technology in shaping a 1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. The role of technology in shaping a 1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu is an insightful session that explores the transformative power of technology in driving economic growth and development in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, we would like to welcome telemedicine TANFIT. Now, we would like to welcome Thiru Kamal Kishore, IAS, Managing Director, TANFINET. We would also like to welcome Thiru Murugavel Janakiraman, founder and CEO of matrimony.com. We would also like to welcome Dr. Parinivel Tyagarajan, Minister for Finance and Human Resources Management, Government of Tamil Nadu. We would also like to welcome Thiru Mano Thangaraj, Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. We would also like to welcome Thiru J. Kumaraguruban, IAS, Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. Now, we would request Thiru Kamal Kishore, IAS, Managing Director, TANFINET, to continue the telemedicine demonstration. So, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Honorable Finance Minister Thiru Parinivel Tyagarajan sir, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services Department Thiru Mano Thangaraj sir, respected IT and DS Department Secretary J. Kumaraguruban sir, Murugavel Janakiraman, founder and CEO matrimony.com, and other dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good morning to all. It is indeed a privilege to be part of the exciting session on the role of technology in shaping a $1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. The government of Tamil Nadu have taken an important step towards this direction by implementing BharatNet project. The project aims to provide high-speed connectivity to all 12,525 Gram Panchayats of the state through optical fiber. So far, around 2,000 Gram Panchayats have been lit up, and today, the benefit of this network is being demonstrated through the use case telemedicine. Attimugam, a village in Krishnagiri district, is chosen for this demo, sir. It will showcase how a patient in Attimugam is able to receive treatment from an expert doctor sitting at the government hospital, Shoolagiri. On behalf of the IT department, I thank Honorable Finance Minister for announcing the unified digital infrastructure that will create high-speed optical fiber network from state headquarters to all the districts. Thank you, sir. Now, with your kind permission, we'll start the live demo, sir. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. I am Dr. Prakash, Medical Officer from Attimugam PHC, ma'am.
Hi, Dr. Prakash. This is Dr. Marik Tindral, a dermatologist in Krishnagiri Medical College, now connected from Shoolagiri block for you. சொல்லுங்க சார், யார் வந்திருக்கலாம்?
மேம், இப்போ என் கூட சக்திவேல் சொல்லிட்டு மேம், அவங்களுக்கு 20 வயசு ஆகுது. அவங்களுக்கு கடந்த ஒரு மாசமா பாத்தீங்கன்னா வலது கையில வந்து அரிப்பு இருக்கு மேம். அவங்க வெளியே காமிச்சிருக்காங்க, ஆனா எதுவுமே சரியாகல மேம். இதனால வந்து இப்ப அதிமுகத்துக்கு வந்தாங்க. அதனால நான் வந்து இங்க இருந்து டெர்மட்டாலஜிஸ்ட் பார்க்கலாம்னு சொல்லியிருக்கேன் மேம்.
ஹாய் சக்திவேல். டாக்டர் பிரகாஷ் சொன்னாங்க உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற ப்ராப்ளம் பத்தி. ஆக்சுவலி ஒரு சில கேள்விகள். உங்க வீட்ல ஆடு மாடு ஏதாவது உண்டியோட இருக்கா?
இல்ல மேம்.
உங்களுக்கு உணவு அலர்ஜி ஏதாவது இருக்கா? கத்திரிக்காய், வெண்டைக்காய், கறி, மீன் எதுக்காவது அலர்ஜி இருக்கா?
இல்ல மேம்.
உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற இதே தொந்தரவு வீட்ல அப்பா அம்மா இல்ல வேற யாருக்காவது இருக்கா?
இல்ல மேம்.
ஓகே. டாக்டர் பிரகாஷ், நான் அவருடைய லீஷன்ஸ் பார்க்கணும், ஸ்கின் லீஷன்ஸ். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எனக்கு லீனியர் ஸ்கோப்ல நார்மல் ஸ்கின் அண்ட் லீஷன் ஸ்கின் காமிங்க, கம்பேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
மேம் இது வந்து நார்மல் ஸ்கின் மேம். மேம் இது வந்து லீஷன் ஸ்கின்.
ஓகே சார். இப்போ டெர்மாஸ்கோப் பார்க்கலாம்.
டெர்மாஸ்கோப்ல நார்மல் ஸ்கின் மேம்.
கொஞ்சம் தூரம்.
டெர்மாஸ்கோப்ல நார்மல் ஸ்கின் மேம். டெர்மாஸ்கோப்ல இப்ப லீஷன் ஸ்கின் காமிக்கிறேன் மேம். டெர்மாஸ்கோப்ல லீஷன் ஸ்கின் மேம்.
ஓகே சரியா, தேங்க் யூ. சக்திவேல் சார், ஒன்னும் பயப்படாதீங்க. நான் உங்களுடைய ஸ்கின் லீஷன் பார்த்துட்டேன். ஒரு 3 நாளைக்கு மட்டும் உங்களுக்கு நான் ஒரு ஆயின்மெண்ட் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். அந்த ஆயின்மெண்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. வெயில்ல போறப்ப இன்னொரு ஜெல் கொடுத்துருக்கேன், அதை யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. நல்லா தண்ணி குடிங்க. ராத்திரிக்கு ஒரு மாத்திரை எழுதி கொடுத்துருக்கேன், அதுவே உங்களுக்கு பிரிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் இப்ப ஷேர் பண்ணிருக்கேன். சோ ராத்திரி மாத்திரை சாப்பிட்டுக்கங்க. இந்த 3 நாள்ல உங்களுக்கு கிளியர் ஆயிடும். ஒருவேளை அரிப்பு ஜாஸ்தி ஆகுற மாதிரி இருந்தா உடனே டாக்டர் பிரகாஷ வந்து பாருங்க அதிமுகம்ல. அவர் ஏன் கூட உங்களுக்கு இதே மாதிரி ஒரு செஷன் கரெக்ட் பண்ணி கொடுப்பார். நம்ம திரும்ப 3 நாள் கழிச்சு எந்த அளவுக்கு கிளியர் ஆயிருக்குன்னு நம்ம பார்க்கலாம். தேங்க்யூ டாக்டர் பிரகாஷ் அண்ட் மிஸ்டர் சக்தி.
Okay, doctor. How was it? How did you feel?
சார், இங்க கிருஷ்ணகிரி மாவட்டம் மாதிரி இருக்கிற இடங்கள்ல குக்கிராமங்கள்ல இருந்து நிறைய பேஷண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் மலை கிராமங்கள், பழங்குடியின ஜனங்கள் நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்துட்டு ஒரு பிஹெச்சி மெடிக்கல் ஆபீசர் எக்ஸ்பர்ட் ஒப்பீனியனுக்காக தூரமா அனுப்புறப்ப அவங்க ஒரு நாள் அவங்களுடைய சிரமங்களை பார்த்து வரதில்லை. இந்த மாதிரி டெலிகன்சல்டேஷன் மூலமா எங்களால பெட்டராவே சர்வீஸ் பண்ண முடியும் சார். நேர்ல பேஷண்ட் பார்த்த மாதிரியே we feel actually.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thiru Kamal Kishore, sir. And that was a demonstration of telemedicine, and that can be our future as well. On that note, we would like to invite Thiru Murugavel Janakiraman, founder and CEO of Matrimony, to address the gathering.
Honorable Finance Minister Thiru Palnivel Tyagarajan sir, Honorable IT Minister Mano Tyagarajan sir, and IT Secretary Kumaragurban sir, and Mr. Kamal, and dignitaries and participants from across the globe. It's a great privilege and honor to be here. If you look at the technology, we all know that technology has been progressing at a rapid pace. Today, the technology changes can cause disruptions or destruction to the organizations. At the same time, technology changes can contribute to the growth and the governance of a country and a state. I am privileged to be part of one of the advisory members of Tamil Nadu IT department, where we worked on the goals where IT and IT-related services can contribute to 10% of the Tamil Nadu government vision of achieving $1 trillion economy by 2030. Tamil Nadu has a strength with respect to IT and IT-related services. We are one of the largest IT exporters. We are in the third place. In fact, last year we touched 1.75 lakhs crore, and we had a fastest growth compared to other states. And Tamil Nadu contributes a significant percentage of engineers coming out of India. And you have a well-developed state. It's 60% urbanized. You have good infrastructure across the state. So while you have this inherent strength and one of the large players in IT, definitely we have to do a lot more with respect to IT to achieve that 10% of $1 trillion economy. While IT services is one of the biggest contributor, we need to continue to ensure that we need to become a leader or to leverage our strength of what Tamil Nadu has got. And also the global GCC companies, they are setting up their development centers in Tamil Nadu. In order to ensure that we have the advantages in IT services and global GCC company to set up the infrastructure in Tamil Nadu or services company in Tamil Nadu, one of the areas you need to focus on is skill development. The skill development, definitely ICT Academy and Tamil Nadu government has taken some initiatives to ensure that we are able to develop students coming out of the colleges are well equipped, but definitely a lot to be done in this area. In fact, one of the areas where industry and academy need to collaborate strongly, because students need to be taught on the latest technologies. It's very, very important. So that will ensure that Tamil Nadu has the edge in IT services and also remain as one of the top destinations for GCC company to set up their base in Tamil Nadu. With the strong growth happening in digital services, the impending 5G rollout and data localizations, data centers is one of the growth areas for Tamil Nadu. Because one of the advantages of Chennai has got is there's an sea cable between Chennai and Singapore. That's one of the advantages, plus also the geographically we are well situated. So data center is one of the areas where Tamil Nadu definitely can grow. But while definitely Tamil Nadu is getting data centers, but we have to have the big company like Amazon or Google or Microsoft set up their shop in Tamil Nadu. That's something we need to look into it. The startup is one area, while definitely making progress, the Tamil Nadu government set up Startup TN, and we want to create more startup. This one area, definitely we need to do a lot more. If at number one in startup, we could have become a number one state in India. Today, Tamil Nadu is the number two state in India. If you're able to achieve the number one position in startup, we can become number one state in India as well. Because startups are not only employment creator, they're wealth creator. If you look at a couple of years before, a lot of FDI came into the startup area. The digital companies' advantage is that they don't look at only particular state or country as a base. The digital companies, entire world can be the market opportunities. If you look at the US, the top 3 companies in market cap are digital companies, and their market cap is in trillions of dollars. In fact, we have to create a culture of startup in Tamil Nadu. One of my suggestions is that, can you have a course on entrepreneurship? People need to be taught on the basics of entrepreneurship. What is the 4 P's of marketing? What is entrepreneurship? What is the go-to market strategy? What is the minimum viable product? What are the fundamentals of business? The business is the fundamental, the strategy, people, structure, execution, process. So people need to be taught on these fundamentals, because today sometimes when you talk to college students, they say, I have the idea. Idea is only 1% or maybe 10%. The balance execution. People need to be taught on those things. In fact, having a course on entrepreneurship would definitely help Tamil Nadu, because we have to create a culture of entrepreneurship. In fact, some of the books should be part of curriculum or should be part of every library in colleges. The book like 0 to 1, or whether talking Think and Grow Rich, or Blue Ocean Strategy. People need to come up with a differentiated business model. So as a state, if you work on the strategies of creating the culture of entrepreneurship, probably 10 years down the line, we can be a number one startup state in India. So that would definitely attract a lot of FDI, create a lot of employment. So startup one area as a state we need to focus on, definitely with the startup TN, a lot of initiatives are taking place. But one thing, we collectively as industry also step in and contribute to the creation of the culture of startup. That will definitely do a lot of good for our state. So coming to the governance, while IT can definitely contribute to the growth of the state or country, IT can definitely contribute in the governance. I definitely want to thank and appreciate our Honorable Finance Minister, because when he took over as the Finance Minister, the revenue deficit was 60,000 plus crore. Within 2 years, we were able to bring down the revenue deficit by almost 50%. The revenue deficit is only 30,000 rupees. We can leverage a lot on technology, deep tech, and the data analytics, big data, to ensure that welfare reaching the right segment of the population. It's important that the state progresses. We need to be inclusive. We need a welfare state. We should not have that the divide between the rich and the poor. We need to be inclusive. We need to take the marginal segment of the population also along with our growth. While we want a welfare state, it's important that it is reaching the right segment of the population. So we can leverage data analytics or precision technology to ensure that we could able to identify trends and patterns to work towards only the right segment of the population getting the benefits. Also, you can look at where the investment has to go. So definitely the big data analytics and AI can contribute in the governance area. Digital governance is one area where they can enter the services of the citizens can be made available through app. So definitely a lot of these areas, technology can play a significant role. So while technology is changing rapidly, and who would have thought the way the things are happening in the world, suddenly there are no ChatGPT, large language models disrupting even the existing well-established player like Google. So AI is something very, very inevitable. So we look at leveraging AI in many areas. Well, Chennai has got some advantage in terms of apart from IT services. SaaS is one area where you got advantage. Today, thanks to some other successful company, they also create a SaaS booming. While miss some other areas in startup, can take leapfrog into newer areas like AI or maybe deep tech, whether these areas can be a leader in the future. So having a conference like this, even CAA last year organized a TechNext events. So having conference like this would definitely contribute to the ecosystem and understand what's going on across the world. So we have a lot of advantages being in Tamil Nadu. It's a progressive state, well-developed state. It's my wish and desire that Tamil Nadu also should become a #1 state in startup. I think that's very, very important. It's all of us can contribute to the creation of Tamil Nadu becoming a #1 startup state. I also want to thank Honorable Finance Minister, sir, for allocating tech city, the budget, allocating budget for creating tech cities in Chennai, Hosur, and other markets, very, very important. So this will definitely, the infrastructure is very, very important for our state. And I want to thank you for allocating in the recent budget thing. So thank you so much for these opportunities, and look forward to Umagine Chennai becoming bigger and bigger. I heard that 15,000 people had registered for the Umagine Chennai event. A lot of people put a lot of efforts. I'm sure this become bigger and bigger and contribute significant to the growth and development of our state. Thank you so much.
And that is Thiru Murugavel Janakiraman, founder and CEO of Matrimony.com, immediate past chairman, CII Chennai Zone. Sir, thank you so much for pinpointing Tamil Nadu startup and drawing examples of Amazon and many other big MNCs. We are also thinking that Tamil Nadu will be there very, very soon. On that note, let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Paranivel Thiagarajan, Minister for Finance and Human Resource Management, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver his special address.
My colleague, the Honorable Minister for Information Technology, the respected Secretary of the Department, through Kumara Gurbaran, the CEO of Tanfinet, Kamal Kishore, one of our leading tech entrepreneurs, Mr. Murugavel Janagiraman, the many distinguished guests from India, from overseas who are here today, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you very much for your interest and for being partners with us in this major event that we hope is the beginning of a new era of IT innovation and rapid expansion of new companies and new technologies in Tamil Nadu. I want to put things in a historic perspective because I believe we're at a very historic moment. If you look at the transformation of economies, of societies, from the age of animal power through steam power, through the second wave of industrialization with the advent of electricity, and then of computing, all of those accelerated growth at a particular rate, each one probably faster than the last. If you look at the last 20 years or 30 years, at least in my adult lifetime, I remember when the first personal computer came out, made by IBM in the 1980s, I think, early 80s, when the first Windows machine came out in the early 90s. There was a period when the S-curve of computing had reached its maturity phase, and probably around the late 90s to the early 2000s, with the exception of the big dot-com boom and bust that happened, at the late 90s, the early 2000s. The real impact came from access to capital. Large mounds of capital were built up in the Western economies, in the United States, in Europe, and those were the drivers of growth. Those who had access to capital could scale. That has been profoundly changed ever since the universalization of internet access, and that's the key. It's not just the internet, but the universalization of access. Now, the greatest growth, the greatest economic activity, the greatest profit margins, the greatest wealth creation comes out of technology. Technology, at least for the foreseeable future, is going to be one of the key drivers of growth. We recognize very well that the Chief Minister, the Cabinet, all of us are vested in providing the right platform. But again, if I look at technology itself, there are different components that go into it. Like any other industry, human capital matters a lot. But there are large areas, countries, sometimes federations like the European Union, where labor is fungible. So even if you create great talent, you may find that it goes to some other place if you don't have the other variables right. For example, during the COVID lockdown, we discovered that Bangalore was much more staffed by Tamil specialists in IT than we expected, because people had to apply for passes to cross state borders. And only then we realized the extent of our Tamil youngsters, specialists, because we have the largest gross enrollment ratio, highest gross enrollment ratio, largest number of college seats. We were creating all this talent, and it was going to different places. Again, I look at the arc of history, and you take the United States, where most of us think, the Silicon Valley is the kind of mecca of innovation. It must be remembered that Silicon Valley was, sleepy farmland till the 60s, till the semiconductor revolution. And even then, it was only a hardware giant. So around the time I went to the United States as a graduate student, it was not clear that Silicon Valley would be the software giant, because companies like Microsoft that dominated the operating system and software industry were based out of places like Seattle. So there are some ecosystems that seem to sustain across many S-curves of many transitions. Silicon Valley eventually proved resilient enough and because, even today, though it's starting to lose some of its sheen, and there's migration out to other parts of the United States, particularly to Texas, to Oregon, to Washington, it still is the center of gravity of innovation. Why I talk about that is, you take Tamil Nadu. We have the talent. We were the pioneers. We started creating things like tidal parks and setting up an IT department in the administration of the government much before other people saw the potential. And yet today, I must admit that we are not the leaders. It is, at least at a city level, cities like Bangalore and Hyderabad seem to have better ecosystems that draw talent, and our ecosystem has not been that good. So this is our time. Our time is now to use this transition, this new S-curve formation in things like fintech, IoT, applications to large-scale government or governance problems, and reclaim our spot, not just in Chennai, but across the state of Tamil Nadu. Because it is our talent, we want to become the best ecosystem for innovation, for technology, and for providing the right kinds of careers and opportunities for wealth creation for our youngsters. There are probably 2 or 3 components to that. The first, as with anything else, is to continue to focus, as we have for 100 years in the Dravidian movement, on inclusive access and human capital development. I think it's beyond a doubt around the country today that Tamil Nadu has by far the best talented, educated young workforce there is. But it still needs a lot more. So since we came to power, we are focused on converting this educated workforce into employable and immediately productive members of industry and of commerce. And the Chief Minister's priority program that he oversees himself, called Nan Mudalvan, works with many of the tech companies that are sponsors here, and we're trying to make the broad education and raw talent of people much more directly applicable in specific sectors. And that could be skilling in advanced technologies and pneumatic machines and specialized kind of precision mechatronics. It could be in development or programming or computer games or lottery systems. The second part is that we want to keep our focus on inclusivity. So I think a couple of our officers have spoken today that we want to reach every village, every hamlet with high-speed internet access. In today's kind of knowledge-based economy, you cannot create 2 classes of citizens, one who have access to high-speed information on their fingertips, because the wealth of information has become almost infinite. And so access becomes the barrier, and we want to have inclusion all the way down to the last mile at every village, at every hamlet. And that's why we announced in this budget a few days ago the investment we did in building the unified digital infrastructure and completing that last mile connectivity that is not being connected by BharatNet, so using our own funds and our own access. That's one part of the system. The other is to provide both systemic support as well as capital, and particularly capital to those who have been underrepresented and without access to capital. And so many of you may know that last year, the government of Tamil Nadu set up a couple of different investment funds, equity investment funds. One targeted Adi Dravidar and Palangodiyanar scheduled tribes, and one a broad investment fund. We have a fairly large emerging sector seed fund within the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund Management Corporation, which I chair, and we hope to do a lot more. This year, we have expanded into other areas which we think are innovative. And so altogether, I think we'll have at least a few 100 crores of equity capital to invest and be partners with startups and ensure that people with the talent and the ideas are not deprived of access to capital as the barrier to to realizing their vision. The third thing that we can do is to improve ease of doing business, which is a kind of amorphous term which can mean many things. But our global advisors have been very strongly recommending to us that we need to find a way to close the gap between intent and outcome in whatever approval process, in whatever systematic way that encourages investors, entrepreneurs, whether they're large corporates or small startups, to think of Tamil Nadu as their first destination, as their obvious choice. There are a lot of steps underway. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but as soon as the budget and demands session is over, we will probably shift. As Mr. Murugavel Janagiraman was kind enough to mention, we have brought the fiscal deficit down from 62,000 crores to almost 30,000 crores, so a reduction of about 55%. And now, we have the capacity to divert our attention a bit towards growth rather than consolidation. And that was the vision. We have been fortunate enough under the leadership of our Chief Minister to achieve that vision on time. So we're going to be much more focused on ease of execution, ease of guaranteeing outcomes or certainty of expecting outcomes, and that's going to be the third leg of the trade. The last thing I would say, as far as we are concerned, is to apply as much of these new technologies as possible in government itself. So, as you may know, from about a year ago, we have been having these Sell to Government days, where we invite startups to apply to make the government their client, government their kind of customer for technologies that the government can use. And to date, I think we have signed up with some people for cloud kitchen kind of IoT stuff. We've also signed up with drone survey companies, startup companies. We're signed up and we're going to increase with automation to do sewer and other cleaning, so there's no human being involved in this. There is a lot of innovation I've seen with my own eyes, places like the IIT Madras hub, where much of that technology, or a lot of that technology, is applicable within the government and our activities itself. So we hope to build this kind of good relationship where we buy their services, where possible we invest in them, and through the use of their services, we give them both scale and validation of the business model, and then they can go ahead and expand to other customers in other parts of the country and the world. That has been a very fulfilling experience for us so far. As I say, we have already taken many of them into our direct purchase. For example, we had to change the Transparency in Tenders Act and say that for contracts below 50 lakh rupees, you didn't have to have any pre-qualification. If you were a startup in a unique technology or a unique application, that would be enough for us to become your customer, the government of Tamil Nadu to become your customer. So in all these ways, we have been trying to encourage what I would call is the creation of an innovation ecosystem. That's the ultimate goal. The government has access to money. The government can simplify rules, regulations. It can reduce barriers, rent-seeking, red tape. But our aim is that the culture of innovation, the culture, the mindset that says, if I have the talent, this is the place I should be, and there are people like me around here who can help me, and I can achieve my vision. That kind of ecosystem and culture is really what we're aiming for and working hard towards. In that context, I think events like this are hugely valuable to us. It gives us encouragement that there is an equal eagerness on the part of our partners, of the many sponsors, of the wonderful consulates that have worked here with us yesterday, of the many young people, the entrepreneurs. And so I'm very happy that this initiative has been undertaken with several months of effort. I thank the many people who worked on this effort in the department, in ELCOT, in other parts of the government, but mostly the people who have come as voluntary participants to this initiative. And even as we strive to keep inclusive growth as the basis, and inclusion in all ways, as the Dravidian model has suggested, women, people with disabilities, independent of your philosophy, we want inclusion. We also realize that innovation is the transformative variable that can help us scale our rate of growth and achieve the Chief Minister's dream of a 1 trillion economy in a relatively short time. So thank you again very much for your interest, for your participation, for your engagement, and for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that is Dr. Paranivel Thiagaraj, Minister for Finance and Human Resource Management, Government of Tamil Nadu, for all of us. Thank you, sir, for also pinpointing how Tamil Nadu was a pioneer and reminding us now is the time. On that note, we would like to felicitate the speakers on stage. I would like to call upon our Thiru J. Kumaraguruban, IAS Secretary, Department of Information Technology, Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to present a memento to Thiru Kamal Kishore, IAS Managing Director, TAN Finet. Now I request Thiruti Mano Thangaraj, Minister for Information and Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to present a memento to Dr. Paranivel Thiagarajan, Minister for Finance and Human Resources Management, Government of Tamil Nadu. I now request Thiruti Mano Thangaraj, Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to present a memento to Thiru Murugavel Janakiraman, Founder and CEO of Matrimony.com. Thank you, dignitaries on the dais. We request a photo op. Let's kindly give a round of applause for the dignitaries on dais. We have the next session, a keynote on leapfrogging to the future with technology, commencing in less than a few minutes. Check. We kindly request all the delegates to be seated. We request all the delegates to kindly take their seats. The next session on leapfrogging to the future with technology will be commencing in few minutes. We would also like to remind that the parallel sessions are starting by 11:30 in hall 1234. We request all the delegates to kindly take your seat. The fire chat is about to happen, and it's leapfrogging to the future with technology. Over the next decade, India's share of global ICT spending is expected to double over 10%. This will have far-reaching impact across themes, be it in government, industry, climate change, or creating new employment opportunities for the people. Let's put our hands together for our moderator, Joseph Abraham, founder and CEO of Startup Atom, and Thiruti Mano Thangaraj, Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, the dais is all yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I trust you had a good morning and inaugural session. So now we're going to talk about how Tamil Nadu is leapfrogging to the future. And this chat is with the Honorable IT Minister. We will also look forward to having this continued conversations beyond this Fires chat as well. And so very quickly, sir, the first question that I have for you is that you've been to a lot of different places like GITEX and Slush, and then you envisioned this whole summit, right? And how do you really feel about this summit, and how was day one?
Good morning. A nice question. Actually, when I became the IT minister, I traveled to a few countries to know how the trend is. And really, it gave a very good insight, especially GITEX slash the Mobile Congress and those kind of things. But at the same time, I was thinking, whenever we look at a country, developed country, seeing the automations that has happened and seeing the digitalization that has happened, and how the common man has access to technology in those countries, when I will be able to bring these to my own people? So that's the question before me. And really, we need to do something for our country. Wherever we go, we were able to see people from Tamil Nadu sitting in high posts as service providers in many countries, and they do well. But what about our state? How we have provided those kind of things to our people? That is a big question. So keeping that in mind, we thought of conducting a program like this. And really, it's a very great thing that we have done with the cooperation of all the people. And now, Tamil Nadu has got a good attraction because we have the potentials and everything we were able to showcase through this tech conference.
Right, sir. And this vision of the Honorable Chief Minister, the 1 trillion vision, is an amazing grand vision. And IT department is contributing about 10%, to this vision. How are you going to make this possible? What are the strategies that you have to make this possible?
Yes. Our Honorable Chief Minister, of course, a visionary leader, he has targeted $1 trillion economy by 2030. Of course, it is a very challenging thing. There is no doubt in that. And we are well aware of it. The IT department, we have come up with a commitment that we will contribute at least 10% of the thing, that is $100 billion. So that it will be a good thing for the CM's commitment. So how to achieve it? Again, it's a question. And we have identified 6 growth areas like GCC, data centers, SaaS, ITES, creative services, and tech startups. And already Tamil Nadu is known to be the capital for SaaS. And we have very huge potential in creative services. That is also emerging. And when we think of tech startups, really, I'm so happy when I meet the students, I could see the innovative mindset, the creativity within themselves. So that can be explored properly. So entrepreneurship is also in our blood. So there is huge potential with the tech startups also. So keeping all these things in mind, we identify these growth areas, and in the coming days, we are going to focus on these things and how the government will be able to provide things to them. So we are discussing all these things.
Great, sir. So yesterday, it was an amazing day. We had close to about 15,000 registrations and over 44 sessions with 160 speakers, with 6,000 people joining us for the first day. It was a great day. And what is your personal perspective on all of this?
Now you know the challenges. Now we were little what we say, scared how this is going to happen, because whenever I go and attend some international conferences, I could see the crowd moving and all, but nobody sits in the conference hall to listen to the speakers. But when a speaker comes to the stage, the punishment that somebody can give him is not listening. Any speaker will get embarrassed. So really, really telling, and I must thank all the delegates and participants who are here. It was such a wonderful thing that happened yesterday. And speaker after speaker told me that they were so pleased by the participation of the delegates who are here. All the halls were flooding with the crowd, and really very wonderful. The topics that we selected and the speakers we have selected. Very nice. And we got a very good feedback from the media, press, and all the participants. A nice thing that has happened yesterday.
That's really nice to know. And thanks to all of you for making this possible and making this a success. So let's give a round of applause to ourselves, right, for making this happen. Great. So moving on to yesterday's announcement that you made about tech cities. There are 3 tech cities that the Honorable CM has envisioned. It was announced in the budget session, and now yesterday you made an announcement about even the allocation and the earmarking of the place, right? Can you just talk a little bit more about what is this tech cities and how is it going to really make it an innovative ecosystem here?
Yes, any government, if you want to do something or we want to achieve something, we should have proper vision. That's the first thing, a vision with a goal that this government and especially the IT department is having. The first thing. The second thing is about the strategy. How we are going to strategize to achieve the vision that you may be knowing, right from appointing a proper advisory council for IT department to announcing programs. We are very successful in the last 2 years. Especially when I say that the government should come up with the policies that should be friendly to the industry, and the policies should not compromise with the interest of the people. So we should have a balance, and we have done it. So the policy level, we have taken initiative. Then providing basic infrastructures and a move towards good governance. That is also happening with this government. And when we think of other things like the government's initiative to support the ecosystem by means of R&D, that's what I feel. So we have initiated the IT Indie Hub kind of thing. That's a great thing we can see. And taking into consideration the need of the industry, we need to provide proper talent to the industry. So we need to create industry-ready talent, and that part is well taken care of by the government of Tamil Nadu. So these things, this will actually add on to what we say. As far as infrastructure is concerned, you may be knowing that we have very good infrastructures already in place. And with regard to connectivity, we are already implementing the 1,800 crore project of connecting 12,525 village panchayats through TANFINET. And adding to that, now we have got a proposal with us for 190 crore to give last mile connectivity, as well as now the government has given 400 crore for connecting it to the state and the district level. So once these programs are done, we will have a very strong infrastructure with regard to connectivity. And apart from that, we have all the things like road, rail, airport, these kind of things, and water facility, energy, these kind of things we are really addressing. So these are all going to contribute in a best way, and I hope the government will take care of the requirements. And the second thing is about the ease of doing business. Of course, we have done a lot of things in that, and in the ease of doing business, we have come up at the national level to the, I think, the 3rd or 4th position, I think. So that part also we are working down, but still the industry had a lot of certain concerns that we are assuring that we will sort out all those things to the maximum possible extent.
All right, and can you also little bit stress on the IT Nanban portal, which helps people to do business with ease, setting up things with ease, and all of those aspects as well, and how IT Nanban is helping to foray into this whole space.
Actually, the IT Nanban initiative is to make a proper link with all the IT people who are stakeholders of IT sector. And previously, what I saw, when we took charge as minister, there is no proper dialogue or discussions happening between the academia, industry, as well as the government. That needs to be addressed. So we immediately thought of doing certain things, and we interacted with the various stakeholders of the sector, and it has brought very good results. We got very good ideas how we should run the show, not theoretically, but the practical thing. And the outcome, I can tell you, now many of the colleges are now interacting with the industry, and they are sending their students, they are sending their faculty, and the faculty is turning towards what I say, not merely teaching students with the theoretical knowledge, but also they understand the requirement of the industry, they get exposed to the industrial ecosystem, and in that way, changes happen. So many kind of things we can say like this. In the policy making also, previously the government prepares the policy, but without consulting the stakeholders. But we are doing it in the reverse way. We are consulting, then we are circulating the draft proposals, we are getting their opinions, and then we are bringing it. So that the industry is also very happy about. So these kind of changes in the style of functioning of the government is really being appreciated by the industry. That's what I feel, and I get the feedback.
Great, sir. You are very passionate about climate change and circular economy, and you've taken various initiatives back in your constituency as well. So can you elaborate a little bit about how you are, taking the steps towards climate tech and ensuring that climate tech is also part of the main agenda?
Yeah, really, I'm very much into it because my life is my experience. Whatever I speak, it is out of my experience, not out of theory. And I don't have so much of theoretical knowledge also. Now, I can tell you two things. It will be beneficial for all those people who are sitting here. Say, for example, my district. Kanyakumari district is a district blessed by God, I will say. Because in Tamil we say there is 5 kinds of land. Kurunji, Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, Palai. And the Palai is the difficult one, and we don't have it. All the 4 kinds of land we have. You see, we had a treasure of 4,500 ponds created by forefathers. Just imagine, by the time I don't think there were JCB or Bookline or tipper or something like that. But just imagine how they might have done it. Each pond is being connected with a proper irrigation system, with inlets, outlets, channels, and so many kind of things, It was done wonderfully, and we had 3 dams and 3 rivers and 2 streams. All these things, just imagine how they might have created. Now it has come down to 2,000 something, and that too very poorly maintained. It is only because of human interaction. I can tell you. We simply send the wastewater into the stormwater drain, and that is taken to the low-lying areas, polluting everything and damaging the entire ecosystem. Now, such a district having the potential and having water availability to cultivate 105,000 acres of land is come down with just 3,000 acres of cultivation this year. You just imagine, the capacity is 105,000 and we have water. But now it has come down to 3,000. What we are going to do with this? So the agrarian crisis is going to increase like anything. You just take a village or a municipality or a corporation, whatever it is, and study the volume of waste that is being generated. And is there any mechanism to dispose it? You take, for example, the Department of Water Supply. Ask them how much water you are supplying to a household. And then ask them whether there is a mechanism to manage the wastewater. So no, we supply water, but there is nothing we think about managing the wastewater. So solid waste management, liquid waste management, water resource management, all these things have become a very big challenge. The cutting down of trees, the social forestry coming down. And say, for example, you just say, I used to think of this thing. You take a computer in the 80s or 90s and compare it with the computer of this age. Within 20, 30 years, you see the growth, it is tremendous. It is 1,000 times better than one that was in those days. In 20 years it has happened. But you see a motorbike or you see a car, the amount of emissions or the capacity of the engine for using less fuel, there is no much difference. So lot of innovations we need to do. We talk of solar and kind of things. And I have very bad experiences putting solar panels on the battery that we use. Lot of innovations has to be done in this area. So when we talk about renewable energy, or when we talk about those kind of things, there is lot of scope and there is lot of need for innovations to happen. So we need to focus more on innovation, research and development. Those kind of things has to happen.
Got it, sir. And in line with the same, there's emerging tech, there's deep tech, and you have taken steps in that direction with establishing IT&T hub. What's the quick vision for that?
So we need to cope up with the thing, If I say, for example, people thought that technology, say for example, will bring down the employment opportunities. So a lot of employment crisis will come once technology is in place. Certain times, predictions go wrong. But to tell an example, when I was in college, I still remember when I went to Bangalore for a tour, I bought a book in the roadside, and it was written by Huxley, a famous writer. In those days, in the 18th century, he has predicted that when the technology is coming to the hands of the people, people will be so leisurely, they will get a lot of time to spend with this nature, and they will enjoy life like anything. But now technology has put us in a lot of trouble. Everyone is busy with things, not even able to listen to anything for a few minutes because the cell phone will be disturbing. Everyone talks busy, busy, busy. When I go to my friends' houses and all, the young kids, they say, Uncle, I am very busy. For what she is busy? I don't know. So these kind of things have happened. The prediction has totally gone wrong. We are enjoying so much of things. Life has become easy in certain ways. But at the same time, the prediction that he has given has totally in the other side. So like, people thought that technology will do away the jobs.
Right.
But it is giving clear opportunity for more and more jobs. So I had the similar thought that before becoming minister. So when technology comes, people will be stranded. They will not get opportunities. But you see, there is very good scope. Why we have identified these 6 growth areas? The growth areas in the sense, these 6 areas have the potential to bring in investments and also have large potential to accommodate our students, young stage, for jobs. They have very good potential for job opportunities. So considering the emerging technology that is coming up like AR, VR, or whatever, IoT, things like that. And I have the strong hope that robotics is going to play a vital role. We saw the experiment that happened with the Meditech, those kind of things, and drones. And there is a necessity for these kind of things, When the robots perform the operations kind of thing, it is so accurate that then we cannot even imagine whether one will be able to. Telemedicine also, you see, when we use AI kind of thing, the doctor will be able to get the thing done with the crores of patients properly diagnosed through data analytics and the kind of thing. So these are all going to add value to the particular department. So by the time, the people should be trained in such a way to handle those kind of things. So for these kind of things, our younger generation people should be given proper training in those kind of emerging technologies. That's why we have to create such systems like Center of Excellences, and IT&D is one of the thing. Otherwise, we will be down the ladder. Somebody who will be concentrating on this will automatically go up, and we will not be able to find where we are. So we are focusing on that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for answering patiently to all these questions. In conclusion, and as you draw this whole fireside, to a close, what is your vision for Umagine? What's going to happen next? Is a continual progress? So what's going to happen next with Umagine?
So actually, the Umagine is a very great success. Now, many people were with us. If I go on naming them now, it will create a problem. So all of they were here, and I'm so happy, They all supported us without expecting anything from us. Even we were unable to recognize also. And they all supported that this IT department has taken an initiative, will be supporting you. That's the only word I can hear from them. And in properly putting things in place, there were challenges, but everything went well. And I hope today and tomorrow it will be a great success. And of course, now we are making all efforts to properly evaluate how people feel, how the facilities are, what are the other requirements we need. All these kind of things we are making. And with all the people who supported us and from the participants, we are trying to get a proper feedback. And this thing, all these things will be rectified. And next year, we will plan in a very best way. So this time also, I never expected that our target was 10,000. But day before yesterday, we closed the registrations when we reached 15,000. Because we were totally taken to surprise how we are going to manage things, the food and things like that, that has to be taken care, how it is going to be. But this has given a very good experience for us. And the entire team is so happy and delighted. And we have got very nice encouragement from the participants that we need to go further. And Umagine should be the best in the, I can say, world level tech conference. And it's a great thing, when we provide this kind of technology conference to our students. I can't just imagine. Me as a minister, I wanted to attend a technology conference. I have no other way except to travel to Dubai or United States or some developed country. No other way. I cannot go and see something in India. I didn't see. So it is such an opportunity for the participants also to attend such a conference, to attend so much of discussions that is happening, eminent speakers coming, their speeches and everything, it's really amazing. So next year, we will plan in the best way possible. And we will sort out all the pitfalls what we had. And it will be a wonderful thing. I hope so.
Thank you so much for your time. And let's let's give a round of applause to the Minister, Honorable Minister. And thank you so much.
Thank you, dignitaries on the dais. Once again, let's put our hands together for Mr. Joseph Abraham, founder, CEO of Startup Atom, and our very own Tiruti Mano Thangaraj, Minister for Information Technology, Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, gentlemen. We request all the delegates to kindly be seated. We have an interesting discussion up next. From startup to scale, learning from building a business. And we have 4 speakers. The discussion on from startup to scale, learning from building a business, will commence in 2 minutes. We request all the delegates to kindly be seated. The discussion on From Startup to Scale, Learnings from Building a Business. Building a business from a startup to scale up can be, of course, a challenging journey, full of highs and lows. However, it also offers a wealth of learning opportunities for entrepreneurs and business leaders who are willing to take risks and persevere through adversity. This session will bring together eminent leaders to share learnings and experiences from building a successful business. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Ganesh N. Mandalam, CEO of Zerago India. Mr. Murugavel Janikiraman, immediate past chairman, CII, Chennai Zone, founder and CEO of matrimony.com. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Anita Selvin, Managing Director of Nila Apps. We would now request Mr. Ganesh N. Mandalam, CEO Zerago, to take over.
So sorry, you are cut from your side. You got it? Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, so another question. Thank you, Neha.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
I'm getting noise in between, so. Am I audible, guys? Yeah, now it's okay. Good. Good morning, folks. I'd like to introduce my fellow panelists here. So one is Murugavel Janikiraman. Murugavel Janikiraman is the founder CEO of Matrimony. How many of you guys have got married through Matrimony? Okay, I don't see enough hands up. Okay, so along with me is also Anita. Anita is the founder CEO of Nila Apps, and she runs a mobile development company. Okay, so Nila. Okay, I'd like to start off. So I'd like to start off today's discussion. So today's topic is about from startup to scale. So we're going to be discussing what it takes to create an organization and how to scale it up. Okay. So if you're entrepreneurs, if you're business people having a responsibility to scale your respective organization, if you are a small startup, if you are already a successful business, I think this session is going to be very, very illuminating for all of you. So I have spoken to the panelists, and today's conversation is going to be based on their own life stories. So in my own case, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for 25 years. And for me, the superheroes are not Spider-Man and Iron Man and people like that. They're fictional heroes. My real life heroes are entrepreneurs, because I know how hard it is to be an entrepreneur and how difficult it is to be successful at being an entrepreneur and the challenges that are involved in that. So for me, people like Muruga and people like Anita are all amazing people who are conquering the odds to become successful in life and in terms of building their respective organizations and their brands. So they are my superheroes. So today's conversations is going to be around how they have found their journeys in life, how they've created their startups, and how they have scaled from there. So mostly the core conversation is going to be around that. So I'd like to start with you, Muruga. Okay. So what was the impulse that drove you to become an entrepreneur? Because I know you had a very successful career in the US, but you sort of gave that up and decided to be an entrepreneur.
Thank you, Ganesh. See, someone had asked when I was in +2, I did not know what is entrepreneurship. In fact, that point of time, my aspiration or ambition would say that I wanted to get into a job and have a basic living. In fact, we are struggling for even basic living. And that was the aspiration that point of time. So nothing, very, very basic expectation. So it's a very, very lower middle class expectation. That's the kind of expectation I had. But thankfully that MCA changed my life. I was working in the US when I was making $100,000 per year. While during the daytime, I didn't take a full-time job. I was doing a consulting job, but I didn't waste my time. I was always building something, developing something. When the basic needs were taken care, that's when the science of entrepreneurship started showing its seeds. So actually, I was clueless about where to begin. While today, many successful entrepreneurs, I know that their idea, they went after the idea. For me, it was completely clueless. I want to do something. I did not know where to begin. So I hit upon the concept of, okay, let me do something targeting Tamil community. Since I was very good in programming language, I was building various applications which I thought will be useful to the Tamil diaspora living outside of India. I was in the US, as I said. So matrimony was one of the services. It's not really well taught through idea. In fact, I put it in my life journey has been that from no idea to an idea of matrimony, and over a period of the idea of matrimony, where I got passionate about the idea of building a marriage portal or helping people get married. Today, that passion has evolved into one purpose. The purpose of matrimony.com is building a better Bharat through happy marriages. So it's from my journey has been one of the basic needs were taken care from having no idea to an idea to a passion to a purpose. Yeah, I think to sum it up, that's my journey now. So for me, it's not really thought through idea. In fact, sometimes I say myself as an accidental entrepreneur. Okay.
Wow. Thank you, Muruga. Anita, how about you? What made you want to become an entrepreneur? Because I know you live in the US, you're very successful over there. Can you switch the mic?
Hello. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. To answer your question, so right from my childhood, I used to ask the question why a lot. So when something happens, when you see something's happening, I used to question about that incident. So my story is why I started this company and why we have a product to help the institutions is, so like it happened about 30 years back when I was in college. And I used to go to all these, villages and schools from our church, talking to all the students there. So I found that there is a disparity among the education. Like you have a top-notch IIT in the same state, and you have a primary school, the government school or any, even the private school, which doesn't have the basic needs, you know. So I really wanted to target that. That was my passion. And so that triggered, and it took me a lot of time. It's not an overnight process, but it took me a lot of time. And I had to quit my full-time job in USA and start this company. And it's a risk-taking process. You need to be a risk taker, and you need to be more open-minded and willing to face anything that's happening. You may not have any money on day one. You need to be aware of that, and you have to face the situation. So that's the problem that we face in our early childhood or anything in your daily life has made me to create a company.
Wow, thank you. So I don't know how many of you people are in a position in life where you're either building your organization, you want to set up a startup, or you're already scaling an organization, or you're in a role in an organization where you're scaling up, right? But if you see two very successful entrepreneurs on stage, right? So very clearly they started off with a thought, with an idea. Life is not always clear, right? It's not like we always have clarity around what we want to do. We jump in and start doing things, and then we scale from there, right? If you take Anita's case, right, she wanted to create social change, right? So I have spoken to many entrepreneurs, and one of the lessons that I have learned is that most entrepreneurs don't always start out by saying that I want to make money. Most entrepreneurs start out by saying that I want to create change, right? And I think these are two very successful examples of people who do that. So I'd like to again go back to the next question. So in the early days, Muruga, what kind of resource constraints did you have? Capital, sales, technology, people? What were the toughest challenges in your early life?
So everything was challenged because we started way back in 2000. In fact, I started at the Tamil side 1997. The matrimony was started in 2000. So everything was a challenge. In fact, that point of time, today, India, we have 800 million internet users. The number of internet users in India at that point of time was 5 million. In fact, sometimes you want to upload a software. You go to a cyber cafe that one cyber cafe was there, and Tenam, they had a better internet speed. So everything was a challenge: resources, people, capital, and the number of users. So again, we continue to on our innovation journey. We continue expanded. We introduced a lot of innovative features. So while everything was a consent, but somehow that point I didn't feel those things are consent because that was available that point of time. So I did not see anything as a consent. In fact, I didn't have the understanding what I have today. So while everything was a constraint, now look back, I can say those things were the constraint. But that point of time, did I see those things as consent? No, I did not see those things as consent. So basically, we looked at what we need to do from that point of time, how to leverage the opportunity in front of us, what best you can do, what are the innovation you can do, how to become a leader in the area, what you are taken. So that point of time, the focus was on what are the immediate goal which you need to achieve and become a successful. That was a focus. While we did not see this thing as a constraint at all, the reason I told you, because we didn't have the understanding of these are the constraints.
Thank you, Muruga. I appreciate that. Anita, what about you? So what kind of constraints did you have in your early days, right? What are your most difficult challenges that you had to overcome during the earliest days of your startup?
So to run a business in India itself is a very difficult process. Like we were living, we are still living in USA. So we were living in USA and we had a company there, and we were running a development team in Chennai, and it was a nightmare. So that was the first challenge, to run a business, like how is that accounting handled in a day-to-day basis? And also, when rain comes, people don't come to work, they cannot travel. There are some basic difficulties. But apart from that, if you look at revenue-wise, how we have to generate revenue is another challenge, like how you bring in money to table. Right, that's something that you need to learn. We might fall sometimes, But other than that, we scaled from a, like a 5-person company to 110 people are working in our company right now. So we were initially in a small house, in a small villa, and now we moved to Tidal Park. That's a big challenge, and that's a big step for me. I didn't think that I will come this long, but it's a very difficult and challenging process along the way. People think when they ask me what I'm doing, I said I quit my full-time job and I'm doing my own business. A lot of people thought that I'm just having fun. So I have to tell them I have to work day and night. Like, I don't have Saturdays, I don't have Sundays. I don't have, we have to wake up early in the morning and we have to be awake late in the night. So there is no time limit, and it's like a dedicated life and also we make money. I'm not saying we don't make money, we make money, but that's a everyday challenge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So as you can figure out, right? So being an entrepreneur is not easy, right? Especially when you're starting off, it's pretty tough, right? So Muruga, how many days of because Anita said that I'm going to ask you this question, okay? So how many Saturdays and how many Sundays did you have to work in the early days, Muruga? Did you get weekends off?
So actually, but I put it differently, Ganesh. I was enjoying what I was doing. So, and people say it's hard work. I think when you enjoy what you do, it's not hard work. But have I put in extra effort? Definitely. There are days, the early days I used to sleep probably 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I get up at, maybe sleep for 3 hours. And I used to work day and night, weekends, but no complaining. Even today, while as an organization today, 3,000 plus people, and head office where people work only 5 days a week. But invariably, I'm there in the office on every Saturday. Because I enjoy what I do. There's no complaints. So basically asking Virat Kohli, hey, do you get tired of batting? No, he wouldn't say that. If you ask A.R. Rahman, do you get tired of composing music? No, they wouldn't say that. So when you enjoy what you do, it's not hard work. But there's no complaint from my side. I definitely put in extra efforts. I wouldn't want to call it hard work because there's a negativity attached to it. I rather say that I put in the efforts. But yeah, family sometimes need to go through the certain challenges because you are not available for them in maybe a certain period and all the thing. But I fairly say that I enjoyed my journey, still enjoying, very excited. So yes, I put in extra effort, or not. I won't say.
Thank you.
I won't call it hard work. Yeah.
Thank you. So one character trait of most entrepreneurs that I think all of us can see, right? And both of these people epitomize that. Okay. Is that if you want to be an entrepreneur, there is no concept of a Saturday or Sunday, right? And it's not that you're working on Saturdays and Sundays because you think it's work. It's because you enjoy doing what you're doing, right? So that's really important, right? The moment you start looking at it as work, the moment you start looking at it as, oh my God, I have to work weekends, right? So the moment the thoughts starting to enter your mind, right, then it's obviously going to be a challenge, right? So it goes with the territory that you're going to have to push yourself to become successful, right? And it's not even about success, it's about the fact that you're enjoying doing what you're doing, and for that reason, it just works out well.
But Ganesh, just to add, it's initial days, definitely, when you get the business model successful, we want to get the traction. Obviously, you have to put in that extra effort. But again, as you progress, it depends on individual thing. I know today there are entrepreneurs who work 5 days a week. So it's individual choice. But from my side, while working for 23 years, while I don't any complaint, because I continue to enjoy what I do now. But it's not necessary that, some people look into entrepreneurs, they should not other minds, entrepreneurship means you have to work day and night and all. Nothing like that. Individual choice, how you want to balance it out. But initial days, till you get the traction, yes, obviously you have to demonstrate with your the effort and all. I just want to add that point.
Absolutely. So again, going to the next question, okay. When did you feel your business was hitting stability? Was it when you hit a revenue goal? Was it a funding event? What was it when you got listed, right? So what was it that when you said, okay, I am no longer a startup now, right? I have now crossed that barrier of being a startup. So I am assured of longevity in my organization, and I'm now stable, right? When did you feel that for the first time?
I yet to have that feeling, Ganesh. Yes, we are we make a 50 crore profit, which is a 400 plus crore company, 450 crore company, listed company. But having said that, when I started the journey 1997, that point I want to make the Tamil side successful, then Tamil matrimony successful, Bharat matrimony successful, community matrimony successful, assisted service successful, elite matrimony successful, now wedding service is successful. Like that, if you have while you have I'll put it this way, while you have the summit, okay, you want to achieve certain summit, okay, a purpose, but you are working on the next goals. So all the time you are reaching the goals, then you have the next set of goals. So all the next set of goals. But with the organization, I would say that whether reach a perpetuity stage, no. In fact, one of my aspirations is how to create a perpetual organization where the organization can live beyond my lifetime and continue to serve the millions of people looking at getting married. For that, I need the organization need to have a certain culture. When I talk about 7 cultures in the organization, the culture of execution, culture of growth, culture of innovation, culture of performance, culture of startup, and culture of learning. In fact, you are looking at all these areas, whether the organization reach a level of, it's become a culture. When the organization reaches a level where everything become a culture, then the founder become irrelevant because it doesn't matter because there is a culture of growth, culture of innovation, culture of execution, culture of performance, learning, all the things are there. I think you are there in certain aspects, but we need to achieve other aspects as well. When you reach all the areas which I mentioned, when you become culture by itself, I think I would say that, okay, now the organization reach a level where the founder become irrelevant or something, then the system or the culture takes by itself. I think as an organization we are not there, but again, I'm enjoying my journey as well. So probably, it's decades to go still.
So just so that you understand Muruga's answer, right? It's a listed company, right? He's hugely successful. It's one of the biggest brands in this country, right? And he says, I'm still working on creating stability, right? It's still something that's still a goal for me. It's still part of my journey, okay? So that's where he's at. So how about you, Anita, right? Would you feel that you are in a position where you have achieved stability? Would you feel you're getting there, right? Where are you on that entrepreneurial journey of yours?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, we are at a point right now. So far, we are self-funded. I didn't have external funding or any investors so far for my company. But I'm at a position that I need to make a decision. If I want to scale, I need to bring in other people in. So day in and day out, I'm thinking, like, what should I do? How am I going to scale this business? If I'm going to be, I can definitely survive and sustain like this for another 10 years, but I don't want to do that. I want to scale my company. I want to reach more people so that more people get benefited of our services. And now I'm at a point, like you said, that I'm looking for external help. And I'm thinking, I don't have all the skills that is needed to scale this company. So I'm open for that. Like, I'm not saying I'm the best of everything. I have some skills, but I need some help with the sales and all those. So I'm at a point that I need some external investment.
So do you feel right now that you have achieved stability? Do you feel you're still on the path to stability? Where do you see yourself?
Yeah, we are a very stable company. We are not going to collapse, but for us to grow bigger, I definitely need some help. That's what I'm thinking. But as a company, I can run with our own fund. But if I want to scale to a bigger company, I need more resources. I need the external help with the push that, with some strategies that we need to think about. I had some strategy, and we are just trying out all those. But there are certain things that a company should decide, at some point, how are we going to move forward? Like, instead of just saying, okay, I can run. I mean, it's not, I don't want to be like just a mom and pop shop that I have a business in USA, and then, I don't want to be like that. I wanted to do something bigger. I wanted to reach out to more people with my services, so.
Thank you. So again, this is something that I don't know if you realize, right? I've spoken to many entrepreneurs in my life. and I got funded multiple times myself. And one classical trait that every founder, CEO probably goes through, right, is exactly what Muruga and Anita are epitomizing, okay? Which is that they always feel that they have to scale more. They always feel that they have to get to the next level of their organization's growth, okay? And most successful entrepreneurs I find are humble, they're straight, right? They tell it like it is, right? They tell you what the gaps are, right? They are very self-aware, okay? They constantly focused on what next to build my organization. So it's almost never about me, but it's about what am I doing to build my brand, right? So that really is a character trait, I think, that epitomizes successful entrepreneurs, right? I will do whatever it takes, but my organization has to scale, right? And that goal is, I think, very deeply embedded in entrepreneurial success. Going on to the next question. Do you feel, okay, do you feel money is important for you in growing your organization? Do you feel that money or a profit motive drives you to create scale? Is that a driver of scale, or is that incidental to the destination? So what do you think?
While our revenue goals, Ganesh, that is there as a listed company, we have a board, but that's not the primary motivation. So the primary motivation is, actually, you have certain ambitions, goals, getting the business model successful, and achieving certain milestones. Yeah, definitely, see, money is a byproduct of the work what you do, but that's not a primary motivator.
How about you, Anita?
That's a very good question. We need money to live. We need money to pay the employees. We need money to pay the rent. Of course, money is very important, but that's not the only thing. Companies profit for if it's going to benefit the community. That's my thought process. Of course, we will make money, and without us making money, we cannot survive. So when you talk about the revenue growth, so my idea of growing is, I don't want to say like, I don't want to, I'm not going to say that my goal is to have a private jet. That's not my way of making money. I want to make money. Of course, I have a good life so far, but if something is going to benefit the community and the people, then I'm willing to take out something from me.
Let's just add a few points here. Guys, profit is very important. So just because I said, money is not the primary motivator, don't get me wrong. Profit is very, very important. Organization need to make profit. The health of the organization is directly proportionate to the profit you make. Very, very important. In the absence of any other motivation, money can be a strong motivation. But today we are at a certain stage. Yes, we definitely, as you told, we have a profit goals and orders, but it's not the primary motivation personally for me, because you want to get the business model. I just want to get that point right.
Absolutely. So I don't know if that point was very apparent, right? So for most businesses, right, while profit is critical to their existence and growth, right, there is usually a larger goal at work, right? And the larger goal can be social change. That larger goal can be creating a positive impact on the world, okay? Money is important, right? Money drives the organization's existence, because if you don't have profits, obviously you're not going to be able to sustain your balance sheet, so you need to keep growing. But at the same time, there are also larger goals at work in terms of what drives you to become successful. So I want to change the topic a little bit, okay? So I'm sure there are many people inside this audience here who want to become entrepreneurs, who are probably uncomfortable, who are probably fearful of what it takes to become successful, right? Or maybe there are people here who are already in an entrepreneurial journey, but who now want to go to the next level, right? So given your own successes, okay, what kind of motivations, or what do you see as an essential characteristic for being a good entrepreneur, right? What makes you want to succeed, right? What is the driving force?
Ganesh, I just share 4 points on what can make, these 4 points can make a people to become successful. The first and foremost is desire, okay? It's a starting point of any success. So have a ambition or strong desire. In fact, you have to make your desire into a burning desire. In fact, I suggest a simple technique which you can follow that you can make your desire into burning desire. Whatever you want to achieve in life, write it in a piece of paper, put it in different place. Could be a screen saver, whatever it is. As if it's happened. It's a present continuous statement. Say 5 years from now, I'm running a thing, or 5 years from now, whatever desire you want to have, just make it the present continuous. Just, it should, maybe that should be the first thought in the morning, that should be the last thought in the morning. Convert your desire into burning desire, because you need the energy. The burning desire can give the desire energy for you to put in the required effort on a daily basis. So basically, we should have a burning desire. So the technique, what I said, if you just follow, you can, every day you have to keep, when you get a chance, go through it. So convert to burning desire. That's a point number one. The second is that you should have faith, absolute faith in your desire, that unflinching faith that you will achieve a desire. Because we should not have a doubt. Will I? No. That's it. You will do it. That's the absolute faith required. That's the point number two. The point number three is that backed up by relentless effort. Relentless effort. Day in, day out, relentless effort. So, Sir Isaac Newton says the compound effect is the eighth wonder of the world. What is the compound effect? Something is starting somewhere, small beginning, incremental improvement, sustained over a period of time, will produce a monumental results. So everywhere start small. Okay, starting small, backed up by the relentless, sustained effort, incremental improvement. The over a period of time can achieve the success. So that was the success. The fourth is that the incremental effort, you have to put a smart effort. The smart effort is possible with your learning. So keep learning as part of your life. If you have these four things, burning desire, faith in your desire, relentless effort, improving your competencies by learning. In fact, when I started the venture, I did not have any, I just had only programming was the only understanding I had, nothing else. In fact, I did not know what is the balance sheet, P and recruitment of challenge. I think for me, each and everything, you as a person helped me in a digital market in many areas. Many areas of the business, we didn't have the understanding. What about the effort you put in, continue learning, today help us to become what you are. I'm sure that will help us to become, help us achieve our aspiration. So this follow the four things, then success is guaranteed.
Okay. Thank you, Murugan. What about you, Anita?
So first, you need to be a risk taker. So in my case, I know a lot of people become entrepreneurs right after college, but I didn't become like that. I was working in companies, a lot of companies. We made money, so, but we still have to make money to survive. But at one point, I thought I should quit my job and I should support the development team in India. So we were just trying to build it. And we were living in a white neighborhood. And my neighbors, ladies, were asking me, because I told them, tomorrow onwards, I'm not going to job. I'm going to run my company. So where is the money? There's no money. So I need to make money. So I quit my job in 2012. It was a high-paying job, and I was a development team manager in a good company. So it was difficult also to sit at home and thinking, what am I going to do? But that was a good reflection on me. Like, at least for a few months, I was reflecting, because 20 years I was working. I was, from 20 years onward, 20 years old, I was working in software development. So it was a good thing that I had to stop doing what I was doing and reflect on what happened. And, then I have to start to think about how to make money. So one thing is risk-taking, that you should have. And also then the next one is, I will say, do what you like to do. I did computer engineering in 1988 to 1992. And we were the first batch of computer engineers. And I did it because I liked it, not because it was engineering. I mean, not because my parents told me or anything like that. I did it because I liked it. And I did get into software development because I wanted to. And all those things matter. And like he said, we should have faith. So my neighbors asked me, how are you going? So after 1 year, if you didn't make money, you will go back to work. I said, I will never do that. So that means you'll make money? Yes, I will make money. Do you know how you'll make money? I don't know. I'll figure out. So that's, that people should take that. And of course, the family should support. I had the luxury. Even my parents helped me when I was little, but after that, I got married. So we had a family that I can survive without some salary, but there was no, if you always wanted to have a safety net, if you always wanted to have a government job, or if you always wanted to be in a safety zone, then entrepreneurship, it's not going to happen. You have to get out of that. You have to fall down. You have to make mistakes. And like he said, that it's a learning process also. We made so many mistakes. And we might have lost a lot of money also in that. But those learning process helped us to grow. So,
thank you. So I hope you realize that, right? So like Muruga and Anita was saying, right? So you should have a deep desire, right? You should have faith. You should have the belief that success is going to happen, right? And then you got to have relentless effort, right? And you're going to make mistakes along the way, right? There's going to be a ton of mistakes that we're all going to make, but we shouldn't allow those mistakes to stop us. We should keep moving forward, and we should keep working on trying to scale up. And I think those are good lessons over there. I have one more question taking off from that, okay? When you're a startup, okay, or when you're just starting off, right, the drivers, right, what motivates you, what makes you tick is your focus areas are, how do I make money, right? How do I survive, right? So the focus areas are very different in our minds, okay? But then when you're not thinking starting up, but when you're now thinking scale up, right? When you're now moving to the next level of the organization, right? When you're pushing it, let's say to 1000C, 2000C, right? When you have that kind of vision, right? So how does your thinking change in terms of the things that you need to focus on as compared to being a startup?
There are 3 stages of evolution in the life of entrepreneurs. Doing it by yourself, that's a stage 1. Getting it done is a stage 2. And the third stage, it's influencing others to do it and all. So I think every stage you need to evolve. So if you continue to be a doer, we can't scale up. So we are at a stage where I'm on the third stage where I need to influence, I need to create a culture of, as it was innovation, come with ideas, play a large role influencer, but again, continue to play some role in those are my strengths, continue to play a certain area where I get deeply involved, but we are the third stage of influencing people to get it done rather than doing it by yourself or telling people what to do and all. So I think people need to, when you want to scale up, we have to move to this. Yeah. It depends on the organization's stage and size.
Great answer, Muruga. What about you, Anita?
So what were you asking? Did you ask about what we focus on the money part or?
No,
just...
so when you're a startup, right? And when you're really creating something out of nothing, right? Your focus tends to be on mortality, on survival, right? You're creating cash flows, right? You're focusing on your balance sheet, right? You're getting your initial sustainable systems going, right? But then there is a stage of your organization where you're looking at scaling, right? So when you're looking at scaling, how does your thought process change? What are the drivers of scale, right? What are the things that as the CEO and the founder of an organization you're focused on to help you scale as compared to when you're just starting off?
So main thing is money. We need money to scale, so increase the revenue. And so more time needs to be, we have to streamline our thought process and time that we spend on what is more important. So we have to prioritize what is more important on a daily basis also. So I would say money is the way to scale.
Got it. So we have 7 minutes, so we'll wrap up. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm looking at the time, Muruga. Okay. So you are now. So I don't know if you people understood what they were saying, right? So initially you are talking about Muruga had this beautiful example where he said initially you do it, right? Then you get it done. Then you influence the doers to do it, right? So there are 3 stages of evolution in that journey, right? When you're going from startup to scale up, okay? So now that you're no longer constrained by hopefully, right, by capital constraints, right, by the short-term monetary constraints and things like that, okay, what are the other constraints that you feel you have, right, or what are the challenges that you face? Is it human capital, right? Is it brand, right? Is it marketing, right? What else are the factors that you're focusing on to help you create scale?
I remember meeting Nandan Nilagani, had a one-to-one conversation. In fact, I asked him to write his piece of advice. This is what he wrote and gave to me. The size of imaginations and the execution. These are 2 things. So one is that our imaginations and speed of execution are the 2 constraining factors. So as an organization, definitely have the huge aspirations, dreams. It's an ongoing journey. So for us, yeah, it's capital not a constraint. You have the strong leaders. It's more of coming with ideas and executing these ideas, transforming those ideas into successful, increase the velocity. So we definitely feel as an organization which has created the online matrimony, transform the way people find a life in India. I think that one thing can definitely, our team can credit for it. We completely transformed the entire matchmaking industry. Today, we're the top of the pyramid for elite matrimony. Last year launched Todi, matchmaking app for non-degree holders. So as a company, we created various categories of matchmaking, segmented horizontally, vertically. We transformed the matchmaking thing. But I feel that we still believe long way to go, lot to achieve in all those things. I think the size of imagination and speed of execution, both are the important factor. Yes, we have the imagination thing is there. We have aspiration, imagination. It's a more of executing speed of the executions and transforming ideas into results. That's what I feel. Yeah, it's happening. I wish it can happen, faster. Ideas there, but it takes time. Transform idea into results. It takes time. I wish when a magic man. Okay, boom. Okay, it's become 1,000 crore business. We know ideas are there. It's going to translate results, but it takes its time and effort and all that. So I know it's going to happen, but it has to. You have to give the time and time record in order, because when it is organized certain scale and size, the ability to move diversity will be very wide. We are at a certain stage. Maybe 10 years down the line, maybe you can branch too many things, too many of ideas can become successful. It's a journey for us. Yeah.
Got it. So Anita, what about you? So in addition to money, what are the other challenges you see?
Yeah, the main challenge that we see here is the manpower. We are not able to get the right fit, the right personnel for the right job. So we have difficulty in basically hiring, keeping them, and training them. And I mean, we do have a big training process as part of our hiring. We have a training department, but still there are a lot of problems. And also the main, another issue is like communication and the culture of how things work in India and other countries are different. So we have to be aware of all those. COVID time came, everybody was working from home, and in America there was not an issue. Like all the infrastructure was there, and people started working from home without any issues. India, it was a big problem. Even now, it's a problem. And the day-to-day issues, like it's different how things have to be handled very delicately. Like people will take time off by saying, my neighbors, somebody is passed away. So, but that will affect the client or the deadline. So the culture definitely needs to be taken into account, and also how we pay them. Probably the main thing is the manpower. How we need to tell the colleges how to train them. How to give them education so that we can give good jobs, and they should be able to help us grow.
Got it. So I'm going to end this session with one last question. So if each of you people have to give one message for young entrepreneurs and upcoming business people in the audience, what do you think it will be?
It cannot be any other time in India. It's a phenomenal opportunity in front of us. Country is poised for a phenomenal growth. Leverage this opportunity in front of us. Country going to grow. Huge opportunity in front of us. It's time.
Thank you, Muruga. What about you, Anita? One message for the audience, entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I would say follow your dreams. And there are a lot of, like you said, there are a lot of opportunities. And just be bold and take the first step, and things will come in your way. So let's have some faith in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks,
Thank you.
I got a notice in front of me saying time's up, so I'm going to wrap up. I hope this session was useful for you folks, right? Here are two hugely successful entrepreneurs, right? They face their own challenges in their life journey and they've been very successful. If you guys want to talk to them about scaling up your respective organizations or ask them about the challenges that you're facing, they're going to be available offline. So we'll take questions offline, right? Please feel free to reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We request the dignitaries to stay on the dais, please. Let's give a round of applause, and the takeaways would definitely be very, very useful. We saw about the different working styles that individuals have, faith and whatnot. Now we would request Thiru S. Kribanandam, General Manager. We request the dignitaries to stay on the dais, please. We now request Thiru S. Kribanandam, General Manager, Finance and Accounts, ELCOT, to be on the stage and felicitate Mr. Murugavel Janakiraman, immediate past Chairman, CII Zone, and founder and CEO of Matrimony.com. Let's give a round of applause, please. Now let's welcome Mr. Ganesh N. Mandalam, CEO, Zerago, India. Now let's welcome CEO of Kissflow, Mr. Suresh Sambandam, to be on stage and present a memento to Ms. Anita Selvin. Let's give a round of applause, please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the dignitaries on the dais.
Mine is next session, right?
Now we will have 2 minutes of time to start the next session. It's keynote on building global champions. And we already have Mr. Suresh Sambandam, CEO, Kissflow. Let's give it a minute to start the session.
Can you just leave this here?
Mr. Suresh Sambandam, CEO of Kislo, as everybody knows, is going to give a keynote on building global champions. Indian companies in many sectors, such as IT services, have shown the ability to create global champions. This session, we will explore the best practices adopted by leading players for creating global business and what it takes to cater to global customers. It will also cover the implications on business model, workforce, and culture to create a global enterprise. Sir, the dais is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Although the topic says something and the description, I'm going to sort of talk about what we can do to build global brands in Tamil Nadu. It's a little bit tweak on what has been put out there in the agenda, so kindly bear with me on that. I believe, meaning, நம்மலாம் ஒரு தலைநிமிர் காலத்தில் வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு நான் சொல்லுவேன். ஏன் அப்படி சொல்கிறேன்னா, தமிழ்நாடு வந்து இந்தியாவிலே we are not like the number 3 state or number 2 state. We are actually the number 1 state in the country. And we all should be super proud about that, because we contribute 11%. We have 30 states in the country and we contribute 11% to the overall GDP of the country. And from a GDP terms, we are second largest, but actually in my own view, I actually believe if you do the accounting correctly, we'll be the number 1 GDP as well, because all the companies' headquarters are in Mumbai, right? And the accountings are done in Mumbai, and the Bombay Stock Exchange is in Mumbai. And you appropriate all those accounting properly to respective states, Tamil Nadu will actually be the number 1 state even in GDP terms. And a lot of people do not, generally we think that Maharashtra is the most industrialized state or Gujarat is the most industrialized state, but actually the most industrialized state in the country is Tamil Nadu. We actually have 17% of the entire country's industries in the state, okay? And I don't think many of us know it, especially the youth doesn't know it. Somehow youth is stuck in the WhatsApp forwards, so we need to see how to get out of that. Why I talk about this, I'll go into global brands quickly, but I think it's important to set the baseline understanding of where Tamil Nadu industrial position is. Entire country's leather, we make 50%. 50% of the entire country's leather. We make 30% of the entire auto manufacturing in the country. I'm not talking about anything like entire country. We make 19% of the entire textiles. We make 18% of the entire electronics in the entire country. Entire heavy machinery, Tamil Nadu alone makes 15%. Meaning these are all really massive numbers. I'm just giving you some really macro numbers so that you can get a perspective. So that's economy, right? Why I say Tamil Nadu is number 1? Second is education. The India's average, we double India's average in terms of education. We double. It's not like 10%, 20%, we double. And we do better than America. America's gross enrollment ratio is 41% and Tamil Nadu is 51%, which is really, really high. And China is 43, okay? So we are benchmarking ourselves not against poor states of India, but we are actually benchmarking ourselves against America and China and those kind of developed states, developed countries. So that's really where Tamil Nadu is heading, okay? That's why I say it's Thalai Nimir Kalam. Healthcare, World Health Organization talks about 1 doctor per 1,000 people. Tamil Nadu has 1 doctor per 250 people. That is 4 times better than the world average. That's 4 times better than the world average, right? And you see like where Gujarat stands and where Uttar Pradesh stands. I think it's very important to take these messages out there to the youth. And we are one of the richest state, right? And we are the most inclusive state. The only state doesn't have a caste surname behind our names. The only state in the entire country. And Tamil Nadu's economic growth is built on top of social revolution. It is not pure money. It is social inclusion, and social revolution is the foundation on top of which Tamil Nadu's economic growth is built. And that's very, very, very different than any other state. And that's something that we need to be very clear. And Tamil Nadu has the highest middle class population in the entire country. The reason America is rich is not because they have rich people. The reason America is big because 80% of the people are middle class, and Tamil Nadu is 57% is middle class. 57%, highest concentration of middle class in the entire country. Tamil Nadu no longer lives in villages. We are not a rural state. 60% of people live in urban centers. So we have to keep all these things in mind. This is like the union government has published something called Sustainable Development Goals. There are 16 of them. And if you see, Tamil Nadu is the #1 position. We have all 12 greens, 3 yellows, and 1 red. And literally, this is like, I'm not saying this. This is a more comprehensive, meaningful assessment done by union government, right? It's taken from Niti Aayog website. So it's not like I'm saying it. So where are we headed? We are headed from the current $310 billion to a $1 trillion. So when I put out this $1 trillion vision in 2018, I first thought it's like a distant dream, and people laughed at it, right? You know, what is this $1 trillion dream? You know, it's like India itself is looking at $3 trillion, and how can Tamil Nadu do $1 trillion? And then the new government comes in 2021 and makes it an official mission of Tamil Nadu. By 2030, we'll actually make it a $1 trillion economy. And that's really what we are talking about here. And how do we get there? See, this $1 trillion challenge is not a very easy challenge. If you really look at it, before this government came in, the industry was growing at only 10%, roughly 10.92% at financial year 2021. And at that time, when I extrapolated, it was supposed to grow at 15% CAGR, which means roughly 40% increase in growth. You know, like, you just think about it. At a $300 billion base, you got to increase 40% more growth is not an easy target. And you know what is the current CAGR? It is already 13.8. We are already, like, from 10.9, we are already in 13.8. We are getting closer to the 15% number. And in 10 years from now, it doesn't no longer look like a distant dream. $1 trillion definitely looks like something that we can hit it, right? But then the only way, in my view, we can hit it is through mass entrepreneurship. And that's very, very important. And luckily, there are a lot of entrepreneurship that's happening. I think I talk about Tamil Nadu's transition as many steps. Like when Kamaraj came in, he added education for the primary education. And Kalaignar and MGR came in and they added the higher education. Right? And then we also invested in social justice. Of course, most of these people are building on the foundation of what great leaders like Periyar did, right? And if you fast forward that, we created a lot of IT jobs, technology jobs, because in 2000, we were the first state to form an IT policy when the government of India did not even have a policy. Tamil Nadu had an IT policy. And that is why all the Tamil youth are getting IT jobs, right? And we have the highest gross enrollment ratio, which means we graduate 1.5 lakh engineers every year. And we need to find jobs to them. So the next logical masterstroke for us is to see how to get entrepreneurship into the main stage. And that's a big paradigm shift that we need to invest on. And that is what I think Tamil Nadu is heading towards. I want to quote 2 examples. It's not like we are not doing good business here. We're doing good business, but we are not building brands. I wanted to give you these examples here. Like if you take Jockey and Haynes, these are 2 big brands in America. Together they make $7 billion in revenue, which is 50,000 crores. Just 2 companies which makes jetty, okay? Seriously. And 50,000 crores. And you know what? The sad point is, இது எல்லாமே கோயம்புத்தூர்லயும் திருப்பூர்லயும் ஹொசூர்லயும் நாம தான் தயாரிக்கிறோம். ஆனா பேர் மாத்திரம் சட்டை நம்ம தயாரிக்கிறது பேரு அவனுக்கு. அந்த மாதிரி, like we make all these products, but the brand value is attributed towards the brands which own that. So we need to transition from a service provider mindset to a product owner or a brand owner, because the brand is the one that captures the value. If you're a service provider, you just get the money, right? A classic example is you can see in the IT industry. See, you have TCS, Cognizant, Wipro, and all these services companies, right? So what is the difference between services and product? Is, for example, if you earn 1 rupee in a services company, the value of that is 2 or 3 rupees. In a services company, if you earn 1 rupee, the value of that is 2 to 3. It's like 2 to 3x multiple, they call it. But if you earn 1 rupee in a product company, the value of that is 10 to 15 times. So the reason why we need to build product or brands is because the value created by product companies are easily 10 times higher than the services companies. And until like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we only had IT companies which are service providing companies in India. And it's the first time in the last 5 years, global brands have emerged. Like if you take Zoho, Freshworks, ChargeBee, and luckily all these IT brands are in Chennai. That's why we call Chennai as the SaaS capital of India. For the first time, we moved away from Bangalore, and then we have something positioned in Chennai to be proud of, right? And that is happening right here under our nose. And this kind of product story is super possible. And I'll tell you Kissflow as one of the stories, right? We built a global brand for software in Chennai. We have a customer in 160 countries sitting in Chennai. If it is possible for me, it is possible for every single one of you, right? And we did it through digital, and we got really big brands who are using our product, like Philips, like Flipkart, like Airbus, like, you know, name it. Like some of these brands you may not know, some of the other brands you would know. So this is possible. Now, how do we do this to Tamil Nadu as a whole? I've been writing about this consistently to building an inclusive Tamil Nadu by including all the districts in the Tamil Nadu into this growth story. It is not sufficient that we build it only in Chennai, only in Coimbatore, only in Madurai. That would be an injustice to the rest of the people living in the state. So every district has to have a fair share in the Tamil Nadu's trillion-dollar growth story. But there are a ton of ideas. You know, I'm writing every week in a series called Kanavu series. If you have time, just go ahead and read it. I'll give you a few examples from that to clearly give you what is possible. For example, this is Kanavu Viluppuram. In Viluppuram district, 330,000 tons of peanuts have been produced. And we know what we do with the peanuts. But the thing is, what we do with the husk, the wastage of the peanuts, that can be converted into what is called as a hydrogen power plant. I've written about that. It may not be a huge, multi-ton, multi-megawatt project, but it is possible to produce electricity right out of the husk of the peanuts that we produce just in the Viluppuram district. We talked about how Hosur can become a model city like Sejong in South Korea, right? This was the city that was before it was become a special city status. We talked about how Hosur can become a special city status with autonomous power, so that because it is situated right next to Bangalore, which means it can take away a lot of that, because 30% of IT talent working in Bangalore is basically Tamils, right? And we are really not leveraging that. Those revenues are not getting even accounted in the Tamil economy. It's getting accounted in some other economy, right? We need to take advantage of that. So, and there is a potential to put a EV park and robotics and AI park in basically in Hosur, because that's the cluster potentially we can do, because Hosur is also famous for automobile manufacturing center, because we have TVS and other big automobile. Now we have also Ola Auto. And if you take Tirunelveli, there is huge wind power. But we have to put a green data center, and like cloud computing is the #1 thing. There is an opportunity to put a massive green data center, because we have both atomic power, which is near Kudangulam, and we also have the wind power in Tirunelveli. And there is also, since there are so many windmills in Tirunelveli, we can also invest in a windmill component manufacturing facility. Just like how the motor industry exists in Coimbatore, we can actually make a windmill industry or component industry in Tirunelveli, which is deep south, right? And Tirunelveli and those southern states are one of the neglected states in the state, right? So we need to really invest in all of those stuff. And they also have a very, very interesting cookware industry. We are making this kind of cookware today, which is very classical. But what we need to do is, we need to do designer, but not just designer, we need to do smart cookware. And this cookware industry is not a very simple industry. It is a 250,000 crore industry. And Tamil Nadu alone can do 20,000 crores in that industry. And there is a huge opportunity there. Today we make biscuits and murukku like the way it is there on the left-hand side. But we need to make millet-based idli, dosa batter the way it is branded on the right side. This is a big difference between creating services and creating products. Left side is like service. Right side is like products. Okay? And you can see the difference. We make legium. Like for example, in Tiruvannamalai, there is huge herbs. Medicinal herbs are there because of the mountains around Tirunamalai. But then we take those herbs and make legium in these kind of bottles. But what we should be making is actually branded products like Live 52 from the Kiranalli. Kiranalli is the actual herb. From there we make Live 52, but then they brand it. Once they brand it, it's proven, and people buy it in volumes, and then you get a tremendous amount of value. You talk about the 10x multiple, and that's what happens through this, right? We take nungu and make a syrup like this. This is how we sell nungu today. But if you look at lychee juice, we buy lychee juice in the supermarket in a branded way like this. But why nungu is not? Nungu is much better than lychee juice, but it has not gone there. But because we lack this brand perspective, right? So that's very, very important. Today we are selling palm candy like the way it is in the left-hand side, but what we should be selling is like dark chocolate. The way they sell dark chocolate today, right? It is branding, it is positioning, it is creating productization. And these are the global brands that we can build right out of Tamil Nadu, right? And we can create exponential value creation, because this palm candy, you will sell 1 kilo for like 150 rupees, 200 rupees. But that one, 50 grams you will sell for, I just bought a dark chocolate, 85% dark chocolate, 50 grams is 335 rupees, just 50 grams. So selling 1 kilo for 150 or 200 versus selling 50 grams for 335 rupees. See the value creation difference, and that's what branding and productization does. So invest in branding and productization. That's how we build global brands. When I was writing, the first district I took was Ramanathapuram. Because Ramanathapuram na dandanana thannila kaadu nenichi first thooki adipanga appdi solluvaanga. So let's talk about Ramanathapuram. But to my surprise, Ramanathapuram is not a desert, okay? It is actually a well-developed state. It's just that in our perception, we believe like, Ramanathapuram is underdeveloped. It's like always thinking Tamil Nadu or Kudigara state, Tamil Nadu வந்து ரொம்ப corruption அதிகம் அப்படின்ற மைண்டில் இருக்கு. But it is not true. Tamil Nadu is not the most drunkard state. It is below number 10. If you take all the states in Tamil Nadu and then rank it, we are not the most drunkard state. We are actually somewhere in the 10th position. And if you take the most corrupt state, again we are in the 10th position. We are not like number 1. But somehow the narrative has been put in our mind that we are like bad in all these things. But of course, even in 10th position is not good. We need to go to probably the last position or even 0. But the point is, Ramanathapuram is not a bad district. There are a lot of resources in Ramanathapuram, right? There is a special kind of chili in Ramanathapuram. I don't know the name, but I forgot. 12,000 tons, huh? And the chili, it's a special chili. They grow 12,000 tons in a year. The thing is, we are selling chili like molagatul. But what we should be selling is like Tabasco sauce, which is a small pencil-like chili sauce that goes along with pizzas when you buy pizzas. And this small chili sauce pencil is like 100 ml, and it will probably be 300 rupees. But molagatul you won't sell for 100 ml for 300 rupees. But you know how much money this company, this single company makes? 12,000 crores. And the idea was to see how we can build a Tabasco sauce kind of a brand and a product right there in Ramanathapuram and give jobs and industrial growth, as well as give more value to the farmers who are producing those chili. And these opportunities are right there under our nose, and we are not being able to take advantage of these opportunities. And this is where the youth should be investing their time. Of course, finally I want to go to my home district, which is Kadalur. We sell palapalam like this, but what we should be selling is a Tropicana juice in palapalam. That's what we should be doing, right? And we make in Kadalur district, we make 4 lakh tons of mundri palam. And all the fruit gets wasted. Only the nut is saved. Fruit, if you go to Kadalur, you can see on the streets, it will be on the left-hand side of the road and the right-hand side of the road, mundri palam chumma potu vechirupanga. But what we can do, of course, is make a feni, right? But alcohol is a very touchy-feely subject in Tamil Nadu. But when I proposed the idea, I said we will install fully like an SEZ zone where this whole thing goes. We'll make international quality liquor like the way they do tequila, and then fully export it. Don't sell anything in India, anything in Chennai. Because if you sell something in Chennai, people will simply criticize it, right? Don't sell anything in Chennai. Even if you have to drink, let us go buy an imported version of the same product and use it here. So that's really what I propose there, because I don't want to get into the political issues here, but the farmers are losing the value from this. That's a lot of money. Actually, it's more money than the nuts. That's the crazy part. You can make more money from the fruit than the nuts if you can allow this, right? So, and then NLC la enna aichina, they have 10,000 acres of land after taking the lignite, and it's a waste. It's like this. They don't know what to do with this. So what I was saying is, why don't we put vetiver? You just put vetiver on this, and vetiver oil is the base oil for every single perfume that you use today. If you're buying any perfume, the base oil, if you buy a rose perfume, the base oil is 90% vetiver oil and 5% is the rose essence or whatever it is. So, and 1 liter of vetiver oil goes into thousands of rupees. It's not a cheap product, it's the most expensive product. And we can make it, right? So basically, if you have to make Tamil Nadu proud, we need to build brands. And this is the brand that we have. We have like brands like Avin, Arun Ice Cream, Kissflow, Naturals, Kevin Care, Bharat Matrimony. These are the brands that we have. Ramaraj Cotton, Achi Masala, Sakshi Masala. Some are regional brands, which is mostly Tamil Nadu or South India. Some are national brands, like TVS is a national brand. But there are only a few brands which are global. And most of these brands which are global are really software companies like Zoho or Kissflow or Freshworks. And consumers don't know it. Kissflow, our customers know it because we are in the B2B space. But if you go walk across the street and ask anybody out there, they won't know Kissflow because an ordinary person doesn't know Kissflow, right? But we need to build those consumer brands from Tamil Nadu. And today we have only 150 brands in Tamil Nadu. And the beauty is these 150 brands already create roughly 10 lakh direct jobs and 50 lakh indirect jobs. This is, on the left-hand side is the current situation. These 150 brands create 10 lakh direct jobs and roughly 50 lakh indirect jobs. And somehow we can roughly map 25% of this $300 billion GDP comes from these brands. The only way for us to fast track and get to the $1 trillion GDP is to go from this 150 brands that we have today to a 500 brand, which will essentially create 50 lakh jobs, which is, you can correlate this to the GR number I talked about. The GR number, which is basically at 51%, which means those so many people need jobs. We need to create this. If you don't create this, those people will get really pissed off, right? Because we educated them. They are all engineers. They are all studying something amazing stuff, right? And this is our fast track way to get into the $1 trillion vision and making Tamil Nadu proud. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
So we request you to stay on the dais, please.
Oh, how did you come with this Kissflow name? It's very unique, right? You never asked it.
Actually,
I always used to wonder.
KISS stands for Keep It Simple, Stupid. So the idea was, so we were creating a product which is a workflow product. So we codenamed it Flow. But then Flow is so small, you can't get a domain name, you can't get a brand name, you can't get a trademark. So you need to attach something to it to make it unique. So we were always thinking about what do we attach. And then someone in my company came up with this idea called KISS principle, Keep It Simple, Stupid. You can Google for it, it's in Wikipedia. So the KISS principle's origin traces back to World War II. So they were shipping ammunitions to soldiers who are fighting the war, and they will just drop it from the aeroplane. It will land to the soldiers, and they need to assemble it and then start using the equipment. And the assembling process needs to be so simple that it is like fitting a Lego block. It cannot require complex setup process. So you drop it, get the package, you just put everything together. Even like a stupid person should be able to assemble it. So it is keep it simple, stupid. So the simplicity was our core value, and we basically called it Kissflow because of that. I hope you got that. Thank you. Yes. No, I'm only talking about Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is not a poor developing country. Tamil Nadu is actually a developed state. Okay. You get your data correct, sir.
Let us be honest.
Okay, can we go to the next question, please?
We need to implement stringent control. Only then we'll really a developed country.
No, sir. Actually, I want to start with a positive mindset.
I'm not.
Okay, it's very important for growth. You need to shun down the negativity. You can build a lot more.
Reality.
No, it's no.
No.
I beg
Let
to
us go forward,
but
we need to be very.
We can talk offline.
No.
Okay.
Let us be honest.
Sure. Okay, guys. Anything?
Thank you, sir, for enthusiastically taking questions.
Somebody wants a question there. Yep.
Hello. Good morning. A quick question. You've been talking to a lot of events like this.
Hello. Excuse me, sir.
Hello. Yeah, it's
please,
working.
please.
It's working.
So,
yeah.
You go to these kind of events a lot across the globe, US, anywhere. So what kind of impact these kind of events will make?
See, actually, when I was part of the minister is not there here, I think so. So we were part of imagining this Umagine project. The idea, one of the things that we put out is if Tamil Nadu has to get to the $1 trillion vision, multiple things needs to happen. One is the startups, another one is inclusive growth at the district level. All these things needs to happen. In addition to that, a brand image of Tamil Nadu has to be uplifted. So we need to make Tamil Nadu as like a dream Tamil Nadu, right? Like a dream destination, right? So that dream destination is really what we are trying to do. And Umagine project is essentially to showcase not just to ourselves. I think the first thing is, like the gentleman other time talked about, we need to course correct our own mindsets, our own negativity. We need to start out with a positive foundation. I have a lot more belief in our youth than the older generation has belief in the youth. And they basically think the youth are all drunkards and they are all drinking and wasting time. 5% of the people are doing it. Remaining 95%, why are you just killing the motivation for the remaining 95% for the 5% of the people who are doing that? People are starting with this whole negative mindset. So this Umagine product first establishes the positivity for ourselves, then for the rest of the states within India, and then for the global world. I think we have achieved that to some extent in this session, but I think the next year it needs to go to a much bigger global scale. That's really what I mean.
Thank you, sir, for enthusiastically taking questions. And we would like you to stay back as we want to felicitate you. I would like to welcome Thiru Shantakumar, DRO, TNEGA, to present a memento to Mr. Suresh Samandam, CEO, Kislo. Let's give a round of applause, please. Thank you, dignitaries on dais, and thank you, sir, for an amazing session. Up next, we have keynote on inclusive learning equals to inclusive growth by Srimati Shivashankar, CVP and Global Head, EdTech Services Business, HCL Technologies. Let's put our hands together and welcome our speaker.
Can you hear me? Am I audible enough? Yeah. Good afternoon. Let the crowd settle down, and then I will talk. Suresh, thank you so much for that invigorating speech. I think he spoke about what it needs to get branding done. So the next few minutes, I'm actually going to tell all of us, if you have to brand yourself, you need to be competent. Without competence, there's nothing like branding, right? So I'm going to spend a little more time on how you can focus on competency. What should enterprises educational institutions and individuals in this room actually need to focus on in the coming years. I'm given 30 minutes, but I'll speak only for 15 minutes. In the next 15 minutes, I actually want to leave the floor for a lot of questions. The more you ask, it's better for me, because I know I get intelligent and I get to be a better person when I start answering questions with a lot of clarity. So I welcome a lot of questions after my first 15 minutes of speech. You know, from morning, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about technology is going to change a lot of people's lives. I heard a lot of people talk about inclusive growth, whether it be our finance minister, our IT minister, and all the keynote speakers, including the gentleman who spoke just before me saying that why it's important to get out and discover ourselves. But at the same time, we just forget, if you have to do all this, there's something called the human capital development. It is very important. Everyone says 51% of Tamil Nadu is going towards higher education, but somewhere yesterday in the meeting, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan also mentioned only 46% of our youth at any point in time are also employable. So there is a big gap, especially when you look at numbers, there is a big gap in terms of making people employable and sustainable in the coming years. So recently in the World Economic Forum, there was this alarming statistics. I just want you to be aware and be aware. It's very important. About 1 billion jobs worldwide is going to be impacted by technology. In fact, I always make fun at home. I have a maid and she has 3 phones. And I'm a CVP and I have only 1 mobile phone. She has 3 phones. 2 phones gifted free of cost, 1 phone because she needs to have it for her ration card. The other 2 phones, I ask her, what do you do? And she says, Madam, I watch a lot of TikTok videos. So technology adoption comes in many ways. So the adoption is going to change, and how you really need to enable the adoption of technology to the last mile is going to be very, very interesting. That's why probably for the first time in the World Economic Forum, they have a separate vertical on skilling. And most of the companies worldwide have decided to actually put in money. And I just want you to pay attention to some of the concepts that I'm going to talk. For some of you, what I say today will be like, I've heard this before. For some of you in this room, it would be more like, hey, what do I do with it? For some of you, it might be like, this is very complex. It has to be complex. I am going to leave a lot of complex concepts with you today. It's up to you to actually take a little bit of this complexity and trying to unwind when you leave the room. A lot about inclusion, intuition, and integrity. I want to talk about these 3 I's, especially for people who are looking for jobs, the corporates, and the various other educational institutions you see here. There's going to be a huge shift from education to competency. So if you want diverse people in this room to adopt technology, adopt IT, right? See, I'm in edutech business. I build platforms. I build products. When I say I need to actually look at an inclusive platform for education, I don't really, or employment, I don't look at the background education of people. I need to actually focus on how I can build job competencies. So if any of you are startups in this room and you're focusing on building platforms for training and skilling, keep in mind, you need to focus on competencies, not focus on skilling. If you focus on skilling, your platforms will die. That's why you find that even this morning I got up and one of the largest and the oldest skilling organization is now being bought by Byju's, right? So there are a lot of changes that happen. You cannot sustain if you're really looking at your skilling platform to focus on pure education. At the same time, to all the educational institutions in this room, do not focus on degrees. Focus on competencies of individuals that you're really going to invest on. To all the students in the room, don't look only at degrees. You need to look at what is that I have actually taken with me as competencies to build my own brand, to build my own individual brand when I leave the college. So that's important. The second is intuition. I'm saying this in this forum with a very specific reasons. Everyone seems to be worried about ChatGPT. Everyone is talking about AI, ML, asking what is that's going to happen to the human capital. Please understand the human capital development will never get disrupted by artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligent machines actually make you think more like a human. And it's important that without human, these AI are not going to exist. You coexist, that's important. And therefore, when you build platforms for skilling, platforms for education, even if education companies now want to look at what is that I have to do beyond preparing students for degree, don't be dependent on AI much. Don't be dependent on ML much. AI and ML can never replace teachers. Please remember that. AI and ML should never replace teachers. So if corporates decide to bring automation and have an automated ChatGPT to start teaching students, it's stupid. So please do not get into that rhythm at all, and we don't need to ape the West. India is a place which is known for gurukulams. Stick to that, and we will all function better, and we will sustain for lifelong. The third part is very, very important. When we talk about a lot of women in technology, people with disabilities need to be absorbed. Oh, Tamil-speaking kids from the rural area need to get into jobs. And if companies start looking at all of this as a CSR program, we will never sustain. So any learning which is oriented towards CSR, please don't sign up, because it's a waste of time. Somebody is spending money on philanthropy and somebody is not actually taking it to the closure. So any of this inclusion program, if it is part of business, and the business is driving education, business is driving skilling, then please enroll and please adopt, because the company is serious about spending a bit of every money. It is also tracking the returns on investment, and therefore it is a very, very serious business. So when I say inclusive growth equals inclusive development, only if the development is going to be measured as a return on investment, then it makes sense for any of us to get enrolled into anything called skilling. Do not go into much of free skilling, because it is not going to be determined by the last mile job readiness or you actually getting employed with any organization. There is a very interesting concept that we have bought in HCL, and all of you must be wondering what is there on the right-hand side of the top. It's the Career Shaper. The platform, the education platform, I would call it as the skilling and the assessment platform, the learning and assessment platforms that we are running as a business is called Career Shaper. Well, the name says it all. The gentleman before me actually spoke to you about branding and what the brand stands for. So I don't really need to explain to you what Career Shaper means. But I want you to talk a little bit about the skill mesh. This morning, actually, Dr. PTR sir talked about fungibility. I don't know whether you really took that minute to understand, and also said that when the West did not survive pandemic, we did. That's because we were a lot more fungible. We all need to start focusing on skills which are fungible. Our skilling must be fungible. The jobs are changing every day. You get up in the morning, the technology is changing. You come and sit in front of your machine, there is a new Java version coming. Whether you're a product enhancement, or you're a product programmer, or you're actually a product developer, or you're a cloud engineer, there seems to be a new cloud version coming in every day, right? So you need to be fungible. Your competencies must be fungible. One of the reasons why I have put this skill mesh is, if you see in the center, the black stuff that you see there is a job description of a developer. In any organizations worldwide, you have a choice of going vertically up or horizontally down. So if you do not have a competency baseline in your company, or if any of you in your education institutions do not understand how these competency baseline need to happen as part of the skill mesh, you will still continue to have the industry academia gaps. the students will still have a problem of getting into the companies and again sitting another 90 to 120 days on bench and trying to say what is that we need to do next. Anyone who is with 2 to 5 years of experience in the industry want to do what is next, cross-selling, upskilling with vertical domains, you need to understand what it takes to be part of the skill mesh journey. So when we started the Career Shaper platform, the first thing we did was to get into the skill mesh for over 120 jobs across 5 different tech verticals. When I talk about technology today, all of you in the room should remember something. We are becoming more and more interdisciplinary in technology. For example, let us take an example of IoT. And IoT is a great combination of telecom engineering and IT skills. You need all three to become an IoT product expert. There's a lot of interdisciplinary, interfunctionality, interdomain that is coming into technology today. So when the government says we are going to take the network to the last mile and even have the young people in the last mile in these rural villages to adopt technology, it is again interdisciplinary. So most of the jobs today are becoming very interdisciplinary, right? So we have skill mesh for over about 150 jobs today, whether it is digital, cybersecurity, cloud, engineering, and others. I think it's important that you understand vertical. Jobs are also becoming, all the verticals are also becoming what I call as mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. Skills are getting to be collectively exhaustive, right? So when we talk about immersive learning, how do we actually have people to get hands-on training? It is getting exhaustive. That's why I encourage all of you in this room to think of the Apprenticeship Act, the apprentice policy that the government has brought in, seriously. I think that will help a lot of youngsters in this room to get an early on attention into the companies with the right skills. Get ready, your skill mesh will also get expanded, right? So when we look at the Future Work program, I think one of the things that we have done in HCL Tech as part of the EduTech platform is that we do have Futurum, which is part of the First Careers program. We have something called Switch. I'll tell you what the Switch is. We just forget that there are a whole lot of students from commerce, accounting, and humanities background who would also want to switch. A lot of BPO people today, after 4 or 5 years of experience, want to move to technology. It is easy. We do have those career tracks because we understand skill mesh very well. Most importantly, many women also want to restart their careers. This is the right time. I did talk about it yesterday with Shireen Bantu, and she and I said, this is time for India to wake up and bring women, lots of women who have retreated over the period of time on how we can get them restarted. And inclusive learning, about 30 to 14% of our eligible group today are people with disabilities, and we haven't really looked at them in the way that we should. So in inclusive, any platform, this is a request to anyone who is into product development in this room today. When you develop something, please look at it from the accessibility perspective. I was evaluating a company last week because they wanted some investments. So when I looked at the entire platform, the platform had everything, but I just asked, is your platform accessible? The guy was shocked. He said, no ma'am, it's not. Then I said, you have actually taken away 50% of my customers by not making my platform inclusive. As part of ESG, every organization in the world is getting committed to such inclusive development. So you want to sell, you want to grow, you want to really get investment, become much, much more ESG compliant. So as part of this, many of these have been taught to you in many of your forums, but it's very important for you to know that unless otherwise you do your competency baseline and getting your concepts right and having an immersive learning. When I say immersive learning, it must be tech domain learning. If you do not do your projects which are closer to retail, healthcare, or you're looking at manufacturing to get ready for an industry 4.0, it is going to be a problem. So much of the platforms today please, I want you to focus on this particular one-liner I say. Much of the learning platforms you see in the market disseminates learning. It's like a voice box sending you, micro learning. That's why 8% of you actually complete such e-learning and you get a certificate and you're not job ready. You need to look for platforms that will help a learner to assimilate competencies to become job ready. So there's going to be a shift from just learning through micro learning to acquiring competencies through learning. So that must be the focus in the coming years. And one of the things that we have done from the Career Shaper platform is to get more and more into this. So I'm just going to stop here. I'm just going to leave the room with any questions that you may have, and I will take on, because I did say 15 minutes, and that's exactly. Yes, sir. A mic here, please. I see a lot of questions. Looks like everyone has gone for a coffee break. Yes, sir, you can ask. And we need more mics here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Santosh. It's really nice, your presentation. We really enjoyed. So I'm a regular, in many of the conferences. My question, although I don't know whether it's relevant, you can answer. So you guys have SSN, the engineering college where you educate, engineering degree and masters. And I know you are starting primary education. Recently, I think you're coming up with schools. The fee structure of your engineering is very, very less for any international standard. And the fee structure of the primary education is too expensive, too steep. So what is that, I don't know if you can answer that.
I have passed through that as a mother, and I have educated my children also in the same way. Sir, that question should have been for the policymaker.
No,
right?
Your HCL.
We don't run any primary schools, sir.
They're just starting SSN. I think you are.
Sir, I will not be able to answer that.
Okay.
I don't run SSN.
Okay, thank you.
This is on the platform. I'm here, it's your right.
Yes, please.
We have multiple platforms. Yours, one you cited in NASCOM Future Skills.
Future Skills, yeah.
And yesterday there was Non-Mudalvan coming up with a platform. There are also other private players who are primarily producers of content who also reach out to the customers directly. But I'm an academician. I know the demand, and there is supply available in plenty. If I subscribe to one platform, I don't get all the required competencies that you're citing. So how do we put them together? There are some content, for example, on emerging technologies in Coursera, edX, NPTEL, SWAYAM. Content is all there, but all of us need to sit on one single platform connecting the supply to the demand. There are different entities. How do we bring all of them together towards the customer?
Yeah, I can do a little bit of marketing response to it, right? Because more, I'll request you to also to go to the booth and learn more. The interesting part about our platform is we are leveraging the 46 years of our industry experience, right? And in the last many years, we have been setting up new talent hubs across the world, only skilling and hiring the local talent, right? For example, if you go to Madurai HCL, right, almost 90% of the people who are in Madurai are from Madurai or in the affinity towns, right? The focus is largely to get them job skilled, and we don't run a BPO there, by the way. We have the Fortune 500 customers who are getting serviced out of Madurai. I'm just giving you an example. So I think you need to choose a platform based on what will work for you. And I think it's also to do with how you would find that the students there will see the ROI. That's very important. And number two is that, everywhere you need to start with a POC, right? If you want to just choose between 5 platforms, I would suggest that you just pick up all the 5 platforms and ensure that you take a small POC done from each platform and see where your ROI is and then go with it, right? It's exactly like how you go to the shop to pick up 5 different brands before you actually stick to one brand later. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a service industry after all, so.
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Rajesh, and the topic that you brought in is very close to my heart. So I come from a manufacturing background. The question is that, we talked about the skills and you mentioned Java and all. Yesterday I was talking about AI. So how does manufacturing, or do you have skills to manufacturing already in this skill matrix? So that's one question. The second one would be around soft skills.
Right.
I mean, a lot of time we talk about, having coding skills and so on. But then we forget that, soft skills are equally important.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm glad you asked me this question because I want all people in this room, especially students, to know that engineering now is becoming digital engineering, right? And much of the skills that you really need to drive is a combination of engineering and digital. Let us look at the VLSI, the embedded, the networking, right? There is a hardware component for it and there is also a software component of it. We do need a lot of such engineers in Tamil Nadu. Trust me, there were a lot of people saying, oh, we are number 1, number 2, number 3. Let's not go into the number 1, number 2, number 3. I think number 1, number 2, number 3 should be in terms of intelligence, not in terms of just revenue. I think if you have to be futuristic, we need to have more and more semiconductor and more electronics coming back into the state. And we need people who can cater to such the new engineering industries as well, right? The auto, the aero, and the various other people are also adopting the Industry 4.0 standards. So interdisciplinary, when I actually go and look at embedded, I need to see whether I can also get auto ready. What kind of PCBs am I getting trained for? Someone was asking, colleges, which college, they said which platform to use, right? Most of the platforms don't teach this digital engineering. Of course, we do, but most of them don't. But what even board to choose and get ready for an auto kind of an industry is where an experienced people from the industry can talk to the colleges and support them. So engineering and digital has become like a digital twin now. They're going hand in hand. When I said 1 billion jobs, a lot of people in engineering need to be repurposed with digital learning. That is a huge market by itself, right? Starting from the compliances and standards. Look at the auto industry today. There are so many changes coming with the security, safety, and compliances. In fact, we thought healthcare will pick up security and safety first, but actually auto has beaten the healthcare and the security and safety. I can bet you, I can assure you, sir, in our engineering degree, I come from one of the best colleges, I can say. Even in our engineering degree, we do not touch upon any of these things in the engineering degree at all. So I think that the gap will continue to exist, but every engineering college should also understand, not only engineering college, most of us in the corporate, when we look at reskilling, should understand, we need to prepare people beyond just their technical learning, right? That's number 1. Number 2, when I said job ready, you also have to, I also looked at skills, professional skills as an integral part of job readiness. Everyone is just talking about English communication. I don't think many of us really need English communication. What we need is articulation of ideas. If I grew up in Tamil medium, I still think in Tamil. That's why I still speak slow, because what I speak, I still think in Tamil and then I translate. There's nothing wrong. As long as you teach students, you teach all individuals, including the corporate people, on how you can deliver the concepts that you are thinking of. I think delivering and articulating the concepts and ideas is more important than English, whether you're in English level A, B, or C. But unfortunately, we are teaching them English. We are not teaching them articulation, right? So that's exactly my point as to why you need to switch to the job-ready competencies and not into the typical English certification competencies at this point in time, right?
Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I am Lakshman from Tech Lead, working as Tech Lead. I'm here. Okay.
Yes.
So, my question is actually inclusive of learning as further, how to profiling themselves is the most important thing to get into the jobs.
Yeah.
What's your perspective on it? That's my question.
Absolutely. I think I will suggest all of us, including me, we shouldn't just sit for appraisals every year. We should actually do our competency baseline, right? We need to know how good we are for the current job and for the next job, because the jobs are evolving much faster than technology today. Every time I open my job catalog, I see there are new names to it. There are new versions to this. But what is important for your branding. For example, in some company, you may be like a back office assistant, but suddenly the same assistant is called as an analyst in a multinational company, right? With an extra skills, with an adjacent skill. It's called core and adjacent skill. You can't change much of your core skill much because you're already trained for a core skill. But the adjacent skill is what you can pick up very quickly so that you also move with the career paths that are available and so on. Guys, I just want to also tell you, all this 30% compensations changing when you jump from job to job will come to a standstill in a few years, okay? But what would mean to you is how much people are ready to pay for you or pay you when you switch into adjacent skill. So look at some of the platforms that will help you to do your competency baseline, very important. That's why LinkedIn also is coming with one or two of such things.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Here, if
Sorry.
I can take one.
A very quick one. I'm Jeevan from Malaysia.
Yes, Jeevan.
Yeah, we run a global business. So over the 10 years being involved in India and other countries, I realized that we have great competency skills, especially in technology skills, product development, programming, and so forth. Like the gentleman says, we are lack of the soft skills. Right. But I also believe that we need to build a lot of competency on industry domain, process, that will bring our people to more global rather than just focus in technology space. So what is your view on that?
What you just said are called functional skills, right? So when you actually make somebody job ready, that's exactly what we say. We make them ready through functional skills. That's something which is you don't go and teach a farmer how to farm. He picks it up. One is through intuition, second is on the job, right? And it's called immersive. Do you think you can just learn farming sitting in front of the computer? You can't. I think, unfortunately, we do believe that IT and ICT skills can be brought like that. That's not. And that's exactly where we have the functional skills.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
One question here, if you have
This is the
time.
last question because it's a lady, and I haven't heard a lady voice since morning.
On your left side, if you
Oh,
can
there
see
you
me.
are. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the inspiring, most authentic session I have heard in the conference for the last 2 days. And my question is, it's very inspiring you to see bringing up new career-seeking program and insisting more on skills, not more on skills or degrees, but on hands-on learning and building a brand for yourself, which is actually important in these times. So as a person who came from a very traditional Tamil Nadu state board background, it took me a very long while to understand that and change my mind and come into a world where hands-on learning is more important than just memorizing and vomiting it on the paper. Or now I feel really bad even to tell my grades outside because that doesn't matter anymore. I tell what skills I have, meaning in the case of what I can really do. I feel in this generation it's more important that being a mom, I want your perspective on bringing up children who would be creative and authentic and understand that it's not the degrees or it's not the marks, it's not the competition, it's being yourself. So from your perspective, now that you talk and lead programs like this, what do you think, what should be done on the basic level on education at the schools for children and for parents?
Oh my God, I'm now forced to, this is last question, but it's like catch 22. I'm forced to introduce my daughter. She's actually in the room. Can I, sorry, but she is an artist. It's nothing, she is not into math science. She doesn't believe in formal degrees. Times are changing. Just let go and decide what the generation has to do. That's what my parents did to me. I do it to the kids. So don't push them into that regular degree, say you have to be, and your role model is your grandfather or the next door uncle, because they're all like gone, right? The future is different. And future should be more hands-on. They should just navigate. You should fall down, pick up yourself and start running on your own. We have enough room for that because the world is flat. So, and the technology has made it even more flatter. So just don't go into formal, that I keep saying, don't go into formative, you need formative education, but you don't need to formalize it all your life. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for enthusiastically and very kindly taking questions. We would like to kindly stay on stage so that we have a small memento for you. I would like to invite Mr. G. Ramesh, Manager, IT Infra, ELCOT, to hand over the memento to Srimati Shivashankar, CVP and Global Head, EdTech Services Business, HCL Technologies. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Up next, we have a keynote on role of digital in transforming healthcare outcomes. And we have our speaker, Mr. Gopi Kotishwaran, co-founder, Cardiac Wellness Institute. Let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. The role of digital in transforming healthcare outcomes will explore how technology is revolutionizing the healthcare industry and improving patient outcomes. With the rapid advancement of digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, telemedicine, and wearables, healthcare providers and patients are benefiting from new opportunities for diagnosis, treatment, and preventive care. This session will cover an overview of the digital health ecosystem, high potential use cases, and imperatives needed to drive adoption. Once again, let's put our hands together and welcome our speaker, Gopi Kotishwaran, co-founder, Cardiac Wellness Institute.
Is there a clicker that I have? Is this the one? How do I move forward with this?
This is right and this is back.
I got it. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, so thank you for this session. We will have some technologies that we discussed today to make sure that, but I'll make sure that it's not too heavy, and we cover a lot of important aspects of how digital is playing a big role in transforming healthcare outcomes, right? The first question usually I get on this kind of a thing is, will AI replace doctors? Usual question. My answer to that is very short, simple. AI will not replace doctors. Doctors using AI will replace doctors not using AI, right? So that's where we are. And in full disclosure, to start with, I am not a medical doctor, right? I'm an alumnus of IIT Madras, IIM Calcutta, and Harvard Business School. So I I am not a trained doctor. However, my partner, co-founder, Dr. Priya Chokalingam, is a medical doctor, and she has a PhD in cardiology from the University of Amsterdam. And I'm also so happy that her professor in Amsterdam, Professor Arthur Wild, he has also joined us here today. The reason for that is tomorrow they're organizing a cardiogenetic event, and it's an international symposium that they're organizing. They're here. If you could just stand up for a second so that people know the brains behind Cardiac Wellness Institute. So that, thank you, thanks. I want to hear a couple of, before I go into healthcare outcomes, I want to hear from you people on, if you think, I'm going to ask a question, and if you believe it is true, then I want to see a show of hands, some clapping on this. Do we have some of the best doctors in the country? Do we have some of the best hospitals in the country? Thanks. Because I believe we are very fortunate to have some of the best doctors with us and some of the best hospitals here, and we have a very good healthcare system. But today I'm going to focus on healthcare outcomes, right? And I'm going to challenge some of the things that what we talk about healthcare and what it covers. And before I go there, I just want my last question. Have any of you heard of latent view analytics by any chance? You guys have got it. Okay, so thank you for that. I really love that when audience likes that. I was a CEO. Prior to this, I was the CEO of Latent View Analytics. The company went public in 2021, and probably one of the most successful IPOs in the country. So it is a homegrown, picking up on what Suresh was talking about, a global brand built, homegrown from Chennai over the past 15, 20 years. So, you know, and when I moved back to India from Amsterdam, I was the CEO for the first wearables of Philips. When I moved back to India, not many people had heard of the company, but I'm fairly pleased now many people have heard of the company. So with this, I'm going to jump into, I want you to look at the 3 blue lines on the top. Those are the visible and episodic in clinical setting data points that you get to see. The reality of the matter is our entire health, the entire healthcare system revolves around those 3 points of data. There is so much data below, invisible and continuous in real life, which is not looked at when you are provided healthcare advice or when you are provided treatment. And we focus only on the top ones. And if I were to look at it as, now we are seeing exponential growth in new forms of data, right? And all this will play a better role in enabling better health outcomes. But we focus only on the 10% determinants of health, the clinical data that we look at. So there is 30% determinants of health from the genomics data, which you still don't look at. And hopefully in 5 or 10 years' time, along with your blood test, you will go with your next generation sequencing when you go for your doctor visits. But more importantly, the exogenous data, the behavior, socioeconomic, environmental data, which is about 1,100 terabytes generated per lifetime, is not being looked at while your health is being taken care of. What does that mean? We are extremely effective for interventions. And the system can be improved significantly otherwise. So let me place one example in front of you. A 30-year-old man gets a myocardial infarction, has a heart attack, right? Like we started off saying, we have some of the best doctors in the country, and we have some of the best hospitals in the world. The person's picked up, taken to the hospital fairly quickly, a stent is put in, the problem is fixed. Now, my question is this a great health outcome? Right? Will this person enjoy the same quality of life post this incident like they had before? Will this person live to be 100 years old? Now, these are very, very important questions because when we look at health outcomes, it's not about fixing a problem. It's about, can we push this incidence? The heart is made for 100 years, and this person's done something to it. to reduce its lifetime. The blockages have come because of the stress in my job, the eating habits, multiple things that we've done that has caused this problem. Are we fundamentally fixing it? And what we expect to do moving forward is a comprehensive healthcare system where the patient, the people are in the center of it, and we address these ones. Before we go there, I'm going to spend some time on the rest of the data, but I want to dive into some of the most exciting things I see in the healthcare system where AI is making an impact, which is my interest area, and overall digital is making an impact. The first thing that I see is AI has made a lot of impact on early diagnosis. A little bit less on better decision making, and in therapeutics and better access, the other digital elements are doing a great job, but not so much AI. Let me dig a bit deeper. I'm going to give you examples, only those either I've directly worked with or I know them really well, right? So the first example that I want to give is an Indian company called Niramai. Breast cancer, early detection of breast cancer is a very important thing, and there are many behavioral, socioeconomic reasons why people still delay it for a long period of time because of the process used. Niramai came up with a thermal scan to capture this using AI. And this is breakthrough because you're using some other method of measuring it. And the US FDA clearance was achieved in March 2022, right? So I think it's a big achievement for an Indian company. The other example that I would give is it is now possible to a great level of accuracy to identify COVID using chest x-rays, right? So because when the systems were pressed for RT-PCR tests, there were alternatives that were created. We don't use it anymore because COVID's no longer such a big deal, but it's possible. This is a company from Israel, Zebra Medical. They developed computer vision tools, and they used it for just analyzing CT scans, MRIs, X-rays to identify disease-type conditions very early. They did a fabulous job of identifying disease conditions early. And my thing here is this can be done from India. And I don't see too many companies working on this. I see a lot of startups in other areas. I would urge you to start focusing on things like this. Parkinson's is a big problem in India. Can I have an Indian company identify, detect Parkinson's early looking at multiple data sources, right, including MRI and other things? So here are areas where this will be a multi-billion-dollar opportunity. This not only is a new company, new idea, but this will be path-breaking. People would stand up and look up to these kind of companies if we can develop them from this place. Since we started out by saying we have the best doctors in the country, probably in the world, some of the best hospitals, we generate so much data with all our patients. Why can't we have the best companies come out of Tamil Nadu? Why can't we focus on these very difficult problems and solve these problems? I'm fairly confident in the next 3 to 5 years, there will be companies emerging from our ecosystem that are solving problems of this nature and that people look up to. But I just want to make sure for the entrepreneurs here that go after the big problems and just don't solve the small ones. Histopathology detection, again, the slide smears. If you look at smears, for you to catch enough information using AI and machine learning is difficult, but this problem has been solved by an Indian company, and with very, very high levels of accuracy. So these are some of the early diagnosis ones where I see tremendous progress made by AI. I also want to touch upon better decision making, where AI is used to guide robotic surgeons when they're doing surgery, right? This is still in an investigative phase. We've not reached a point where we can confidently state we would expect it to come forward or become the next big technology for us as we move ahead. The next area, this is the place where we've seen a lot of traction in the Indian market, right? Therapeutics, where digital and in-person modalities are mixing beautifully. So you have sensors everywhere, you're capturing sensors, then you're also having virtual meetings. So you have companies that are setting up appointments, virtual appointments with doctors. You're making sure that medicines reach home on time, the treatment is done perfectly well. And then there is also chronic management, which happens in a beautiful way. Here, what we see is A lot of companies have come into existence, and they are making a big difference here. And this is an area where if you have a healthcare startup in this place, you have a very good sound way of plugging into the ecosystem and making a big difference here. So that's something that I would, this is clean wins, easy wins. This is the area that you should focus on if you have any startups in this place. And I just want to touch on one area which the WHO talks about in a big way, which is accessibility. And we are in the urban setting. We have access to doctors, we have access to hospitals, so we get the best care possible. However, if you're in a rural setting, you don't have access to these hospitals, it's challenging for you to get the same level of service or same level of care. And it's possible to do that using telehealth and remote monitoring, telemedicine. And this was accelerated in a big way during the COVID times. When we had COVID, we saw that in the US, automatically a single ICU would control 20 ICUs with the monitors that they had, which was really good. And now what we need to do is make sure that people who are away from the existing healthcare system get access to it and get access to the same kind of facilities that we get access to. Now with this, I want to come back to the original topic that I was touching upon, which was our entire healthcare system is focusing only on the clinical data. And what can we do? Can we look at 360-degree data opportunity, multiple data points, structured, unstructured, and all of this? Can we bring this into healthcare? And can we increase our life span more and quality of life more? And the key thing in this is behavioral change. The only change in this is the behavioral change. And can digital drive behavioral change? And I want to show you some examples where I have seen digital drive behavioral change. This is totally into the future. If I look at the next 5 to 10 years, these are the kind of healthcare systems that would come up, and here are the kind of things that you would look at. But I do see that 50% of health outcomes are really connected with behavior. And even for those who get a prescription, you had an incident, and all you do as activity is maybe an evening walk, and that's about it and nothing else. So whereas your neighbor could be doing a 5-kilometer run in the evenings. So this algorithm can suggest you a specific program for how you can get better by nudging you, giving you the data, providing you with inputs, giving you with the encouragement, and move it forward. So it's fantastic to help make sure that you're getting back your health. It's not a quick fix like a stent, but it takes time. But when you use this in a period of 6 months, in a period of a year, you get back to normal. Your family gets back to normal. You lead your life to the fullest like you were doing before, and AI can help in this front. And I'm going to talk about one company that I have invested in, and I'm a member of the board on this company. It's a Dutch company called Ancora Health. They address the diabetes problem in the Netherlands. So, and what I see there is they've created something called micro-habits. So they identify your micro-habits, critical micro-habits, using AI, and try to change those micro-habits in a positive way. So if you have a tendency to eat certain kind of foods, then it's captured there, and it helps you change it slowly, but make that difference in your lifestyle so that you can make. So they have, in the diabetes continuum, they have a pre-diabetic program which is approved, and it's close to reimbursement right now, which means that if you're a pre-diabetic, the Dutch healthcare system is going to help you with this digital solution so that you come back to normal. Then the second one is remission. There's a trial going on with one of the leading hospitals in the Netherlands. What that means, again, is if you're being identified as diabetes, you can be remitted out of it. No big deal. You can do it. And it's such a big problem for India, but we can get out of it. And this is being done using AI, and it's digitally done. And the third one is the diabetes virtual care. Your condition is a bit more serious, but it can be managed virtually, and you can address the diabetes through virtual care. So these are the three areas. And I would like to add here that 2 weeks ago, I was in Saudi Arabia with this company, and the healthcare regulators are very keen on implementing this at a grand top-down scale in Saudi Arabia. So we already have signed MOUs with partners in Saudi Arabia, but we're also going to be implementing this in a big way. And I think, I mean, Saudi has as much of a problem in diabetes as we do in India. This is something that will be really big when it comes in digitally into India. And I'm really looking forward to how this develops in the Netherlands and in Saudi Arabia to see if this would be relevant to us as we move forward, right? With that, so I just want to take a step back. What I've done is give you an oversight of where digital is transforming healthcare outcomes in a big way. But I also want to make sure that the WHO guidelines, which WHO is very serious about it, are shared with you. There are just 4 points I want to share with you, which are the strategic objectives. We need to collaborate globally and advance the transfer of knowledge on digital health. This is important because you can't develop all of this on your own. You got to work with other countries. Whoever is advanced in something, you got to. And similarly, we can be advanced in some of those, but we should share this knowledge. Number 2, implementation of national digital health strategies. I want to touch upon NDHM after that. We have a national digital health strategy, Ayushman Bharat. Fantastic, top-notch. I don't know how many of your companies are working on it. If you're not, you should be working on it. And the third one is the governance. We need to have very strong governance on digital health, global, regional, and national levels. And that's something that WHO is insisting. And the fourth one, I think, which is the most important, is that this whole thing has to be people-centric, right? Gone are the days when your doctor tells you what you should be doing. You should know what you should be doing. And that knowledge and accumulation, you should be interested in it, learn it. AI can help you, digital things can help you, your doctor will help you, everybody will help you because that's the only way we can move forward. So these are the 4 WHO strategic objectives that I thought I'll share with you. But I also want to show you the reality that despite all of this, there's massive variations in health outcomes across countries. So even there is, for the same disease condition, you see some of them are dealing with it better, some of them are not dealing with it better. There's huge variations. Even within a single country, the variations are huge. So even I've shown I couldn't find one on India, but I thought I'll share one with the US, which is the closest that we get to see a lot, is that the variation is immense and huge in this, right? But I want to close this with talk about what we are doing, how we can actually leapfrog this whole thing and get into better health outcomes through our Ayushman Bharat program, right? And what UPI did to the fintech industry, the UPI has put together and automatically fintech has moved in rapid ways. I expect that the NDHM or Ayushman Bharat, as it gets implemented, will move our delivery of health outcomes to an order of magnitude better. And we would see this in the next 5 to 10 years. It's not going to happen in the next 12 to 18 months time frame because it's a challenging, fintech was much easier to implement, but this is a lot more challenging to implement. But I would see this coming in. And my only question to all of you in this room is, are you ready for this opportunity? Are you even aware of it? Have you gone into the depths of it? Are your startups looking at this? This is going to generate more companies, more innovations, more excitement, better health outcomes than what fintech has done. But this is a lot more challenging to implement. It's not easy. Fintech was easy, fully regulated. All the data was available. The banks were giving the data. Each hospital data is different now. But as and when it gets implemented in India, and I'm sure it will get implemented because there have been lots of great systems that have been implemented, I want to see companies from Tamil Nadu take advantage of these opportunities. And as Suresh was saying earlier, we've seen great services companies come from here. We've seen great SaaS companies come from here. I'd really like to see some companies come from here where everybody looks at it and say, wow, you guys thought of that from scratch? If you have the best doctors, if you have the best hospitals, if you have the maximum number of patients with the maximum number of data, shouldn't we be the ones coming up with this cool stuff as we move forward? And with that, answer to that is, I think we should be the ones who come up with it. I have 3 or 4 startups. Hopefully in 5 years' time, you will recognize some of those. But at this point in time, I'll urge you to look at this as a phenomenal opportunity. We are not just fixing healthcare. We are looking at improving health outcomes for the country, and we want to make sure that we have some very, very innovative companies coming from Tamil Nadu and leading the space in this. With that, thank you very much. Yeah, I think there are some questions.
If people want to ask questions, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. On the security front.
When it comes to the security of the data about an individual.
Got it. I'll just repeat the question so that for the benefit of the larger audiences, all this is great, AI is great, all this is fine, but how do you look at security in it? No, it's the same problem that we have with finance. So it's not that you want to lose all the money in your bank account, right? So it's not that, it's a lesser problem. But we are structurally addressing this. I'm a great fan of the National Digital Health Mission program. I know that my colleagues and the doctors and the healthcare professionals here say it's challenging to implement. But with the right level of security, which is what our government would be. So my Aadhaar number is linked to my PAN, everything is now connected. And somehow that's being used when I use Zomato or any of these things, right? So we have already put a lot of things out there. We have to address, and this is something that I would expect the government to address it in a structural fashion. It's just like you're looking at banks. It will be addressed, but it's too critical a thing for us not to move forward saying that I don't want people to know what I did yesterday. No, that information, it will be anonymized. You won't know what I did. Electronic health records are available in most countries. The control will be in my hands. So if I'm traveling, I meet somebody in Calcutta, I have an incident in Calcutta, I meet a doctor there, I can transfer all my health records to the doctor. Only I can do it. So that's how the program is set up. The doctor cannot access it. And similarly, if I do a scan there, they have to necessarily update that. They cannot say that. So yes, we've been terrible at collecting data till this point in time, but once this is implemented, every data, anything will get captured and in a very nice systematic fashion. So we can make a big difference when we get that data. And security, I expect it to be addressed by the government. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. I think there was a...
Sir, I have a question.
Let me take a question and come back to you. Yeah. Mm.
I have two questions to you, sir. So I'm Dr. Mahalakshmi, Director, Center for Entrepreneurship Development, Anna University.
Excellent. Okay.
So we have, post-COVID, we have many of our students coming with startup ideas with respect to the same thing which you were mentioning. So in that note, I would like to know how cardiac health is supporting student startups or supporting organization institutes where students have their startup ideas. How do you support them? By what means? Do you have ideas to collaborate, or have you been doing the collaboration with the faculty, research faculty over there with any institute in any country? And the major issue which our students find in proposing their ideas in their startups is about the data availability.
Yeah.
Would you be interested to support our students in that? And the next question is, would you be partnering with us as an investor if a student comes up with a potential startup idea?
Got it.
So I have 4 questions to you.
I got it.
Yeah.
No, my answers will be fairly short. As an investor, I don't invest unless I know someone for 2 full years, right? So if you work with me for 2 full years, tolerate all our idiosyncrasies, and you're aiming to become a world-class company, then I'm an investor, but I don't invest otherwise, right? So every investment I've made, I worked with the companies before going in there. That's one. Cardiac Wellness Institute would be more than happy to partner with students and work with the students. What we have achieved till now is in the past 9 years, we have brought about world-class cardiac rehabilitation programs to India, and we've made it work. but it's face-to-face, right? So we don't propose salads to our patients because next time, yarume varamatanga, ellam poiduvaanga, right? So painstakingly, we have modified the program. We have 7 publications with exceptional, in peer-reviewed scientific journals, with exceptional results from Cardiac Wellness Institute. So what we have succeeded is we have done a great job in doing it face-to-face. Now, I'd like to take it digital, which is why I'm scanning the globe to see what are the best companies in the world. How can I partner? We are more than happy to partner with you. Data availability is a problem globally. So nobody's willing to share data. With the valuations going so high, people who have data are asking for lots of money to share the data. I mean, data without intelligence is useless. Intelligence without data is totally useless. But somehow we have to let go of the money and focus on the problem to solve to move forward. I think most of your questions are answered. Thank you. There was a question here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, the question is, let me first repeat the question without editorials. In a scale of 1 to 10, AI in healthcare, what would be a number 10 be from my point of view, right? Yeah. 10 is what you see in Hollywood movies, right? So it's never going to happen because in my view, the health outcome. So if you ask me a question, Gopi, how healthy are you? And how happy are you, right? And if I'm able to say 9.5 out of 10 for both those, right? 10 seems a bit arrogant to answer, I'm totally happy and totally healthy. So let's say then I have achieved the outcome. And can AI help this? In what ways can it help it? Right now, AI is looking only at clinical data, but when it looks at huge quantities of genomics data plus other data, the human mind will find it challenging to capture all those information. But the problem still remains very simple. Am I healthy as an individual? Am I living long enough? And am I leading a healthier, happier life when I'm existing? AI can only support it. If I decide to be unhappy, good luck to AI. It cannot do anything to me. Okay, thank you. Last question? Or?
Hi, sir. I am Suresh. We are a tech-based startup from Chennai.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is on how we can build a startup fully based on generic medicine. Actually, it's a large market in India, but still it have many barriers to become a good startup in generic medicine. Have you have any opinion on that?
Got it. Thanks for the question, Suresh. You said, yeah, sorry, but my expertise is not in that area, so I will back off that because my focus is typically both with Johnson & Johnson and Philips and then with Latent View has really been on cutting-edge technology and how can you build world-class businesses using breakthrough technology. So that my mind focuses on that. I'm not the right person to answer that question. There'll be some more qualified, better people on that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. We request you to kindly stay on stage. We have a small felicitation and memento to give you. I would like to welcome Thiru R. Ravichandran Elcott to present the memento to Mr. Gopi Kotishwaran, co-founder, Cardiac Wellness Institute. A grand round of applause, please. Thank you, sirs. Excuse me, sir. Is this yours? Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. We request all the delegates to be seated. Up next is a fire chat on path for emerging economies to become innovative. Innovation hubs. Path for emerging economies to become innovation hubs. The world in the next few decades will differ markedly from one of the last 50 years, with emerging economies presenting the largest economic opportunities. This requires innovative products and services suited to these economies. This session will explore the pathways for emerging economies to accelerate their innovation engine. It will also cover some of the investments, capabilities, and practices needed for these economies to become innovation hubs. Having said that, we will have our moderator for the session, Mr. Varun Prakash, partner McKinsey, on the stage, please. With a grand round of applause, please. We have Professor Soumitra Datta, Peter Morris Dean and Professor of Management, Syed Business School, University of Oxford. Ma'am, we request you onto the stage, please. Sir, we request you onto the stage, please. We now request Mr. Varun Prakash to take over.
Thank you. Thanks to the Umagine team and for all of you for making this platform real. Technology is an important topic, so it's great to have this platform to drive the agenda. And many thanks to you, Professor Datta. You're one of the leading thinkers on innovation globally, so it's great to be in this discussion with you. Maybe I'll set 2 bits of context and then we can get into the conversation on innovation. The first is that if you ask 5 people what they mean by innovation, you're going to probably get different answers, 5 different answers, none of which would be wrong, right? So that's one. Second, I do a lot of my work in the private sector, and when we looked at why innovation is important, companies that are top quartile when it comes to innovation performance typically have 3 times the TRS of the median company. So this is an important agenda and not an easily understood agenda as well. So maybe we can start off with some opening remarks from you on how you see innovation and some of the work that you've been doing with the Global Innovation Index.
So thank you very much, Varun, for having me out here, and thank you to the Umagine organizers for organizing this important, I think, event in Tamil Nadu. Innovation is something which is of very high importance to all of us, and that is not just only for economic reasons. Clearly, innovation is important for creating economic value, increasing wealth, and allowing society in general to raise living standards. So that's very clearly a very important benefit of innovation. But innovation is also very important from a social perspective. And especially in countries like India, where there's a large number of young people, and young people who need to find good aspirational jobs. And you need to be able to give people a pathway to be able to achieve their dreams and to lead meaningful lives. So innovation is also a way, if you have the right kind of environment in the country, to provide great, I think, social satisfaction and social aspirational sort of creation inside an economy. So I think for innovation, those 2 elements of economic and social are very important. But let me add a third one, which is also very important, is of preservation and sustainability. Today, look at all the concerns around climate, around sustainability. We know that we'll never achieve these sustainable development goals or the climate challenges just by changing behaviors. We need innovations in the way technology is applied. We need innovations in new products and services. Otherwise, the world will just cease to exist the way we look at it today.
Great. And how do you measure innovation performance? I think the economic angle is at least easier than the other 2. But when you think about societal, when you think about preservation, sustainability, how do you know you're doing well when it comes to innovation?
So measuring is something which I personally believe is very important. At the same time, it's very challenging because innovation is this fuzzy, amorphous sort of domain, and the boundaries are constantly fluctuating. On the economic side, clearly there's some parameters you can measure. On the technical side, there are parameters that people have been measuring traditionally also in terms of patents and publications and so on. You're right in saying that some of the other more social elements are much more harder to measure and fully integrate. And that was really the driver behind the creation of the Global Innovation Index, is just to accept the fact that everyone has the potential to innovate. And even a farmer without a PhD, without a patent, can actually be innovative in his or her local context. That even a citizen, when the citizen puts up some interesting content online, is actually performing an act of innovation, not directly in perhaps creating a revenue stream associated with that, but perhaps triggering a set of actions which leads to some value creation in the entire system as a whole. So this process of trying to identify measures is an ongoing journey. We started this process in 2007, and I must tell you that every year we go through this process of soul searching, rethinking, adapting to what kind of measures today are actually appropriate. And it's not easy. It's a continuous challenge for us.
Great. And what was interesting for me is that you were able to quantify it and then stack rank almost countries on how they're performing with respect to innovation. So maybe just picking on the theme for the discussion, as emerging economies think about becoming innovation hubs, what can they learn from countries that are doing really, really well on this?
So, as was mentioned in the introduction, today we are living in a world where emerging markets are not just at the receiving end, but they're also the generating end of innovations. Now, in general, traditionally, you can think of innovations as either being driven by the market need, a market pull, or you can also see innovations as being driven by core fundamental improvements, innovations, and discoveries in technology. What I would term as a technology push. A little bit like you invent some kind of a new technology, let's say fusion, and you have a whole range of new possibilities out there. Invent the laser and creates a whole range of new possibilities. It's a combination of technology push and market pull. Traditionally, emerging markets have always been strong in the market pull. And that's where the whole frugal innovation concept of India and everything else fits in very nicely, to say that, well, the needs of the customer in India are different or other emerging markets because the living standards are different, the context is different, and need to be able to combine existing technologies in a more effective package to satisfy those needs. So that's an area where emerging markets have traditionally excelled in. Now, what is new and what is interesting is that emerging markets are now realizing that they have to invest equally in the technology creation, technology push element, which really requires a lot of investment in R&D, in building up the scientific expertise in universities, in companies, and so on, because that is the place where the future value creation will take place, and that is the place where also, I think, to be at the leading edge, you need to be a player in those markets. Otherwise, you'll not be a player in those markets, and you lose out on a lot of the value creation.
Just picking on that thread of breakthrough innovation, net new R&D, net new innovation, at least when we look at the Indian context, there are 2-3 things that come up, right? One is the level of quote-unquote risk-taking capital is substantially lower than what you would see in the geography that you live in or the US. So that's part one. Part two is IP sharing ecosystems that allow you to build net new ideas, whether it's a quantum computing or Web3. That sort of ecosystem building is relatively lower in some of these regions. So would love to hear your thoughts on what countries can do to develop this.
No, this is a very important question, and many countries, as you can see now, are questioning seriously how can they build this competence in this next wave of the digital revolution, in the deep science, deep tech wave that is coming up in front of us in material science and nanotechnology and biotechnology in these areas. It all begins with people. So fundamentally, if you're not able to create the right sort of locus areas of attraction of talent in those areas, you'll never build innovation ecosystem. So fundamentally, today universities by and large still act as those centers that attract talent, be it, professors, be it bright graduate students, be it that kind of research funding. So creation of universities, and not just universities, but research universities, creation of the environment in which the faculty members, the doctoral students work and invest in lead technologies in collaboration with corporations lies at the heart of it. Around the universities, you need a whole ecosystem of companies. And that kind of institutional and a country climate that encourages companies to come and invest, to create, and to build from there is very important. So I think this question of can you in fact build the right high-end R&D centers of competence in universities? Can you actually get the right kind of R&D investing companies to come and work out there in the centers is very important. And I must say that most emerging markets in this area have quite a lot of work to do. If you look at India, for example, we have great talent, but the R&D spending in Indian industry is very, very low. It's less than 1% of GDP. And look at the typical global benchmarks in this area, it is typically the leading, like Finland and Korea, they invest around 4 to 5% of GDP. Even large countries like the US invest little more than 3%, and China is today hitting the 3% barrier pretty soon.
Yeah, and why is that the case? Right? So at least as we speak to leaders of companies who are thinking about their budgets for the year, governments, etc., there's enough market opportunity in India where incremental innovation gives you it gives you the growth, it gives you the bottom line. So how do you make that switch to think about breakthrough innovation and put that in the overall P&L agenda of enterprise?
So India has the benefit of having a large population that has been underserved traditionally by products and services. So it's a market where it is relatively easy to do market-driven innovation. So you have existing technologies packaged together in a low-cost form factor, and you can essentially make money in that format. What is much more harder is to go abroad and compete amongst the best companies on their own domains with the leading technologies. And that is something which is only happening in recent years. Indian companies haven't gone abroad global as perhaps companies from the other emerging market, which is of course the important one, which is China. Chinese companies have gone global much more. And a good indicator of that is if you look at the Fortune Global 500 list, the 500 biggest global companies in the world, 10 years ago, there were only a small number of Chinese companies on that list. Now, today, China actually has more global companies on the list than American companies. And at the same time, the number of large Indian companies in that list of Global 500 hasn't budged. It's gone from 5 to 7. So barely has moved up. While Chinese today, I think there are roughly around 130 companies in that Global 500.
And you can see a lot of them at the cutting edge of industries, whether it's BYD and automobile, Huawei and telco equipment, etc. What, from your vantage point and research, what has China done from an ecosystem point of view, from a company's point of view, to make this happen, to go through this journey?
It's very tempting to compare China and India at the same time. It's also dangerous because the two are different economies, different political systems, and different contexts. But from a science and technology point of view, what China has done very well, it has prioritized science and technology very early on. So, because of the Global Innovation Index, I do come in contact with the Chinese government, the Ministry of Science and Technology, quite often. And what they tell me is that in 20 years ago, at the start of this millennium, they had already had a national plan of being in the top 10 internationally in innovation by 2030. And they're very close to having reached it several years in advance. So there was a dedicated strategy which included investing in universities. They did a massive investment in universities. Today, as some of you probably know this, leading Chinese universities like Tsinghua and Peking University, they are at the levels of Stanford, MIT, and Harvard in research productivity. In terms of publications, in terms of faculty productivity, they're at that top level. And I must say that despite the strength of our own universities, we don't have any university in India at that level. So there was a dedicated attempt at attracting talent, investing in science and technology, and also identifying that kind of corporate champions who can build that out in the entire system. Of course, you add to it a number of other things, a better infrastructure and better, some environments of business performance. But I think there was a dedicated strategy, and I think that's the important thing that is very important, and focused on building talent and deploying scale in the entire innovation cycle.
Got it. So I want to then shift gears and talk a little bit about India's own GII, India's own innovation index performance, right? And there's a number of strengths that you've already alluded to in the conversation: talent-based, customer focus, etc. But if you can talk a little bit about the foundations that we have that we can build on top of from an innovation point of view.
So I think India today is at a very sweet point in its recent history. I think India's broader policy environment is much more stable, much more business friendly, both at the national level and also at different state levels. The fact that we're having this Umagine conference in Tamil Nadu is a good example of that. You have states who are trying to say, we are a preferred investor for innovation, for innovative companies, please come to us. And that is a healthy notion of competition at a federal and a state level, which is very good for a country to have. So innovation has today become a priority for Indian sort of policy making, which is very good. India also has today, I think, a very good environment for digitalization. India, despite being a leader in the whole offshoring software development story, and we have great companies in that sector, India really fell behind on the digital curve when they failed to invest in telecom technology at the right time. So India did not really build out that digital company ecosystem as successfully as China did. But today, with this whole JAM system and the India stack, India has put in place a very good, a very effective bottom-up digitalization platform, which I think will pay big dividends in the coming years. And the most important change I find in India is the change in mindset. When I graduated from IIT Delhi 30 years ago, almost everyone in my class, a large numbers, went abroad in the first few years because the number of opportunities out here were much more limited. Today, when I talk to young graduates of IITs, most of them want to stay in the country, which is a great sign. That means they see the potential out here. Second, most of them now today want to be entrepreneurs. Why? Because they see a whole new range of role models who emerged in the last 10, 15 years. So this mindset towards saying that this country is where I see more value, this country is where actually I see that I can create new entrepreneurial opportunities, is a great thing to happen for the economy. So I can talk about other details, but I think that mindset issue is very critical, which was lacking in the country before. So you combine the mindset, combine this bottom-up digitalization, innovation, which will result from that, combined with the good policy environment and innovation being a strategic priority, it's all good signs for India going ahead.
And if we then look at some of the things that you had highlighted in the report in terms of areas that we need to strengthen beyond infrastructure, you're saying there's a lot of work that's happening, but even from a creativity point of view, right? How do we drive creativity within our innovation ecosystem?
So I talked about some of the things we have to emphasize more already, but let me just mention them once again. I think if you look, this year's, the focus of our report was on trying to say what kind of innovations will drive productivity in the next 10 years and beyond. And we basically came to the conclusion that the two big waves of innovation that are going to happen in the next 10 years and beyond. One is what I would term as the next wave of the digital revolution. We have seen the first wave, the early years of internet, that we have seen e-commerce the last 15 years. But the next wave is going to be an integration of the digital revolution with the physical revolution and the biological revolution, the trifecta, digital, physical, biological coming together and creating this next sort of really rich fundamental digital revolution, second wave. The second big next thing is going to be innovations in deep technology, deep science, material science, biological technologies, nanotechnologies, and so on. I think that's going to be the key drivers. Now, what this means is that the value creation innovation in the future is going to be driven dramatically by the success of being able to invest in these frontiers, whether it's quantum computing, fusion technologies, leading edge semiconductor chip manufacturing, or even leading edge AI technologies. That requires a mindset of investing in R&D. That requires a mindset of taking risks. That requires a mindset of not just going for the quick run, short revenues, and in fact, taking bold steps. That is, I think, what is required today in an industry. Of course, you need to invest in R&D in universities. You need to have more corporate university linkages. You need to do all that. But I really think that what is required is a mind shift change among the largest players. And
in terms of where we are in our maturity curve as well, it's very different from 20 years ago. I think the population has the means now to focus a bit more on non-incremental innovation. There's about 5 minutes left, so we'll open it up to see if there are any questions from the audience for the professor.
I think my question is, I'll keep it short. Two ways of innovation that you had mentioned. One is from the market pull of it. One is from the industry academia part of it and investing in the deep tech. I know it's a low-hanging fruit when you look at it from a market pull perspective, even from an economical standpoint. So where do you think an impetus should come from when you are looking at from the other side of it?
So I'm not sure I fully got the sound. The sound was not best, but I got your question more or less. Let me give you a response. I think the future has to be around deep tech, science, next wave digital. That's where the future is. That's what India has to do to compete and on the global stage. Because today it's not just a question of let's provide more cars and fridges to our own population, which we have to do, but we also have to build companies that are successful on the global stage and compete globally. So that's the direction that we have to invest in. It'll require a massive investment of resources, both from the government and the private companies. If you look at, for example, the whole area around fusion, semiconductor chips, these are areas where you need investments for years. It'll not happen just tomorrow, 2 years, a change. And if the government policy does not prioritize it, and government doesn't get behind it, it'll not happen. See what's happening in the US right now. The US has lost the edge in semiconductor chip manufacturing, and now the government is getting behind it to say, look, we have to support industry and get in line and get our capabilities up. AI. we talk about Chat GPT and GPT-4. How many companies outside US and China have the capability to build a system like that? It's very good to say, okay, I'll go and use it and I'll do some kind of a, summary of some article or write an essay of that. But to create the technology behind it, to actually deploy it, requires enormous investments. And we should not underestimate these things. I think what is happening today in India, we are not doing enough in the deep science, deep tech end of the equation of innovation.
Yeah, hi, Professor. I have two questions. One is probably which searches what? Money searches for innovation investments or innovations run behind money? Because, whatever that I could hear about is that, deep science, semiconductors and all those things, does the market determine where the innovation has to focus? Example, if there is a money here, lots of innovations jump into it. Or will the government go into the phases where, okay, this is where we have to go, so dump the money so that the innovation happens? Which should come first? This is my first question. Second question, we are talking about emerging economies. So at least to my perspective, I may be wrong, I may be right. Does each country have its own sentimental cultural values on how they approach to innovation of the future? You mentioned about Fortune 500 companies, China has 130. Why should India have it? Okay, our vision may be something else. I'm just quoting on a broader picture. Should there be a standardization when we are talking about innovation hubs, saying world should see it in the way that it has to be in the future? Should there be a standardized vision, which is a global way to look at it through the emerging economies? Or should each and every country have their own vision, strategies, and list of points on how 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years down the line, how we are going?
Thank you. The first question really is around market versus technology and other kinds of incentives that drive technology. It is a combination of both, so I would not say it's either or. But if you ask the question, where is directionally the higher impact today? It isn't really coming up with this new technology drives of new solutions, new kinds of outcomes, which ultimately help to achieve outcomes that are important for society, the planet, and the market. The market is not always a complete solution for all innovation, because today people might say, I'm happy with my fossil fuel car, internal combustion engine car. I don't want an electric car, but fossil fuel solutions may not be the right solution to the planet. So you need to have some kind of also policies to support that, just like solar and renewable power was helped by supporting policies. So it's a combination of driving a balance across different elements. But I do believe that today, if I had to sort of weigh, where should the policy support more and where should the focus be, I think it should be much more on the technology and the deep science and coming up with innovative solutions, that perspective. The second one question, I just quickly slipped my mind. Just give me a hint what the second question was.
Should there be a standardized approach?
Yeah, I got it. So now, if you look at, for example, the most innovation always has benefited from exchange. You learn, improve, you sell, others learn, others improve, and exchange. If you look at, for example, the royalty and license fees that countries pay to each other, the countries that earn the most in terms of royalties that others pay them because they create innovative IP or innovative ideas, also are the ones that pay the most to other countries. So countries like Japan and US, they earn a lot in royalties and license fees, but they also pay a lot in royalties they pay to other countries for their innovative ideas. So innovation really depends and thrives based on exchange. Now, what is happening is a very dangerous thing today. because you're seeing a deglobalization in the way innovation is being thought of and structured, and a more nationalistic view coming out, especially across US and China, because the US is doing all it can to slow down China, and China, of course, does not wish to slow down, and US is putting all kinds of barriers out there between innovation, exchanges, and so on. Now, there's a general tendency also of reliance and self-reliance and trying to have more local supply chains in many key areas. And the reality is that it's unknown what the ultimate impact of all this will be. Will it actually slow down innovation? Innovation gets fragmented, different standards, it might actually slow down innovation in the long run. So this is a big, dangerous question for innovation for the future.
Perfect. I think we're out of time. Maybe one final question and then we can close.
So being in the education field, where do you think changes need to happen in the way the undergrad, the masters and the research side of work is happening, which should actually make emerging economies like us become the innovation hubs? Because we understand the number of startups have increased. We also understand there are a lot of companies which are hitting that 1 billion, but it's still not enough. How do you make it thrive in emerging economies? What do you think needs to change in the approach of education for that?
So thank you for the question. I think it's a very important question of how do you actually bring about change. So the good news is that, as I said earlier, things are changing in India. Okay, so we know that India is one of the biggest innovation ecosystems, large number of unicorns and all the good things. But I must emphasize that there's a big difference between having an e-commerce unicorn and having a fusion unicorn, the big difference. So in unicorn count, yes, an e-commerce unicorn adds to unicorn count, but it doesn't add to your count of creating the future. Okay? So I think what India needs right now is good researchers. India needs a culture in which research is valued and researchers are paid appropriately. Today, if you look at universities, and I don't know you're from university or not, but university researchers are not paid the global wages. And that is a shame. Why can't we pay a consultant in McKinsey a global wage and not a professor in a top school in India? As a result, what is happening is that India has not succeeded, and this is true, not succeeded in attracting the best Indians who are abroad back home, like what China has done. China has succeeded attracting the best Chinese researchers from abroad back home by paying them competitive or sometimes even better rates. So valuing research will change the mindset of young people towards, should I become a researcher or should I become a consultant in McKinsey? And what you really want to do is, of course, do both, but get a large number of young people to also choose to be good researchers. That's the important thing. If you don't have the deep science, deep tech, it will not happen. My one message to everyone in innovation right now is that in the US, what is super sexy right now is being a techie. Techie not in terms of programming a software code for doing a dance class or doing a dog walking app. Techie in terms of doing deep science, deep tech. And the more deep science, more deep tech you can actually create in a university setting, the more value you create in the future. That's where the future is, and that's where we should focus on in India.
Okay, I know you told that it's a last question, but I just want one extension of that. I think it helps. Okay. So the research problem which you talked about, Professor, is yes, very true. And me in my day job, I see a lot. But the problem is the quantification of the value today. So today, if I have to invest $1 million in research, and the results are going to come after 10 years, and I don't have a mechanism to quantify that. Me coming from corporate, who should do that today? It's a government to quantify that, academia to quantify, or a corporate? Because as a corporate, I have a money, but I don't want to put something after 10 years this is going to give. Rather, I focus on quarter or max 1 year. So who should take this ownership of quantification, the value that research is going to bring so that the corporate can invest or whoever has the money to invest? How to solve this problem?
So again, an important question, but in research and R&D, some wastage is part of the process. You cannot quantify benefits in every aspect of what you do. It's just like the classical even VC formula, 8 will fail and 2 will succeed, that kind of a model. So what you need to do, of course, is maximize your chances of success as high as possible. So you need a combination of public-private. There is no other solution. Public-private, because in some cases, the private sector does not have the money or incentive to invest in those kind of leading-edge technologies. Sometimes technology horizons are shorter and nearer, and you can get the private sector to pitch in, like in 5G, for example. All kinds of innovations 5G might happen in medical sciences or in other kinds of financial areas. So I think it's a combination of public-private, but you need to have that focus and a strategy from both sides. Private sector, there are lots of policies can be put in place to enable that to happen quite easily. But it's a domain that needs more attention, clearly, from the government and the private sector.
Thank you, Professor Datta, for what I've found to be a very enlightening discussion. At least for me, I walk away with 3-4 ideas from this. Right? One, innovation is not just economic, it cuts across economic, social, sustainability, preservation outcomes. Second, emerging economies in general, India in particular, are good at market-driven, incremental, frugal innovation, but there's work to be done on net new fundamental research, deep tech, etc. So that's 2. 3, this isn't mutually exclusive. It's not either or. You need to do both, right? And companies, governments, etc., need to do both. And 4, to do that, you need to build the research ecosystem, which requires investments, which requires professors, researchers to be paid effectively, a startup ecosystem around them so you can commercialize research, etc. So thank you for this very, very interesting discussion, and thank you for all the questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Soumitra Datta and Mr. Varun Prakash. We would like to felicitate with you with a small momentum. I would like to invite Ms. Mary Vinita, Additional Secretary, Information Technology and Digital Services Department, to present a memento to Professor Soumitra Datta, Peter Morse Dean and Professor of Management, Syed Business School, University of Oxford. A round of applause, please. Ma'am, kindly present another memento to Mr. Varun Prakash, Partner McKinsey. Thank you for moderating the session, sir. Can we have a small photo with the 3 of you on stage, please? Let's give a round of applause and thank all the dignitaries on the stage. Up next, we have a panel discussion. Before that, we request all the delegates who are sitting at the back to please come to the front and occupy the front row seats as well. A panel discussion is on accelerating technology growth through robust cyber resilience. Accelerating technology growth through robust cyber resilience involves the adoption of measures and strategies that protect technology infrastructure and data from cyber threats. With the rapid growth of technology, cyber threats have become increasingly prevalent and sophisticated, posing significant risks to business, organizations, and individuals. This session will cover technology, organization, operating model, and practices needed to strengthen cyber resilience. Let's welcome our moderator and speakers onto the stage. Ms. Sindhu Hariharan, Principal Correspondent, Times of India, will be moderating the session. Thiru Hans Raj Verma, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Chairman and Managing Director, the Tamil Nadu Industrial Investment Corporation, Government of Tamil Nadu. Ms. Cicely Rawlinson, Director, Cyber West. Mr. Sunny Pokola, Chairman, Amectex Group of Companies. Mr. Mayuran Palanisamy, Partner, National Lead for Data Privacy and KPMG India. We now request Ms. Sindhu Hariharan, Principal Correspondent, Times of India, to take over.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, all of you. Hope all of you are refreshed after a good lunch, because this topic is a really important one that needs your full attention. Today, when we talk about technology, it's important for us to talk about both the good and the other side of the technology, which is about protecting ourselves from the ills of technology as well. So I'm sure that every CEO today is one of the things that keeps them awake at night is about, is their system secure, is their network secure? Is something as important as worrying about the recession itself. So it's important for us to understand from all our experts here. It's not about just responding to attacks, but it's also about building a cyber resilience, getting ready for all sorts of new attacks, and what can all of you companies, startups or SMEs or large enterprises do today to kind of shock-proof yourself from this. So let me just first quickly start off with introductions. So here I have to my left Mr. Hansraj Verma. He's IAS Additional Chief Secretary and CMD of Tamil Nadu Investment Corporation. They work closely with MSMEs, so I'm sure he can give us a perspective as to what really do MSMEs need today in a state like Tamil Nadu to secure themselves, secure their technology. And we also have Cicely Rawlinson. She joins us from Western Australia, where she heads the Cyber West Innovation Hub. It's an organization that works with government, academia, and the industry to capacity building on the cybersecurity front. So what they do there is it's pretty close to the parallels that Tamil Nadu is today trying to do to build a cybersecurity ecosystem here. And then I have Mr. Sunny Pokola. He's the founder of Amtex Group of Companies that have a lot of IT services and solutions to address this very problem. And he tells me that most of them are SaaS-based and hence affordable to every company today that's looking to get into the cybersecurity journey. And we also have Mr. Mayuran Palanisamy. He leads the cybersecurity practice, national lead for the cybersecurity practice, and a partner at KPMG in India. Hi, Mayuran. So first, let me start off with you, sir. Just tell us a bit about, in your experience of working with MSMEs in the state today and in your prior roles, what do you feel about the cybersecurity ecosystem today here, and what do the companies actually need?
Thank you, Sindhu. I'll give a perspective about the strategic imperatives for a nation and organization on cyber resilience. Friends, technology security is national security. In today's geopolitical context, every individual, organization, society, nation have to be cyber resilient. Cyber resilience is a key competitive advantage for nations, organizations, and individuals. In this context, I have worked as the IT Secretary Government of Tamil Nadu Currently, I am the CEO of the Tamil Nadu Industrial Investment Corporation, a state finance corporation, government investment bank. We deal very, very closely with the MSMEs. Tamil Nadu is a pioneer state. Tamil Nadu is one of the first states to bring out its cyber security policy, the first state to have its cyber security architecture TN in partnership with CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing. Now the CSA TN has got 4 components: the framework, the incident response systems, the security operations center, and the crisis management team. A lot of departments have onboarded on this, and this process is ongoing. Every department today has a chief information security officer. Now coming to the MSMEs, Tamil Nadu is India's second largest economy, the most industrially developed state. It is India's growth engine. TIC is associating very closely with the MSMEs in onboarding them on Industry 4.0. 4.0 is just a physical cyber interface in which all the MSMEs have to be on board on cyber security and cyber resilience. Our MSMEs, if they have to be relevant and retain their competitive advantage, they have to fully come on board on Industry 4.0, in which organizations like TIC will provide them with low-cost homegrown solutions. That is very, very essential. Our MSMEs don't need expensive solutions. We have the capability, the expertise in Tamil Nadu to provide them those solutions. So for any organization, cyber security, cyber resilience is a key imperative today as India progresses to be the technological hub, the prowess of the world, the manufacturing hub of the world. We're talking of 6G rollout by 2030. All these factors point to one single thing, that this imperative, the clear and present danger for all of us, we all have to come on board on cyber security, on the cyber resilience platform, and maintain the key competitive advantage as individuals, as an organization, as society, and as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Cecily, can you tell us a bit about what work does the Cyber West do in Western Australia, and how are you building capacity with so many stakeholders, working together with so many stakeholders?
Thank you so much. Vanakkam, it's wonderful to be here in Tamil Nadu. This is my first visit to Chennai. And so for what Cyber West does, we're funded by the state government through the Department of Jobs, Tourism, Science and Innovation, and we're also funded by Edith Cowan University. So this means we have the support of the state government and the leadership of Minister Dawson, but we also have access to students and academics. One of the challenges that we find in Western Australia is that sometimes universities move a little slowly, and sometimes it's hard to really access researchers or the academics that you need. So what we try and do is make that a little bit easier, and also build those bridges between industry, academia and government, because they don't always like talking to each other. They prefer to talk to themselves. So we do a lot of community building, we run some events, we have an upcoming event in May. So if you feel like a trip to Western Australia, we're having a 2-day Cyber West Summit to really connect cyber, business and government. As my esteemed panelist has just mentioned, cyber is a real threat to individual citizens, to small businesses and to large corporations. And so what we really want to do is demonstrate the cyber capability that we have in Western Australia. We're producing about 20% of the national graduates for the whole country of Australia. So we're large physically. We have a small population. We're probably only 10% of the population of Australia, but we're producing 20% of the national graduates in cyber. And so we have lots of great talent. So we want to make sure that this talent is then captured by the local market, and we're learning how to communicate in language that business can understand. Because often, if you're talking to a cybersecurity specialist, you may not understand what they're talking about, and you don't understand what you need to do to change your behavior to become cyber resilient, because they're speaking in a different language. So we really try and bridge those gaps, and design programs and services using innovation to try new things.
Right. Thanks so much. So, Mr. Sunny, as you know, as someone who deals with these attacks on a daily basis, perhaps as part of your day job, what's your view? I mean, how creative are these cyber attacks getting today, and how can an organization really defend and protect themselves from this? What do the companies need to do?
Well, basically, I'm going to wear two hats here, right? Coincidentally, the company that I run, which is the Amtex Group, also runs the state dial 100 operations, the
That's
state
right.
police master control room. And we have seen over the last 3 years, and more so in the last year, the percentage of crime in the cyberspace has almost quadrupled, right? So, and the pain so much more is in the MSME sector. You're talking about individuals, small organizations facing the pain of cyber attacks on their organizations, on their individual selves, right?
Right.
So we have to reconcile to the fact, and let's not make any mistake in understanding that cyber attack has almost become like a natural calamity, right? It's not an accident. It is something that all of us will have to deal with, however prepared you are, because the bad actors are getting more and more deep tech, like our previous speaker said. That's something they're doing research in, right? So they're getting better at what they do, right? So however well prepared you are, you have to be in a state of high level of responsiveness when the attack happens. Now, how do you do that? How do you find an affordable way to do that? Especially if you're an MSME, you can't hire 150 incident responders to handle a company that's only 100 people, right? So as an organization, we partnered with one of the world's most sophisticated guided cyber response platform called Cygnus. I'm also a director in the company, so that's why I said I'm wearing two hats. That allows organizations to be in a response state. That means you prepare for a cyber attack much before it happens. So who are the stakeholders? How do you bring them into your system of response, right? So when a cyber attack happens, you can't be conversing on the same platform because the bad actor is already sitting in it. He knows every move of yours, and he's manipulating you, right? Right? Even for negotiation. So companies such as Cygnus provide you an out-of-band communication network where your key stakeholders are already involved. Now, we are all used to doing a fire drill, a lift drill, right? So now is the time for us to have cyber drills. Every 3 months, organizations need to get prepared for it. And you need to have low-cost solutions to be able to prepare for that. And this is something that's on the cloud. It's serverless. It's completely protected. So people can prepare, practice, and be in a state of alert and respond when the attack really happens. And we'll talk more about it in the following sessions.
Yep. Mayuran, just want to understand from you, I mean, as someone who's working with, national and global organizations today, how creative and how tough are these cyber attacks getting? I mean, on one hand, we talk about Chat GPT and other AI solutions, cloud solutions, making lives easier for businesses. But then it's also about getting more complicated to protect oneself, right? Just want to hear your thoughts on how things are changing on the securing front.
Thanks, Sindhu. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, I think if you look at the way cyber has evolved in the last 10 years, right? Initially, if you see, cyber was never a boardroom subject, right? It was more of a CISO's problem, a problem of small set of people who had to kind of manage it day in and day out, right? But if you see in the last few years, especially in the last 5 years, and I would like to draw reference to the well-known World Economic Forum report, I mean, cybersecurity has been one of the top 5 issues for I don't know how many number of years, but in the last 2 years, it has become either one or second, right? First or second issue. And why it is becoming more complex is that I would say because of 3 reasons. One is the geopolitical situations, right? Because cyber warfare is that's how the war is going to take place in future. It's already happening, right? Second is the emerging technologies, like you mentioned about ChatGPT and all sort of new technologies which are opening up for more cyber risk avenues. Third is the biggest challenge which we kind of see in the market is the skill part, right? Cyber skills is a big challenge. There's a shortage, clear shortage across the world, right? So when it comes to organizations, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it is becoming better because if you see 10 years back, there was a clear gap between the way the business leaders see cyber risk and the security leaders see that, right? There is a clear alignment now, which is getting better. And second is that there is a good level of knowledge about the risks. While the risk is changing every day, I mean, it is not constant, right? I mean, whenever there's a new technology, there's a new type of risk coming in, right? So this is clearly kind of changing for betterment, I would say. But when it comes to certain things around what organizations are currently doing, right? I would say, I mean, the word which we started hearing very often now is digital trust, right? So everybody has understood that you have to build trust with your ecosystem partners. It could be your clients, it could be your employees, third parties, so on and so forth. So there is kind of huge amount of focus on building that trust, right? And cyber is going to play a very significant role, or already is playing that.
Thanks so much. So these were just opening points to understand, where our panelists stand with respect to cybersecurity. So now, Joe, I would like to get into the specifics of, on the national front. Where is our country placed with respect to securing? Because we're not just talking about cybersecurity of companies, but also of countries today. So many e-governance initiatives are all on the cloud. Everything is going digital. So how secure is our, our citizens' data? What is the country doing, sir?
There are two agencies at the national level, CERT-IN, Computer Emergency Response Team, and the NCIIPC, National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center. And we have third is the CDAC. Cybersecurity has got two dimensions. One is the commercial dimensions, which target the commercial enterprises in terms of ransomware or a computer's attack to cripple your business. The second is the geopolitical context today. The wars of the future will not be fought only on the borders. Our adversaries are going to try to cripple our critical infrastructure, power, oil and gas, transportation, civil aviation. These areas are which open up tremendous business opportunities for the professionals to give innovative homegrown solutions. Second, the need for all the stakeholders to come on board, that every individual action is a collective effort in safeguarding the state, the nation. So every stakeholder has to come on board to be sensitized that his role, however small or big, is very critical in the chain of things. Tamil Nadu has always been a thought leader. The IT department, Government of Tamil Nadu, under the vision leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, is very, very proactive, understands in the process of bringing out the cybersecurity policy 2.0, they're engaging the various stakeholders very, very critical, very actively, very intensely, showing the models for rest of India how critical infrastructure has to be protected. Whether it's data or your energy systems or the civilization systems, all are national assets. I mentioned initially, technology security is national security, cyber resilience is national security. So with these models, all the stakeholders, we have to come on board, engage the agencies, and be ever vigilant. As Sunny was mentioning, you cannot wish away cyber attack, cyber security. It will always be there. You have to shore up your defenses by collective action by all the stakeholders.
Thank you. Yeah, please go on.
Just to add to that, I think Australia and India have similar understandings of critical infrastructure, and that's one of the areas of collaboration I'd like to explore during my time here. We've just redefined 11 key sectors as critical infrastructure, and we're doing a lot of awareness raising, because if you work in health or transport, you may not think that you're critical, but as COVID has shown us, when things stop, you then really truly become critical. So we've had a few natural disasters in Australia recently where supply chains for food delivery have been blocked, and we've had empty supermarkets. Perth is nearly 2 million people and we had empty supermarkets. So re-understanding food and groceries, logistics, health as critical, I think is really important, because if we do suffer an inevitable cyber attack, how do we make sure we can continue the critical services to make our populations thrive? And so I think that understanding of what is critical infrastructure and then how do we protect it is really important. And it's very interesting to hear from what Tamil Nadu has done in this space.
In that context, in what ways are you working together with India or perhaps even Tamil Nadu to kind of grow this area?
Well, I'm here with the Data Science Hub, so we work on different sectors, and they've just signed an MOU with the IT&T Hub. So we'll be looking to explore potentials for cybersecurity research partnerships with IT&T Hub. There's also something called the Australian India Innovation Network, which really tries to foster innovative partnerships between the two countries. So we're definitely going to be designing some pilot programs for cyber. One of the issues that we're seeing that my panelists have echoed is the difficulty of changing small, medium business behavior, because they're very overwhelmed, they're very busy, and cyber is often seen as something extra, or it's expensive, or it's hard. So how do we really, there's a huge opportunity for some entrepreneurship in this space, because small, medium businesses in critical infrastructure supply chains, we're seeing as real targets, because it's the little fish in the supply chain that helps you catch the big fish, which could be a government asset, and it could be a huge corporation that has access to a critical infrastructure asset. So uplifting the small, medium businesses is something we're really working on, and we're trying to pilot different ways to do it, because what we've done right now is not working, and we're not seeing the behavior change that we need. And without the little fish, all of the little fish being cyber safe, we're going to see some really big problems. So that's one of the things we're trying to target, and it sounds that we could have some
so that's
collaboration.
something that we have in common when it comes to, perhaps India, Tamil Nadu, and right. So Sunny, just it's a chicken and egg problem here. When you go to MSMEs with your solutions, you spoke about how they need to be cost effective. So how do you convince them about the cost of a cyber attack when maybe they haven't really experienced it yet? How do you actually get them to adopt?
Well, it's a very good point that you brought up. We must realize that as we are becoming more integrated as a tech ecosystem, your problem in the last mile is not a small problem. A problem in your last mile is an explosive problem for people at the top, right? Let's take, for example, a bank. They work with 30-odd system integrators, software that they use. And each one of them is so closely integrated at the top. If there is a leak at the bottommost level, even if someone is providing you, ID cards to your employees who are traveling in a bus that your employees are using, even a problem in that ecosystem can create an explosive situation for you at the top, right? So that means more and more large organizations, because of automation, where they're dependent on small businesses providing them little services. It could be automobile sector, it could be tech sector, it could be healthcare sector. In all areas, they are now trying to convince their smaller level peoples who are integrated to be cyber aware. And that is why as an organization, as I said, we also run the State Emergency Response Services, NERS. We deal with so many cases on a daily basis. This is a funny anecdote, but I have a healthcare startup, and the CTO of my company called me at 10 p.m. 2 days back, and he said, Sunny, just give me 5 more minutes, and I'm transferring you 10 more funds for you to buy coupons for my employees. And I was like, why are you telling me that? He said, no, you messaged me to buy coupons on Apple Store. I said, really? And he is a tech prodigy, right? But that's the weakness of ourselves as individuals when it comes to a cyber attack, right? So you have large organizations, large insurance companies that are clients of mine, where they were panicking when the bad actor was already in the system, to a CTO,
to somebody who has an ID card operating on a bus. So there is no, this is an equalizer, right? The cyber system is an equalizer where everybody has to be equally prepared. And that's why a SaaS platform like Cygnus allows you to pull it off the cloud. So you're only paying for the number of users out there. And there are going to be so many more home-bred solutions that are going to come that's going to automate the space. So it's not that we have to create awareness. The ecosystem is necessitating a change that's needed in that space.
Right. So taking from what Sunny said, I mean, Mayuran, we've seen a lot of creative cyber attacks happen today, be it companies or be it on individuals. I mean, something as simple as, clicking on a link on your phone, a message pops up, you may end up losing all your money. So what are some of the basic hygienes that I'm sure everyone would like to know as to follow? What do you generally advise clients? What should one do?
Sure. I think this is an important question because if you actually see, cyber is not a problem of just organizations, right? It's much beyond. Even if an organization is attacked, end of the day, the element which is going to suffer is the customers or the people who are at the end, right? So we have been seeing a lot of things around banks sending messages saying that your KYC need to be updated. Many times we kind of ignorantly go and click it. And what happens is that you're kind of hacked and your money could have been taken out, right? So I think what is extremely important according to me is the awareness, right? So while I know that the government of Tamil Nadu has a lot of initiatives around educating people on cybersecurity. For example, the Naan Mudalvan initiative has a cybersecurity element, especially targeting the engineering students, right? But my belief is that we have to go one level deeper, right? The awareness has to start at the school, right? So as part of our initiatives, what we do is that every November, month of October, November, we celebrate as Cyber Awareness Month from KPMG point of view. And we go across the world and educate or do a session for the schools, right? So, I mean, rather than what we have imparted, I would say that we have learned a lot from those sessions because the kind of technology adoption at the schools are much higher, much deeper than what we envisage, to be honest, right? I mean, we may be using application for certain purposes, but those kids know much more than us, right? But where the problem is that they don't understand the risk involved, right? They kind of get consumed by these apps or they started kind of getting addicted to it. But I think that is where the awareness has to start, right? So coming to your point specifically, what is extremely important is that at the organization level, there should be a culture built, right? To be vigilant about cybersecurity issues, right? So if you see most of the attacks are around either phishing or ransomware, right? And it is purely, or I would say most of the time, it is because of some careless one step, right? Just clicking a button or sharing your mail ID or whatever it is, right? So the awareness and the culture plays a critical role to kind of solve this problem. And it's not going to be sorted very soon, to be honest, right? It is a process. It is going to take maybe a decade to kind of reach a certain position, but I think it has to start now and it has to start at the school level.
Right. So, Mr. Hansraj, sir, what's your view on, what can MSMEs do? I mean, do you have in your engagement with them, do you actually talk to them about how they can build this cyber resilience?
As Cicely was mentioning, MSMEs are very vital links in the critical supply chain systems of any state or nation. Also mentioning about issue of behavioral changes. 80% of the cyber attacks or breakdown of the cyber resilience ring fences shields of a system or organization are attributable to human element. It is here tech comes into play. Just a few words about tech. Tech is India's oldest DFI. We were formed in 1949. We have now morphed into TIC 2.0, where apart from lending the MSMEs and supporting them, we also give them technology guidance to ensure that they sustain and become future-proof. As a part of that, we have a MOU with VIT, the Well Institute of Technology, in which we are going to train champion MSMEs in all aspects of Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 also encompasses cyber security, cyber resilience, because it's very integral part of that. once they come on board Industry 4.0, they have no other option but the imperative to follow the systems and processes of being a cyber resilient, cyber robust organization. Tamil Nadu being a thought leader, Tamil Nadu by ensuring cyber resilience of its MSMEs and industrial base adds to the brand value of brand Tamil Nadu as a destination of choice. And the economy of Tamil Nadu is powered by MSMEs. The maximum MSMEs are in Tamil Nadu. They are the vital cogs, the vital wheels of the industrial base of Tamil Nadu. And take in partnership with all the stakeholders, academy, industry, other partners, will take steps, proactive steps in ensuring that our MSMEs are on the forefront of cyber resilience, which promotes and strengthens brand Tamil Nadu.
Right. So we have a large consumer base in terms of MSMEs that need these cybersecurity solutions. But what's your view on, do we also have the talent base to build a cybersecurity hub in the state? I mean, as you know, we are one of the largest engineering graduates pool, but what about cybersecurity?
There is no dearth of talent in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is the logical choice for R&D, and I'm sure with these sessions like this, you imagine all huge business opportunities will be thrown open for the young professionals, young technocrats to give homegrown solutions on cybersecurity.
Right.
Just to add to what Hansraj sir said, Cygnus is a company in the Silicon Valley with research from Pentagon, research from Stanford, but guess where the engineering team is? It's in Chennai, right? So that stands testimony, right? If we can build the best product out there that the world is using, right? Every insurance company in the world, AIG, Kaiser Permanente, everybody, when a company takes a cyber risk insurance, they use Cygnus as their cyber response tool, right? Now, what I'm saying is that if a company of that caliber has its core engineering in Tamil Nadu, I'm sure there is room for more products to be created towards the MSME segment from people sitting right here in this hall. I hope I'm able to inspire one of y'all to go out and create something catering to the lower end segment. And there is room for that.
Yes, and if you'd like to bring your startup to Perth, Western Australia, we have a startup support structure called a landing pad, and we definitely have room in the market for people really trying to connect with these small, medium businesses in critical infrastructure supply chains. I don't know why not anybody's doing it yet. It seems like a really great idea. And the collaboration, I think the best and the brightest of Tamil Nadu and Western Australia together can do some really interesting things, because we do know that diverse teams make the best decisions and the most creative solutions. So I think by collaborating together, we can really design some innovative products. We can make sure that the curriculums that we're using are industry ready, that are world leading. I think, and there's some really interesting things that Western Australia is good at, and there are things that we are not good at. And so if we work together, we can complement each other. One of the things we are good at is remote operations and operational technology, because we have a lot of a mining industry, so that's encouraged a lot of innovation in that space. So when you think about smart cities and sensors and hospitals and all of that operational technology, we have some knowledge in that space. But in terms of engineering capability and the volume of engineers being produced, we don't have them. So I think, you know, if we collaborate together, definitely some interesting solutions are possible.
So you touched upon an important point here, diversity. So just to understand, how is it like for you in Australia? I mean, is cybersecurity still as male heavy perhaps as we see here? And I'd also like to get back to you to understand how it is today, the diversity in cybersecurity in India, but maybe we can hear from you first.
Well, my joke won't work here, because normally I say, wow, well, tech is very white and male, and cybersecurity is just white male. So it won't work in this audience, but in Australia it's quite controversial, and I normally get some laughs. The workforce, according to the research, which I don't believe, says that there are 22% of women in cybersecurity roles across Australia. That's not what I see reflected, but that's what's reported. So often on panels, I am the 25%, and sometimes on a panel, I'm the 50%. But most of the time, I don't have a technical background. I've come from the innovation space. So it's not an easy journey, but it's very rewarding. If we think about education, Edith Cowan University is producing so many cybersecurity graduates, and it's one of the only 2 institutions that train our defence force. So they've really got some amazing capabilities and a huge training security operations centre, which we'd love to have you explore. But we're still only seeing about 17% students, female students enroll. So there's definitely something happening in high school where women are choosing not to go into STEM and tech careers. We don't have the volume of female engineers or cybersecurity specialists that Tamal Naidu is presenting.
Right.
So that's one of the challenges that I'm really curious about, because we know that cybersecurity and the criminals, the volume is increasing, the creativity is increasing, and this isn't one kid in a basement playing on a computer. They're global crime syndicates who are trying to target the vulnerable.
Right.
You know, it's a revenue generating model on a global scale. So this is a huge complex problem, so therefore we need to make sure we have people from different backgrounds, people from different disciplines. So nurses, great in terms of cybersecurity incidents response. Nurses know how to do that. How do we get them inspired so they move into cyber?
Right. So Mayuran, as someone, you guys might be hiring specialists, at the graduate level. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but
Yeah. So as someone who's hiring graduates for your enterprise, how is the diversity like today in cybersecurity? What's your view? And how is Chennai or Tamil Nadu as a talent pool for this STEM?
Yeah. So Sindhu, I think it is getting better. That there is very clear focus and drive towards building a diverse team. Especially what we have done recently is that we have an initiative called Women in Cyber. Right. What we do is that senior colleagues who are doing well in cyber from the opposite gender, what we appreciate them, right? We kind of create an opportunity for others to get inspired, right? Saying that, okay, this is a field we want to focus on. But I think it can get better, right? It's definitely a long way to go. I would say that I think it's going to take some time, right? So one quick addition I would like to do to what Hansraja said, right, regarding the advice to MSME, because we see a lot of MSMEs here, right? So the fundamental question which comes in our mind when you talk about investing in cyber is that what is the ROI, right? That's a question mostly from the management saying, okay, what is the point of doing this? Why should I spend money on that, right? So I like to draw parallel from a well-known book called Atomic Habits. I'm sure that most of you have read about it, right? So there's a concept called plateau of marginal aggregation, right? Which is nothing but that some of these things, right, don't happen overnight, right? You have to change even if you're changing a habit or building a good habit or breaking a bad habit, it takes time. So usually the graph goes this way, right? It goes flat and then slowly after some time it goes up, right? So cyber is also very similar. I mean, if you're expecting a return of investment saying it goes like this, it never happens, right? I think that is something we have to factor in. And this is what I hear from many of our clients saying that, especially MSME saying that, okay, no, we don't have a budget for doing, right? I mean, which is respectable, I mean, in a lot of ways. But you have to have some budget to kind of build that culture and start putting the right processes, invest in the right technology. I think that's extremely important, right? There are certain things can be done with processes, but the technology landscape has changed significantly. So it is important for us to invest in that as well.
Sure. So, Sunny, just curious to understand, cybersecurity is not just all about technology, right? You need a combination of technology and manpower here to address some of these attacks. So you have a base here in Chennai. I mean, how has it been building a team here? Are you able to get the talent that you need, the new age talent?
Yeah. So I'm glad Mayuran brought about preparedness of our state. I also want to bring to the attention of the audience, for those who don't know, Tamil Nadu is one of the early states which has a helpline number called 1930 for cyber response. For those who don't know it, 1930 is towards all kinds of cyber incidents, right? So please feel free to reach out whenever you, women who have issues of morph pictures, small people being gypped off money from their Paytm accounts, small incidents like that can be handled by 1930. So I encourage you to use that, right? From a preparedness of technology, of course, we have the best engineers, no doubt about it. But yes, there is a lot we need to be doing more in finding the talent to be able to use technology to handle real-world cyber issues. or cyber attacks that happen. We are still learning. Every time we think we have perfected it, we have these deep tech guys sitting in remote parts of the world coming up with more creative ideas, and we are getting better. So a lot of companies are now using AI to be able to learn in real time and create internal alerts in their own system to trigger what could be our perception of cyber attacks is what we have seen or what we know of what has happened. But there's something happening different every second, right? So you can never be prepared for it. You can only practice, use technology, practice, and then deploy whenever you're necessary, and have this psychological grit. Don't panic, right? That's the most important thing. And that's how preparedness and practice teaches you not to panic. It's the same problem with small MSMEs. They know that they're going to lose business for 45 days. That's their livelihood. Right. To a large company which is listed, losing 500,000 records for Marriott was not a joke. They lost $8 billion in market cap in 3 seconds, right? So I think the cyber attacks is almost an equalizer for everybody to be prepared, and we are finding real creative ways to be ahead of the game.
Right. I think we're just almost out of time. So some closing thoughts perhaps from each of you on this.
Yeah, so one of the ways that we're trying to close our talent gap is to build relationships with Tamil Nadu. And look at how we can make sure that we're creating pathways. One of the things that Edith Cowan University is good at is creating industry-ready talent. So that's what Sunny was talking to, making sure that when you finish university, you understand the concepts, but you can also start work on the tools. You actually understand the tech, and you can start working. So we do a lot of internships, a lot of work integrated learning, and then we also help our cybersecurity graduates with their soft skills. Because sometimes if you're a really great security operations center analyst, you may not be a great communicator, and you may send an offending email your first day on the job. So it's trying to make sure when you come out, when you're 21, when you're 22, you're full of energy, how do we make sure you can actually enter the market at the right level and that your skills are really appreciated by industry. So building those industry and academic connections are essential if we're going to get the tech talent that we need to meet the cybersecurity challenges ahead. And then also to inspire people from other disciplines to think about cyber. You know, one of my favorite stories to tell is a group of ex-nurses. So they've been working in hospitals for 30 years on their feet. They're tired, but they're really good at shift work. They're really good at incident response, and they're really good at prioritization, because triage is prioritization. So our local cybersecurity operator hired only women over the age of 55 who were all ex-nurses to run their incident response center. Okay. So that's a group of women who are normally not employed in Australia. They don't want to work in nursing anymore, but they have skills that are directly relevant to cyber. So how do we inspire people who are nurses, who are teachers? How do we get all these other disciplines excited about cybersecurity so we bring them on the journey and then raise the capability of the state and the nation?
Thanks. That's an interesting point. So what do you think the state can do more?
Okay. My last thoughts will be to all the potential investors and the technocrats and the tech companies. The ecosystem Tamil Nadu exists. Come partner with us. Set up R&D centers, security operations centers. The per employee throughput is the highest in India. The best returns for investments Tamil Nadu will provide for you. So come and partner with us in this space.
Thank you, sir. Mayur, anything that you'd like to end with? Any closing thoughts?
Yeah. So quickly to summarize my thoughts, I would say that, again, I'd like to go back to a simple people, process, technology topics, right? So I think this could be relevant for most of the companies here. I spoke about culture under the people earlier. And as Cecily mentioned, I think the multidisciplinary team is extremely important, right? I don't think the cyber can be managed only with the security engineers, right? We need data scientists, we need people beyond that who can think differently, bring various aspects to the table, right? And that is number one. Second is that when it comes to process, I think establish cyber process aligned to the business needs, right? So please don't do something because somebody else is doing, right? May not fit your purpose, right? So understand that. Third is the technology part. Keep data as a centric thing, right? So many times what happens is that we try to protect everything, right? May not be a good strategy, right? Understand the crown jewels, understand what is critical for your business, start protecting that. I'm not saying that ignore the rest. That's not the whole message, right? The message is that start small, critical one to be kind of protected. And the final pillar is that regulations, right? I think the regulations are evolving super rapidly across the world, right? I mean, as we talk, there could be a few regulations out, including regulations for AI ethics, privacy, so on and so forth, right? So have a tab on that, because end of day, I mean, that's what is going to tell you that what you want to be compliant to, right? It could be regulations or good frameworks, standards, so on and so forth, right? I think if we start putting your thoughts around these 4 areas, that itself is a good start for MSMEs, right? I mean, your maturity journey is going to take long, as you said, right? I mean, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take longer, but this will be a good start.
Right. So, Sunny, any closing thoughts, final thoughts about what?
So I'll be very brief. To summarize, to build on what Mayuran said, what's the first thing that you will take from your home when there's a flood? It's your wallet, right? That's the first thing that you will take and you'll leave because you need your wallet. Similarly, think of cyber attack as a natural calamity. It is going to happen. So what do you need to do? Prepare, practice, respond. Know where your wallet is, try to protect it, take it with you. That's the first thing that you need to do. If you can do that, you have solved your problem.
Right. Well, hope our panelists scared you enough to go, get your cyber hygiene sorted. So I think we do have some time for a couple of questions. Maybe perhaps 2 questions, just 2. Yeah. Any questions for our panelists? Just mention who you would like to address it to. So one person
Hello.
there.
Check. The fundamental of cyber resilience is, apart from people, process, and technology, it's also about governance and cyber laws. The cyber laws in India have 2 kind of imagery. Imagery of one where it is unable to stop the spammers. There are contact center spammers who are based out of India who are spamming US. Whereas even though cases are filed, they are not getting prevented. On the other hand, even for, I would say, a simple comment made by a person in Tamil Nadu, a case can be filed in Uttar Pradesh. They come all the way and arrested. So the cyber laws, aren't they anti-poor or anti, I would say, discriminatory, but inefficient? With this being the case, how will your cyber resilience help?
Would any of the, so basically I'm guessing he's asking, are our cyber laws currently discriminating based on class, based on society? Anyone would like to address that? Something about the regulations?
That's a very deep social question you're asking. I don't think we are in a position to answer that, number one, but still I'll take a hit at it. I think we are all learning, right? Society is going through a change. And we are all learning from mistakes in the past. And I think the government is formulating laws to democratize the access of cyber laws, if I may, to all segments of society. And you'll see that this change is happening and you'll see real results very soon.
Mayun, did you have something to say on the regulations?
So the reality is that there are challenges. I'm not saying that there are no challenges, right? It is there. But what is happening is that we are kind of trying to streamline that. As a country, as a state, we are trying to bring in policies. And the biggest challenge, as you rightly said, the enforcement part, right? It is not easy because we have started the journey a little late compared to most of the advanced countries or developed countries. It's going to take some time to reach there. And what you have to keep in mind is that this problem cannot be just solved by doing certain things, right? It is going to evolve into different things. And I mean, it is like any other laws, right? There's no straightforward, I mean, laws always kind of not black and white, right? There are gray elements. So that part we'll have to handle. It is going to take some time, right? But is there focus in it? Yes, there is clear focus in it from governments, right? It's going to take some time.
Sure. One more question, anyone?
Here, I'm from.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, this is Venkat. I'm a undergraduate student. I need to ask on something. Okay, Mr. Sunny sir said that Sindhu ma'am asked Sunny sir that okay, how do you convince your customers to make a cybersecurity, to sign up for their cybersecurity? So there are only limited companies which provide cybersecurity to any other consultations, sorry, AI-based startups and everything. Okay, not all startups get enough funding for cybersecurity, and to be more in detail, they won't be having any venture capitalists, or most of them are limited companies and or sole proprietorship, etc. So they won't be having enough funding for a security side, so they'll be leaving for us. So if other cybersecurity startups could sign up with the startups who are not from the security side, for example, AI side or any manufacturing protection, etc. How do cybersecurity startup owners could convince the other startup owners to sign up with them?
Right. So is just trying to understand, it's more so difficult for cybersecurity startups to actually get clients because they're just starting out. How's the ecosystem for the startups?
As I said, right, the cyberspace is evolving. As more and more, so it's a cycle, right? As more and more attacks happen, and large corporates are realizing the need, and they're now understanding that it's not enough that they are prepared, right? They need their entire ecosystem. The last mile needs to be as prepared, and their weakest link is their weakest point, right? So that awareness is coming, and you'll see progressively over the year, probably in the next couple of months, a lot of new cyber laws coming in, companies mandated to protect their data better. You now have bad actors from different parts of the world who are going through economic challenges themselves, who are deep tech companies now using this. They understand that India is now the golden bird. So they're all coming after Indian companies. We are seeing that happening, right? So the awareness is generating, and I can guarantee you that if there are startups in the cyber security space, they're going to see a huge demand and need for them to install in the MSME, as long as there are low price solutions out there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just one last question. She wanted to ask something. Yeah.
Actually, I have 3 questions.
Just make it short, yeah.
Okay. So, the quantum computing will disturb this cybersecurity triad or not? Whether it will disturb
We can't hear you well. Just be louder. Yeah.
Okay. The quantum computing technology will disturb the cybersecurity triad. Is there any possibility for disturbing the triad?
Sorry, we couldn't hear you clearly.
Okay, the triads of cybersecurity is CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability.
Right.
When quantum computing comes to play, we think confidentiality and integrity will get affected.
Will confidentiality
We take this question in booth number B12 because we can't really get you, but I will be more than happy to answer that.
Sure. Okay. Thanks so much. Thank you all for being patient listeners, and hope this was useful to you all. Thank you.
Let's give another round of big applause for all the dignitaries in the dais. And that was a panel discussion on accelerating technology growth through robust cyber resilience. Now we would like to facilitate our dignitaries on the dais with small memento. We would request the dignitaries on the dais to please stay. Now we would request our Honorable Minister, Information and Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiruti Mano Thangaraj, to be on the stage to present mementos to our moderator and our speakers. Thiru Hans Raj Verma, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Chairman and Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Industrial Investment Corporation, Government of Tamil Nadu. Let's give a round of applause, please. Ms. Cicely Rawlison, Director, Cyber West. Mr. Sunny Pokola, Chairman, Amatex Group of Companies. Mr. Mayuran Palanisamy, Partner, National Lead for Data Privacy, KPMG India. And our moderator for the session, Sindhu Hariharan, Principal Correspondent, Times of India. We request all of you to do a photo op. Thank you, our Honorable Minister, and to the dignitaries on dais. We request all our delegates to kindly move forward from the back. You can occupy the front seats. We have a keynote address on pathways to a sustainable future. With the growing recognition of environmental, societal, and economic impacts of unsustainable practices, individuals, organizations, and governments are increasingly seeking ways to reduce their ecological footprint and promote sustainable development. This session offers a comprehensive overview of challenges and opportunities of the sustainability transition and provides a roadmap for action. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, President, Rolls-Royce, India and South Asia.
Okay. So here I am in Chennai. We can't start the afternoon without saying Namaskaram, Vanakkam. For a இங்கிலீஷில் பேசுகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி தமிழ்லேயே சொல்லிடுறேன். நான் இங்கே வந்து சென்னையிலேருந்து 1982 வெளில போனவன். ஸோ நான் எப்போதுமே எல்லாருக்கும் என்ன சொல்கிறதுனாக்க, சென்னையை விட்டு நான் போயிருக்கலாம், பட் சென்னை என்னை விட்டு என்றைக்குமே போகல. ஸோ டு பி ஹியர் இன் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் யூ, it's a privilege. It's a deep privilege for me, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Honorable Minister, it was a pleasure meeting you, sir. Honorable Secretary, it's a pleasure to meet you. And this topic is anymore not something we just listen and forget. Sustainability is a topic that we all have to take it very personal. And when we take a topic personal, we always do not have to think about it. It'll be natural for us. We will do things that will take us in that direction. And before I go further, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about Rolls-Royce, talk to you a little bit about what we do, talk to you a little bit about how we go forward with this, and how we all in Tamil Nadu will be a partner, will be a promoter, and will make sure that we show progress towards sustainability. So with that said, for those of you here in the room who think Rolls-Royce is in cars, I'm very sorry to disappoint you. The Rolls-Royce cars are owned by BMW. Okay, so we have that out of the way, and so Rolls-Royce that I represent is a company that is in the civil aerospace, that is in defense, and that is in power systems. So the latest Air India order that was placed from the Tatas has Rolls-Royce engines on the wide-body aircraft. The defense business that we have, the Jaguars have Rolls-Royce engines. The Hawk trainer aircraft have Rolls-Royce engines. The C-130Js, where our Honorable Prime Minister landed on the highway between Delhi and Lucknow, has Rolls-Royce engines. Every airport in India, every five-star hotel, every convention center like this has the ability to have backup power through Rolls-Royce. So we are empowering responsibly. And I add responsibly because we are talking about a session on sustainability. Future is not about just powering. Future is about powering responsibly. Now, what do we do with sustainability from Rolls-Royce? Rolls-Royce as a company, we signed up to the 2050 Net Zero Charter with the UN. What does it mean? Lots of companies, a lot of countries have signed up to ensure that we in this planet shall have net zero emissions. And for our piece, we have committed that every product, every service, every factory that we have anywhere in the world will produce net zero carbon emissions. But I always say the 3 I's are important. The first I is the intent. The intent is to say, I will do something, I want to do something, I wish I can do something. The second one is to implement it. And the implement phase is to say, I had this intent, and now I'm going to do something about it. And the third one is innovate. I have intent, I have implemented, now I have to take it forward sustainably. And so in our case, the intent has already been signed off. So we have the intent and we will do it, yes, great. Now how are you going to implement it? And when we talk about implementing, the way we go about implementing is to say, all our current products, if you're flying an aircraft with a Rolls-Royce engine, you will be able to fly an aircraft with a sustainable alternate fuel by the end of 2023. What does sustainable alternate fuel mean? It means that we are not flying on the traditional kerosene. We are going to be flying on an alternate fuel, which will be a mix of other fuels, that will reduce the carbon emissions by almost 80%. That's a lot. So, by 2023 end, if you fly on a Rolls-Royce engine, the engine will have the capability to fly on SAF, Sustainable Alternate Fuel. Then we said, our factories. Every single factory we have in every part of the world, by 2030, will adhere to the Net Zero Charter. We will eliminate discharge. We will eliminate any power consumption from fossil fuels. We will make our plants, our factories, green. The third piece of it is to say, by the year 2030, any new products that we bring into the market, they will all be sustainable alternate fuels only. Now, the fourth piece is 2050. What do we do between 2030 and 2050? There's a 20-year gap. It is going to be a world where you will not use any of these fuels. You will have a world that will look at electric propulsion. Today, if you want electric automobiles, it's already available. But the beauty of an electrical automobile is that if your car stops on the road because your battery was not charged properly, you can get out of the car and walk home. We do not have that luxury with an aircraft. You know, I would hate to be in an aircraft where the electric batteries run out of power. And when you have that on you, you have to make sure that the chances of failure are zero. Your battery cannot run out of power before the aircraft lands and taxis to the aero bridge safely. That puts a lot of pressure on companies like us. It puts a lot of pressure because we not only have to create the technology, but we have to make sure the technology will work till the very end. It has to be tested. It has to be tested and tested and tested and proven. That's where it takes time to do all this. So it's not going to happen by tomorrow us saying that in an aircraft, we're going to take a battery and the electric plane is going to happen. We have to first prove that a plane can take off with batteries, which we did last year. We have the first world's electric aircraft. And this aircraft flew at a speed of 352 miles per hour. This aircraft only flew for 15 minutes, but it's a beginning. Now the next step is cross the Atlantic. Now the next step is go longer. Now the next step is have people on board. That's one way that we can increase the confidence level. But we also said batteries technology has to be safe and secure and there. And so we are working on the electric vertical takeoff and landing. So a lot of people in this room will say, eVTOL, what does it mean? It's nothing but an electric helicopter. But then when you come up with a disruptive technology, there should be a disruptive name. So we call it as eVTOL. And the eVTOL will be the first aircraft that will carry 5 people. And already companies like Uber are very, very serious about the eVTOLs. We have partnerships with companies like Samsung. We have partnerships with other companies that are manufacturing the shell that want the engines. And we have the ability to produce it. So we will move in a world where we have the fossil fuels, where efficiency, reliability, safety is proven and very good. We will move into a world of full electric by 2050. And that will be a world where it will be absolutely zero carbon emissions. That is what Rolls-Royce commits to as far as sustainability is concerned. But when we look at it, it's not just our civil aerospace business. We have to do it in defense. We have to do it in our power systems business. So power systems, diesel engines, will probably slowly fade off. It'll be replaced by gas engines. Slowly, gas engines will be replaced by hydrogenated vegetable oil, methanol, ethanol. All these are alternate fuels. And then we will be in a world where the gas engine's backup power will completely be with sustainable fuels. We need electricity, so we can't use electricity to run a motor again to generate electricity. It's probably not that efficient, but we will use other fuels. We will use hydrogen. That's where hydrogen as a fuel is very, very, very important. We partnered with EasyJet. We powered one of our engines with hydrogen, and we were able to prove it works. So you have hydrogen engine in the aircraft, and you can use hydrogen engines or hydrogenated vegetable oil engines also in the power systems arena. So overall, our products are going to go from aerospace to defense to power systems in a sustainable mode all the way towards electric. What does it mean? It means we need people. People are going to be the foundation for this to be successful. This is not going to work if we don't have skills, if we don't have talent. The skills and talent today are very good for today's needs. The skills and talent for tomorrow has to be created today. And that is why support from governments are going to be very, very critical to create this talent pool, to create these skills. That's the first thing. The second thing is digital solutions. As you all know, today, the computing power is at the highest possible level in the world. The data storage is at the highest possible level with cloud. So you have the data storage, you have the computing power, digital technologies are evolving, you can go faster, create algorithms, analyze the data, and come up with the products and solutions extremely fast. You don't have to wait the 100 years it took for us to get to this current technology levels. It can be done in the next 5 to 10 years. Digital technologies are going to be the forefront. With people, with the skills, with the talent, with digital, we will be able to analyze things faster, we will be able to create things faster, and we will be able to take it to a really formal, nice conclusion towards sustainability. So to me, it is very close to my heart, and I always say climate change is one way to put it, but I think we all have to look at it as energy transition. This is about transitioning from fossil fuels towards all electric, all green electric combinations. And in that world, it is going to take all of you in this room. If I have to leave you today, the one thing you have to understand is it's never going to work if all of you in this room don't believe in it. And belief in it is very difficult because it is not there today. It is believing in something that you believe is the right thing for your future generations. And if you believe it's the right thing for your future generations, let us make the change together. That's all I had for today. Thank you very much. Once again, எனக்கு இந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கொடுத்ததுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி. மினிஸ்டர் அவர்களே, மிக்க நன்றி. நமஸ்காரம். Sorry, I walked off a little too fast. But basically, I didn't realize I had a Q&A session, but I'm open to any questions, any criticisms, any comments. Please bring it out. Thank you.
Mr. Kishore, I am Ranga here. I'll remove my mask. I met you 6 years back in Delhi, you may remember, from Apollo with Prasad. So welcome to Chennai.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, pleasure to see you after 6 years.
Chennai வருது புதுசு கிடையாது.
I know
that. இந்த மாதிரி eventக்கு வருது தான் எனக்கு கொஞ்சம்
I
புதுசா
know,
இருக்கு.
getting hold of you is difficult. So, great to see you.
Yeah.
The question that we have is, you mentioned about this Tata's order, your airplane's order. When would India be in a position to make some of these parts in India?
Okay.
So this is what a lot of people are asking. It's not like an automotive, right? The parts have to be at a very different level. So when do you think the vendors and the tier 2, tier 3 type of ancillary sector that have to get into all these things,
yes,
when would India be ready? Let's say by 2030, how much of that can it be made in India? Thank
you. Absolutely. Very good question. Thank you very much. You know, one thing that is very, very important is that we have to start to walk before we run. And I think in that area, we started our joint venture in Bangalore, and we started making engine components in India. So we manufacture these in India. But then we saw that how much Tamil Nadu is wanting to grow in the manufacturing sector. And we, thanks to the help of the Tamil Nadu government, we are opening our second facility in Tamil Nadu, which will expand to almost 4 or 5, right? Primarily, the reasons are, like I said before, the people, the skills, the talent, the interest, and the definite, I should say, I have never seen the level of cooperation from the government as I saw in Tamil Nadu anywhere else. And I believe that is the forward step that has been put in to say aerospace technologies in Tamil Nadu. That's the first step. The second step is to make sure in aerospace technologies, like I said, there's no failure option at all for anybody with anything. So the level of quality requirement, the level of skills that need to be there, and the level of, confidence that needs to be there with the aircraft engine manufacturers is just a lot. And we have built that confidence in Bangalore with our teams. We will build that confidence in Tamil Nadu with our teams. And then it'll continue to expand and grow. That's one phase of how things will grow. The second phase is manufacturing. We have talked about it since, as far as I remember, 2014, about make in India, assemble in India. But eventually what happens is it has to go towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat purely in terms of self-reliance. Self-reliance only comes when we have patents in India, IP in India. IP in India will only happen when we create programs that will generate the IP. In defense, we are working with the government of India trying to figure out how to generate that IP for combat aircraft. Now, when that comes in, the whole supply chain will open up, because for that IP, the supply chain is in India. For that IP, the technology resides here. We will make the aircraft with that engine and we will export it to the world. India is no longer the beneficiary of a technology that comes here and we manufacture. We create the technology and manufacture here for the world. It is the future for total self-reliance. And the third most important thing is that more and more companies are realizing the democracy we have, the talent that we have, the capabilities we have, is going towards a value arbitrage. No longer is it towards a cost arbitrage. We don't look at it and say, I come to India, I get cheap labor. We look at it and say that we come to India, we get the right talent. That's a big shift. I can tell you, I've been here 17 years trying to grow multinational companies in India. And I can tell you with confidence that the world today and the confidence today that Indian talent has is par none. That is what will take us to the next level. Do we have a long way to go from here? Answer is absolutely yes. Have we come a long way from where we started? The answer is also absolutely yes. So this is why I believe there's a tipping point to be reached. If you look at all the aerospace companies, I don't have to quote them here, but if you look at all the aerospace companies, they're all coming here for engineering talent. That tipping point is gone. Every multinational Fortune 500 company came here for back office services. That tipping point is gone. Every company came here for IT. That tipping point is gone. Every company is now coming to India seeking a secondary source that will become a primary source for manufacturing. That tipping point is yet to come. When that comes, we would have arrived.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Sendamarai Kannan. I just want to ask that simple question. Everybody talks about electric vehicle, and then we are moving towards battery management and all these things. But for the electricity, what you are producing, majority of the electricity comes through the coal.
I am not able to hear you. Maybe you should move your mic down a little bit. I'm not able to hear you well.
Yeah. No, we are talking about electrical vehicles.
Yes. Yes.
That electrical vehicles, you are using the batteries, and the battery storage, we are producing more of electricity, more than 70% of electricity comes through coal. Then what's the meaning of producing some green energy we are talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what my question is.
No, very good question. Excellent question. Because anybody who talks about sustainability, they forget the fact, what this gentleman mentioned here is that we all use fossil fuels and we go charge the batteries, and then we say, oh, we run on batteries, so now we are all green. The answer is absolutely, that's not green. That is just an alternate source. That's all. You have not gone green at all. So the world now is talking about green fuels. Now, when you talk about hydrogen, to get that hydrogen atom, you will split. You will split water. How do you split water? If you use fossil fuel-powered electricity to split the water, then it makes no sense. So then renewable sources of energy will have to be used in order to split the hydrogen and create that hydrogen. When you talk renewable sources, there are other challenges. But all these are the reason why climate change and sustainability is so long distant, like 2050 or 2070 for India. That is why it takes time. It is not because we cannot quickly say, I'll have hydrogen fuel. We will create the technology, but how do you create green hydrogen? That is going to be the key. And that will take time. That will take time. I'm not saying that today it will be fossil fuel generation of hydrogen, but tomorrow it will be green. That will not come from fossil fuel generation.
Hello, sir. This here.
Hey.
Hope I'm audible to you. Very good afternoon, sir. This is Mohammed. Actually, you spoke a lot about sustainable future, and we were delighted to listen to your speech. And I have an important question. Like, everybody who speaks about sustainable future and every company who are talking and who have goals for the sustainable future, everybody projects from 2030, 2050. That's what's going to come. You're talking about the products which are going to come. As a manufacturer, you have footsteps in different parts of the market, right? You are market leader in different fields, actually. So what are the sustainability procedures and maybe steps you have taken for the products which are already in the market, like the million numbers of cars in the market? What we are going to do with that? Because even if we are handling that properly means we might be able to reach towards the sustainable future very easily. So I'm very concerned about that. Not just what is going to come, but what is right now in the market, what we are going to do with it, and what is the role of every manufacturer, like renowned company like you, has to do. And please enlighten us. We'll be delighted to know what about it.
Yeah. If I understand the question, the point is, what about the existing products and services? What are you going to do about it? And like I said before, I think we are looking at 2023, our products to be alternate fuels compatible. The alternate fuels reduce about 80% of the carbon emissions, which is a good step forward. But it doesn't mean that we can do it. Our engine says, yes, I can take this fuel, but I need that fuel. So somebody else has to make that fuel. So we work with Shell, we work with all the other oil and gas companies to make sure they give us the fuel. Then the airlines have to say, I feel comfortable taking an engine with this alternate fuel. I have a free supply or a good supply of this fuel, and the price is optimal so that I'm able to run this as a business operation, then it'll happen. So bottom line to what you just said, yes, as an engine manufacturer, we will do that. As airlines, they are also committed to doing it. As fuel suppliers, they're committed to do it. So there is a time when all this will come together, which I believe will be towards the end of this year. But then it'll take time to scale it up. It'll take some time to scale it up, but it'll scale up. Right? Point number one. The other point is that once we achieve that, we have to keep going, creating the next milestone, following milestones. And we will continue to do that. So we're not saying 2050 and we're going to sit back with it. We're going to look at 2050. We're going to bring it backwards to 2023 and 2024. That's our job.
So, small correction actually. Apart from the fuel, manufactured machines and engines, what we are going to do with the which are already been dumped here? Doesn't that contribute to the sustainable future actually?
I'm not able to hear you properly. I'm sorry. Maybe that's why I'm missing the question.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
What about the machines and the engines, what have been already manufactured, which are not in use? What we are going to do with those things to create a sustainable future, actually?
No, fine. I think it's a good question, too. So the point is that, look, first we get our new engines that are coming out to be that way. Then there are other engines that are already flying, other products that are already in the market. We have to go and retrofit them, right? And the retrofit, what happens is they will be mandated by two different things. It is going to be mandated by the laws in play, and it will be mandated by the profitability for the companies. By changing my current product with this new product or upgrading my current product, is it going to make my business more profitable? That's the first question. Second question is the government telling me today that I have to do this, otherwise I cannot operate? And the second part, to be honest, look at automobiles. We went from BS4 to BS6. You cannot run a BS4 automobile today, right? Same thing is going to happen in power generation. So emissions norms are tightening, and the tightening is going in a direction towards sustainable operations. That will force companies to take existing products and convert them. And that'll happen. That'll happen. Okay. Well, I guess this is it. Thank you very much. I shall give you some time back. And it was great meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And please, again, give a big round of applause for Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, President, Rolls-Royce, India and South Asia. So we have a small token of appreciation for you. We would like to welcome our very own Minister of Information and Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiruti Mano Thangaraj, to present our presenter with a memento. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Kishore. Up next, we have a case study on disruption at national scale, on how large-scale transformations can be achieved through creation of digital public goods. The disruption case study through the case of Open Network for Digital Commerce. This session will cover the opportunity for disruption at the national scale to achieve large-scale transformations through creation of digital public goods. It will also outline the opportunities created by the ONDC platform for building disruptive businesses and how young companies can leverage it to access new markets, make their supply chain more efficient, and ultimately drive transformative growth. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. T. Koshi, Chief Executive Officer of ONDC, and our moderator, Subhashri Datta, Managing Partner, Social Entrepreneurship, the Nudge Institute. The dais is all yours, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Koshi, a CEO of Age. India has led the world in digital innovation, especially in creating digital public goods, and disrupted and democratized markets. So we can see what Aadhaar did or UPI did, DigiLocker, COVID. These initiatives have had staggering impact. 1.37 billion of Aadhaar cards, 126 lakh crores of UPI transactions in the last year, $1.5 trillion, just think about that. And now we are looking to democratize the way e-commerce is done through ONDC. Mr. Koshi, CEO of ONDC, brings a long career in working with e-governance across various initiatives. And he has also been a senior partner with Ernst & Young and a director at NSDL. It is my great pleasure to discuss ONDC and the disruption that it's going to bring about with Mr. Koshi. So for the uninitiated, what is ONDC? Can you just give us a big picture view on how you will democratize e-commerce?
Thank you. I'll just quickly give you a very brief outline of what we are trying to do. I know for the past 10 years, we are all used to seeing platforms in the e-commerce era. So our mental models are like that. So it's often not so easy to break a mental model. So what ONDC will do, as you said, is to democratize commerce. Let's look at how we will do that. You know, we are all familiar, I'm sure that all of you sitting here are familiar with digital commerce, because we belong to that part of the society which is fully involved in that. But on the other hand, if you really look at the total e-commerce penetration is only about 5 to 6%. On the buying side and the selling side is only 1 or 2%. But fortunately, most of the people sitting here are users of. So we are familiar with platform A, B, C, some few large platforms. So if you are a seller in a platform, you're visible only to the buyer in that platform. So if you as a seller would want to make your products visible to buyers in multiple platforms, you have to have a technological and process integration with multiple platforms, which becomes too costly. So, which means that when you have such proprietary platforms working, the network effect will ensure that there is a concentration. So what ONDC when it is attempting democratization is to change this paradigm. So if you are a seller in any selling platform, you should be visible to a buyer in any buying platform. I use the word selling platform and buying platform. Today we are used to having one platform doing both. So what are we doing? We are unbundling the building blocks of commerce.
Nice.
The sellers can make their catalog visible in this open network using ONDC protocol. And the buyers can help their clients to search for and choose products and services of their interest in this network using ONDC protocol. That's why in this open network, you're going to bring a uniform customer base of 1 billion people in India who all use digital and provide opportunity for the sellers to make themselves visible to all these people, all these buying platforms, that means all these 1 billion consumers, without, on their terms, not on the term of the platform's terms. That's why we call it democratization. So, if you are a seller in any platform, you're visible to seller and a buyer in any other platform. So, we are expecting this will empower the small enterprises to take advantage of the larger network, and will empower all the buyers to choose what is relevant for them, not just what is being pushed to them. That's, in summary, what democratization would mean.
So if I'm a small kirana owner, how do I get on the network? Whom do I go to? You know, the democratization goes with a lot of education as well. So it might be daunting to the last mile penetration. How do you propose to solve for that?
Very important point.
Yeah.
What you said is the challenge that we will have to address. The ONDC protocol will give everybody equal opportunity, which is true.
Yeah.
But what you pointed out in the other dimension, everybody may not have the equal capability.
Correct.
To take advantage of this forum. So what we are actually doing multiple things for that. One is that since this is a standard protocol, we are expecting multiple technology service providers to come with standard components. No, we are all familiar in how to make a website. No? Some people make their own HTML page. Now we have ready-made stuff like WordPress and so on and so forth. That means standardized tool will come. So there again, that could be the next stage. There again, the sellers can come to the networks in two ways. One, they can get an IT system which is ONDC protocol compliant by themselves. So they make their inventory visible. Or they can work with some small aggregators. If I just give you an example, two examples of such startup entrepreneurs or small enterprises who have enabled from Tamil Nadu. I'm just giving example of some. For example, there's a company called GoFrugal. They were providing software for grocery stores for their point of sale service. They made that point of sale, that ONDC protocol compliant. Now all those grocers can be now present in the ONDC. Nice. Similarly, another enterprise called Digit. It's a startup coming from Tamil Nadu. They are developing similarly standard solution for small entrepreneurs. We have eSamuday. I'm talking about the enterprises which are focusing on small businesses. The big guys can get by themselves. For example, HUL can get by itself. They're doing that also. Then one of the very well-established company in Tamil Nadu is Zoho. They are a technology service provider. They say that we have a lot of small enterprises who are using our technology to do their normal business. We are going to make it ONDC compliant. So the point I'm making is there are possibilities of multiple type of organization coming in to help small, medium enterprise be ONDC compliant. That's on the technology side. Then we try to work with the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises to develop schemes. We work with SIDBI and NABARD to bring small enterprises and farmer producer organization. Right here again, SIDBI took an initiative again from this region where they have helped Kanchipuram silk weavers to make their Kanchipuram silk sarees directly available in the network without going through multiple intermediaries. They started as a, as a POC, so there are only few of them coming. But they said they are going to create an institutional framework to help this whole cluster of weavers to take advantage of that. And it could be philanthropic capital.
Correct. It
could be people like you who will help in the education. So what we are doing is, now that this gives us opportunity, we are galvanizing the energies of multiple such organizations who believe in empowering small and medium enterprises to play an active role. We acting as the coordinator, knowledge supplier, technology supplier, and so on and so forth. That's what we're planning to do.
Yeah, that's really amazing. Just flipping it, I was reading your strategy paper, which talked about portability of trust. That word stuck with me, and how the established platforms are really a store of value. So I cannot, my experience on that platform cannot be ported to another platform, while ONDC is becoming a flow of value. So this is really, anybody can look at my history, whether I'm a buyer or a seller, it's really powerful. But how does this change the equation in a monopolistic market today?
Again, let me explain some of very important question that he said. How do we decide to go and shop from a market, from any shop or any brand? Because we have some impression about it, which has been created. Today, again, if you look at the existing platforms, if I am a seller, there's a rating. But that rating is about me as a seller, but that information is not my own. It is of the platform. So if I move from that platform to another platform, my complete history is lost. I have to build up my credibility all over again. So we have looking at multiple interventions, which has been made possible by the idea of an open network. First and foremost is that we will be providing a network level score for every enterprises who will come, every seller, which would mean that that score is belong to that seller, not of the platform. So let's say I am platform X today. I don't need to be in multiple platforms. For whatever reason I decide to move somewhere else, that score will still remain the same because it's my own. It's against my identity as a seller.
Yeah.
That is level one. That itself is a very powerful idea.
Right.
And that also forces a lot of good discipline from the sellers to the buyers. They know that how they establish themselves is going to be very critical. So each of the seller platforms will also make sure that their group of sellers whom they bring also are of certain category and capability. Otherwise, they will end up being the losers.
Yeah.
You can't just hide. Second thing, we are also working with enterprises like Quality Council of India to help them to give a certification of digital readiness. The other day, that these things could be very helpful in India. But we need to help our small enterprises to eventually get business internationally too. So what we are saying is this core itself is available on the network, what I call API-able. It means other platforms can use this to build something on the top of it.
Right.
For example, somebody like Sibyl or somebody like Dun& Bradstreet, they may have information about these companies on their financial performance. Now they can marry these two together to create a badge. So we are creating an idea of a badge, which will, today is cold start, after some time all this will come. So all these things will help independent enterprises to build a reputation and build on that reputation across a period of time without that at somebody else's mercy. And that is a big possibility in an open network.
How do you deal with data secrecy and confidentiality in your network?
Again, we are so used to thinking platform, so and the platform has all the data. So we end up thinking that, hey, is ONDC becoming the another data?
Yeah.
The beauty is the architecture is that nobody is a single hoarder of data. Today, one of the complaints against some of the platform is that they have all the data, the sellers don't have any data. It gives them a competitive advantage of whom to deal with or what to deal with in future, whereas sellers who don't have that market intelligence. But the way the ONDC system works is that, I told you, there are many buying platforms, not just one, many. Even already there are 5, 6 of them. People, it could be fintech companies like Paytm, PhonePe, it could be banks, it could be telcos. So there are different buying platforms. Let's, for simplicity says, let's say Paytm as a buying platform, it's already live.
Yeah.
Let's say I go into that, I decide to use that, you may use tomorrow something else. Any platform you use, you will still be able to access the same sellers. The same Kanjipuram weaver will be there in anywhere, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, it is this kind of an openness will bring a paradigm shift in the way that has been seen. And in the data, if I look at how it is, Let's say I go to Paytm and say I want to buy a shirt. So how it works is now buying platform has faith in me. Or I have faith in him. That's why I go to him. If I don't like it, I'll go somewhere else. Doesn't matter. Then nobody can hold me. So they will now help me to make my interest very specific. Hey, do I want a shirt of 42 size of price range of, let's say, 500 rupees to 1,000 rupees? They will help me because they are not pushing any product. In the convention thing, they'll immediately say, hey, why don't you take this brand? But they have no, they know to say, Koshi, what do you like? After that, they will create a search and give it to the gateway of the network without telling my name. So only he knows about me. And it broadcasts this search intent saying that, hey, there is a person who's interested to buy a shirt 42 size, and he'll send it to all the shirt manufacturers an intent without telling Koshi is buying. So all the shirt manufacturers, because they are nobody's private property, will get this information.
Yeah.
So they're able to get the demand of a product, not from whom. And one of them, and all of them will give a response back, and Koshi will now see in the Paytm that I like, let's say from Gupta stores. And I say, I want it from Gupta stores. Now, the buying platform will directly enter into a digitally signed agreement with the Gupta stores with the full details of me, because he needs to deliver it.
Right.
So what does it mean? The buying platform will know who are the people who are coming to buy what kind of thing. Each seller will know what is the demand of certain product in their category, and they will know everything about their customers, which is only with them.
Right.
So that is how the whole architecture provides for data being available to whoever it is residing and not to be made available to anybody else. Second thing, what we are also trying to do, eventually once they start building up, what will, as ONDC would do, is that this is a community. Aggregate performance statistics is a benefit for the community as a whole. So we will create aggregates which are relevant to this community and make it available to all, because we are not trying to sit there and make money out of it. And this performance aggregates will become the market intelligence for the community and also for the policy makers to refine policies without compromising personally identified information or competitive information. Even when the community share, I won't even know from where it came. I only know some of the community members said, this is the demand for, let's say, fashion in this market. So that's why architecturally itself is designed such a way that information security is taken into account. Plus, each of the platform has a data security certification and so on. So, we heard about cyber, I don't know. Each of them have to go through all those disciplines. That's the second element.
So just as a very lay person, I still go to Amazon and I look for a sari. And it may be coming from Flipkart, but my experience is still with Amazon, and there is a network that ONDC is providing me.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah.
But to be very honest, neither Amazon or Flipkart is at a part of this community
Correct,
yet.
correct.
Whenever they become a part of the community, this is how it will work.
Yeah.
And eventually, in the long run, that's what we believe will happen.
Right.
Because everybody will realize that it is a requirement, it makes sense to be a part of the community.
Yeah.
If you remember, this is what happened in UPI. If you look at what did UPI do, see, in any business transaction, there are two elements. One is a money side, other is a goods side, goods or service. So UPI was about the money, and ONDC is about goods and service.
Right. Yeah. And what do you think is the size of the market and your roll-up plan?
See, one thing that we need to mind is that it's a population scale transformation. Doesn't happen like abracadabra. You saw UPI, it took 2-3 years to build certain build-up, and after that it just exploded. It's
Actually, I read somewhere that this is like the HTTP of the World Wide Web.
exactly, this is like
right?
HTTP. This is like HTTP of commerce.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Okay, it takes, and there again, like you said, there's no central system, no central platform of ONDC.
Yeah.
So we are like a choreographer. We have to get different enterprises to come with their catalogs and their systems and processes. For example, buying side somebody like Paytm or SBI or Kotak Bank or Airtel or anybody. Selling side it could be Grow Frugal, eSamadai, Zoho or HUL, ITC, Google. All those different enterprises will come. Some may have regional aspirations, some may have So what we are doing is we are going in a step by step. So we got everything. We want, at every point, we need to show that it works. Because it's never been attempted in the world any time before.
Yes.
So what did we do? We started with alpha testing. What do you mean by alpha testing? It means that we got the buyer application, some seller application, some merchants came. Imagine a town, if there are not many merchants, if I tell, hey, come and buy from ONDC, they'll say, what is there? And nothing, one shop. But we have to start with one shop.
Correct. Yeah.
We have to show it works. So our stage one was to encourage this network participant to have 1 or 2 merchants. In fact, people like Digit and Isamadai and all help, GoFrugal, etc. help on this in bringing this thing. So like that, we are present in 180 cities today with few merchants. But some places we said that let's now have a lot more merchants to show that it can be done on a, in that town scale.
Right.
So that's what we have, like more than 15, 20 cities with more than 100 merchants.
Nice.
And like places like Bangalore and Delhi and etc., we have thousands of merchants. So what we did, we started the beta testing in October. Then we are doing limited publicity because everybody should feel comfortable in this new one. So if I just look, initially it was few tens of transactions a day. Then when it started building up, now it has few hundreds of transactions a day. Next month we expect few thousands of transactions in the area of grocery and food. That's where we started. But we are also adding all the other segments. Like in the last couple of weeks, like fashion, beauty and personal care, electronics, all of them have been introduced. And the most critical thing, we also introduced mobility. In fact, the first pilot that was quietly done before we started was in mobility in Cochin for taxis. Based on that one, we scaled it up, and the next pilot in Bangalore. Yesterday, we had formally integrated the whole thing. Cochin was integrated few. In fact, in mobility, we have about 15 to 16,000 transactions happening in a day, purely for autos in Bangalore. So now we will copy paste. So that's why you're going to see, just like in winter in North Indian, etc. You know Sigdi, no? Where you.
Yes.
So it's like, put a little coal, put a little thing, and start blowing. Put a little fire and blowing. And at certain stage, it reach a critical mass and it will explode. That's what we saw in Aadhaar, we saw in UPI. You will say the same thing in ONDC too.
No, the potential is incredible, and what really resonates with me is it gives agency to the poorest of the poor to compete on an even platform where bigger corporations are not, taking the bulk of the proceeds. But what challenges do you perceive in this rollout?
See, as an idea and as an architecture, we are very confident. But if you really look at, there are multiple things on which we need to work. One is that now the whole protocol is well and done.
Yeah.
Second thing is, like I said, protocol. So if I say ONDC has 3 roles. Role 1 is the developmental role.
Yeah.
Developmental role has 2 components. Component 1 is to get the protocol, which is like the digital rail.
Yes.
It's there. But it need to be continuously fine-tuned. As new domains start coming in, we need to fine-tune for that domain, the domain-specific areas. We started with B2C, and the next month we are going to B2B. So there is a continuous, in the next 1 year, you will see continuous evolvement of sector-wise. Second thing, there is a question that you asked earlier, is to enable the network to take advantage of network expansion, the small merchants and so on and so forth. And that is going to be a big challenge because it's not just about a technology solution. It's about digital literacy and digital etiquette to deal in a digital community. Imagine a small kirana stores today. Okay, today everybody comes and buys from him, or some people call up and they'll get it delivered by, which will continue. Now they're getting it a digital order. Somebody has to develop a habit of looking at their mobile phone to see, hey, is there an order? Initially, there are only 1 or 2 orders. If you don't look at it every 5 minutes, and his delivery will get delayed. Good practices won't happen. Second thing is, now that he has expanded this product, probably somebody is wanting to have in 5-6 kilos, and it needs to be packed properly. Earlier, when it has to give it to the confidence of the buyer that it has been packed properly. All those good practices. Teaching this larger community of merchants is going to be a long-term. Some of them will adopt faster, some of them will take time. So that is, if you really ask me, the biggest challenges in this transformation of their habits and practices is going to be where we'll have to put a lot of effort. And that's where we will need enormous support from In addition to we and our network participants, we need help from ministries, philanthropic capital, developmental institutions, and so on and so forth.
I do think that non-profits can play a big role in
Oh,
digital
yes.
adoption over
Oh,
here,
yes.
and excited to think how we can help.
See, if you
push
look
it
at,
on
there are
to the-
many. One is I'm saying is we are developing the significant amount of good practices as reference material. In fact, we are also, we can act as a seeding ground. But to take it across to this millions of small entrepreneurs, it's just ONDC cannot do by itself.
Correct, yeah.
So each of the enterprises based on philanthropic capital or NGOs or government entities say that what can we do?
Correct.
What are we expected to do? Doing many things. One is pure digital literacy.
Yes.
Of how to, digital literacy is not just about writing any program. It's saying about a particular interface is there. How do I look at it? How do I take a call when there is an order? How do I update my inventory? A lot of good small steps. And that is very different from the real world in which they have done. Now that these more and more number of people are coming, so we need each of them to, have more people ready with that.
Right.
In fact, one of the things that we are introducing is that we are saying that an ONDC academy.
Okay, nice.
What it is, when we are creating the whole study material and making it available in multiple languages across multiple forms. And there again, we cannot cover everything. So each, for example, some enterprises which, for example, all the artisans of Tamil Nadu or even southern Tamil Nadu, there should be somebody who work with them, especially for the long tail. There are some. So all those kind of stuff, certification programs that we did, and development of good business practices, good quality control processes. Because now, like I said, even a Kanjipuram, even an artisan can sell much beyond their normal cluster.
Right. Yeah.
So all those areas are where a lot of effort need to be done. And that's where we believe that the support will come from such enterprises.
Right.
Because it's not that without that it cannot do. So we have different kinds of enterprises.
Right,
No?
yeah.
So we will start with the most matured one, but a long tail is there.
Yes.
In the current scheme of things, that long tail will never get an opportunity. In the open network, it will create an opportunity.
Exactly.
And that opportunity, in addition to them taking advantage of that, there is a need for the developmental agencies to make this fast.
Yeah.
And that is the kind of thing that is there.
I'm really excited of the potential. This looks like the next UPI. Wonder if we take a couple of questions from the audience.
Good afternoon, sir. So your speech was awesome. So it was creating that much very, very interested. I have one single question. What do you think the present ONDC as a policy or as an operation cannot achieve in the near future? I mean, you may need technological discoveries or inventions in future. Only then that dream could be possible, if you have any such things in mind. So what do you see in the near future, ONDC cannot fulfill certain things unless with the help of the new technology, which is not yet invented.
Okay. I cannot be a technology predictor, but I'll tell you what is the possibilities. Okay, just to... one is that with the current level of technology, we can definitely have a network. We can have small enterprises and large enterprises to come. But the network can give significant enrichment. So let me just give some throwing option for the startups. I understand there could be many startups sitting here. As I told you, the open network unbundles the buyer and the seller applications. Let's think about it throws open enormous possibilities for innovation and specialization, because these unbundled components can be neatly stitched together using this protocol to give a seamless experience to the seller and the buyer. Think about some smart young IIT Madras graduate or Gandhi College graduate coming and saying that I am going to develop a voice-based solution for help the Tamilians to speak in Tamil and search for goods in this network. Today, if they make such an interesting innovation, adaptation from many open source or whatever it is, there is no market for that in itself. Whereas now when there are multiple platforms like e-Samadhyas of the world, Go Frugal of the world, they are developing platforms, say, hey, I can plug it in. Or let's say somebody else come and say, I am creating a much more image processing software, with which I can help the small merchant, the Kirana store, or the fruit producer to scan each of the item, get a nice picture, get its name in Tamil, maybe Tamil and English. These are all programmable. And this became a very interesting solution that he can sell. It will make the whole onboarding of these merchants much faster. Or they would say that I am now going to, since let's say buying platform, saying that I am going to create a specialized buying platform for Tamil-speaking people living outside Tamil Nadu. Because they don't have any interest to push the product. He'll say that, hey, by the way, when normally you may be wearing, Lacoste t-shirt, but this is special Pongal season, this is a time, because they know about me, I can help you to find out whatever puja goods that is needed for Pongal for the Thambi who is sitting there in Delhi, from Delhi itself. Or I can suggest a very special cultural outfit. So that's why innovation possibilities are whole, and the buyer side. Let me give you one more seller side innovation possible. Same set of guys, today you have the Tirupur garment factory. Today they can help them to digitize. We'll say, okay, I can improve your efficiency, good. But can you help me to sell it? No, because you have to go to the existing platform. Tomorrow he can say that I'm going to create, I understand Tamil, I understand the culture, I understand the garment business because I had been here for a long time. I'm creating a software, a solution, which will help the garment manufacturers to make their catalog visible in the ONDC network. That means they are coming from the sales side. Oh, in addition, now I can do a lot of AI to pick up data from wide variety of sources available in the net to give a lot of market intelligence to these manufacturers to expand their market from Tamil Nadu to South India to globally. All these things possible and still sustainable financially. So all these are possible. So essentially, if I answer the question, is there anything that is not there, which I want now? I can't tell you that. But an open network brings enormous possibilities for building blocks. So if I give you an example, this is like Lego. We have created a specification of the Lego block. Some of you may decide to create in the same specification a new block. Somebody may decide that I will take these blocks and stitch together a spacecraft or a bullock cart. Some will succeed, some will fail. But the beauty is there is an opportunity for building many of these components seamlessly. So like I said, we have provided a vocabulary and grammar of a language that everybody will talk. And that is the power of an open network. Otherwise, it's like a code language, only a few people will use a part of the community. Any more questions? I think I gave a too long-winded answer, but I like that question because it throws up, I could highlight to the startup and many of the students here, the possibilities open for them.
Good afternoon, sir. I would just like to know what measures the ONDC has in place to protect the interest of the buyers in terms of quality of the product or services or after-sales support.
Okay. Very, very valid question. See, there is a detailed consultation paper that we have built, which is available in our site. So for much more detail, go and take a look at it. But I'll tell you simple things. One is that a buyer will always go into the buyer side. The protocols will ensure that the buyer can ask for what he wants when he's buying, And if he has a complaint, he can go and put it there. Just like the buyer's search intent to buy went to the seller, now the buyer's complaint will go to the seller and it will be digitally tracked. Okay. So the buyer application, and this is exactly what happens even today in existing platforms too. But some of the interesting that will be very, very, like to know is that we said about a network-wide score. And that score is public. Supposing any of the buyers or the buyer aggregate find that their performance is poor, then the buyer application will say that I will not take from the seller because everything is public. So this because of the network-wide information availability, the probability of such behavior will misbehavior will come down and it become a self-correcting model. Third, like I said, one is the system protocol provides for raising issues, raising grievances, tracking grievances. If the grievance get failed, to be escalated to an online dispute resolution mechanism, and make all this information publicly available so that there is a compulsion. And if there is somebody becoming a regular miscreant in this community, finally it's a community. If there is a miscreant, the community together has put in a rule which says that they can be action taken, suspended, or dismissed. So when any enterprise become a part of the ONDC community, as a network participant, they have to sign a network participant agreement, which is a public document. And this is not something that we negotiate with you differently and HUL differently. If you are Google or HUL, a big organization, or you are a startup, we all agree for the same thing. And there is a set of network policies which are inherent part of this agreement. And these policies are coded, so it becomes digitally trackable. So when you have such strong mechanism of saying what I asked for, what was offered, what was the price, what was the condition, what was delivered, when was it delivered, what was the grievance raised, what was the response came, the probability of avoidance comes down. It becomes a self-correcting model. If I just give you an example from our own experience, you're a young boy, you may not have experience personally. Say we all know capital market. It used to be a mess when we had physical tracking. About 20 years ago, when everything was in physical form, we used to have something like a daily transaction of 400 crore. But 25% of them, there used to be a problem. But today we have 1,50,000 crore. Still there are some problems. But the whole checks and balance that can be digitally ensured make this whole system much safer. And that's what will happen here too.
Ma'am, my name is Ranga. I'm a global talent consultant. I have been evangelizing ONDC. So I think 10% of your offload. Recently, ONDC went live on Mirror, ma'am. And I think Tamil Nadu is an urbanized state. Today morning we've been hearing. It's a perfect place for a state like Tamil Nadu with 38 districts. If you skip Chennai, this is my 8th month, I have been evangelizing ONDC. And to challenge and to demonstrate it, if the group can understand, some of you can probably contact me. I'm a chief business mentor, and we have implemented it, and we are the first one to have done it in India, in a college, in a rural area. And what we have done is, this product that we have, which Mr. Koshi represented, e-Samudaya, has a seller app, buyer app, console app, and a delivery app. So all these great things that we talk about, startup, entrepreneurship, galloping up, all the skills, the engineers, predominantly engineers, they all learn within 4 months with the revenue model, meaning they earn while they learn, right? And this entire concept is based on local commerce. That is why he's calling it distribution of public goods. So my suggestion is we have roughly around 748 districts as a country. If you skip the top 20, 30 metros, still we are left with roughly district. I'm not talking about states. So this 720 districts, Tamil Nadu has, we have done a lot of homework. Everything is available. People who, I think the forum of this kind of movements, it's a movement. There's no point saying throw Amazon out. It's easier to say. But the fact of the matter is, in non-metros, this is for the lady who asked this question. The issue is not about the problems. Madam, in non-metro, only 1% of the sellers are still digitized. I think am I right, Mr. I'm not talking about Chennai. Non-metro. So in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, anything outside Chennai is non-metro. So what it means is the real challenge is how are you going to make these small guys, you keep on asking about this, Kiran. That's the biggest challenge, if I can. I have so much of on-the-road experience. I've demonstrated it. It's published in LinkedIn. Mr. Koshi is liked what I posted. I would request all of you, if anybody is interested, we have got our hands dirty. It's all nice to talk about entrepreneurship, but here in a college where people are busy with their exams, some of the students are also sitting here, the lecturers are also sitting here, we have proof of the pudding in the eating. What we have done, what we have demonstrated, and why am I talking here? This is all part of ONDC. Because E-Samudaya, Go Frugal, Falcon, there are so many seller app, buyer app. See, the students learn revenue management, enterprise management, commercial skills, negotiation skill, and they learn to understand profit and loss. Now imagine a student passes engineering, 4 years of engineering. At the second that he gets into it, we have taken an NDA, just be with us for 1 year while you are studying. He completes 3-4 quarters. After he completes his engineering, he doesn't need to go to a city. I mean, we talk about job creation versus job seeking. This is what the government wants, theoretically. But how does it happen in the 720 districts? So ONDC, when they club the local seller and the buyer, and when the local merchant through the console has a control over the data, which is a bigger challenge today, as Mr. Koshi observed. I don't know how many of them were. Yeah. So if that happens, we are not slave to the platforms, right? So this is an open network. So this is very conceptual at this point of time. But I would request this audience, because we are all sitting in Chennai, we all have hundreds of hours of man-hours of experience. I've got my hands dirty. I can tell what are all the challenges, but I can also tell you the bigger side, there are 10x type of opportunities if we know as a nation how to play this game. Otherwise, that's how we will build up. And what you said is very, very true, because it is a community building. Yeah. And we have to, as a collective, as a community, will have to take advantage of this possibility that is coming. To conclude, I have just demonstrated it. This is possible in a college, in an engineering college.
Thank you. Sorry.
And we have generated 1,200 orders.
We have a minute left. Any last question?
Any more questions?
Sir.
Okay.
Sir, I am Ramakrishnan. I am Ramakrishnan Raman. I first of all thank you, our ONDC network, Commerce, Digital Commerce. I will be proud of person in this session. I am going to the part of this ONDC network from Nagapatnam. I am startup. It is going to onboard shortly. It is a nice time to tell all the audience to thank our Dr. Gosi sir. I am the startup entrepreneur through the ONDC platform. I am proud moment of this. From Nagapatnam, I am the third startupper in Tamil Nadu. In the common platform, I am proud. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving the opportunity. This is my life. Second chapter is starting from this startup. Thank you so much. Thank you, Antal. Thank you, bye. I have worked with BSNL.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Time's up for us. I think there are more programs. I think it's our time's up.
Yeah, we are being kicked out of here. But I would like to thank Mr. Koshi for a really eye-opening discussion. And I'm really excited about the possibility of ONDC to democratize e-commerce and really to bring India out of poverty and build resilient livelihoods. We need to have mass entrepreneurship. And we need to get our Kirana stores onto the map to have and grow. And ONDC really gives a promise of prosperity to the bottom 30%. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Please stay on the dais while we want to felicitate you with a small token of appreciation. And we would like to call Thiru P.R. Nityanandam, Manager, ELCOT, to facilitate T. Koshi, Mr. T. Koshi, Chief Executive Officer, ONDC. A grand round of applause, please, to Ms. Subhashri Datta, Managing Partner, Social Entrepreneurship, the Nudge Institute. Thank you, dignitaries on dais, and thank you, sir. We request all our delegates to kindly come forward and occupy the seats in the front. We have a keynote speaking up next, and we also have an interesting session by lyricist, director and writer Vignesh Shivan. So he is also going to come later today. So we request all of you to stay back. And once again, we request all the delegates to kindly come forward and occupy the front seats. Now, the keynote on Thinking Original, Leadership Mindsets for Entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is an exciting journey that requires a unique mindset to succeed. In Thinking Original, Leadership Mindsets of Entrepreneurs, we explore the traits and behaviors that distinguish successful entrepreneurs from others. This session will delve into the minds of some of the most innovative and successful entrepreneurs of our time, revealing the leadership strategies and mental framework they've used to overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Anand Pillai, Chief Transformation Officer, Sunera Technologies.
Good afternoon. Vanakkam. It's my pleasure, it's my privilege to be here in front of you to talk about something that is close to my heart. Tamil Nadu has put itself an ambitious target of achieving $1 trillion. Now that $1 trillion will come through entrepreneurs. The question is, what is it that an entrepreneur must have? What are the traits? What are the qualities? That is what I will talk about. So if you look at the presentation overview, I basically have got 5 points. Let us look at the foundation, the building blocks. What is the basic premise that an entrepreneur will have to start his or her enterprise on? And I want to give you a formula for impact. Having done that, we need to learn to be an intrapreneur before you become an entrepreneur. You know, when I first talked about intrapreneurship, many people said, Anand, there is a spelling mistake in your slide. I said, no, intrapreneur is a word. And I want to introduce that to you. And of course, the 5 mindsets of an entrepreneur. Let's look at the building block or the basic. See, we talk about mindset. There are 3 components that are required in any business transformation. It is the skill set, the will set, and the mindset. Now, I want to ask you a simple question. Of these 3, what is the easiest to acquire? It is the skill set. What is the most difficult? It is the mindset. You know, many people think it is will set. No, it is not. You must have heard of this proverb or the proverbial statement, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Let me tell you one thing. I will not waste my energy of pulling that reluctant horse and taking it to the water. what I will do is I'll just pull the tongue of the horse and rub salt on it. What will happen? It will run to the water. Will set is easy. Skill set in today's Googled world is extremely easy. In ChatGPT, whatever you want to know, you will know. But the mindset is what is necessary, and that is the foundation that we need to have. Having said that, the basic premise that any entrepreneur must have is whatever it was that got you where you are today is not sufficient to keep you there. Take the case of Tamil Nadu. Whatever it was that got us where we are today is not sufficient to keep us there. As an entrepreneur, whatever it was that got you where you are today is not sufficient to keep you there. We need to learn to reinvent ourselves. When we learn to reinvent ourselves, we need to understand that there is no point in churning the ocean. Typical problem that any entrepreneur has is he or she will try to attempt to do many things. So I want to give you a simple formula for creating impact. And what is that formula? That formula is I, which is impact, is equal to E, which is effort, divided by A, area, into time. Now I want to ask a question. Anybody can answer this. If I were to increase the impact and if I have to work on only one parameter, there are three parameters here: effort, area, and time. What is the only one parameter that an entrepreneur will have to work on if he or she has to increase impact? Effort, area. Effort is the wrong answer. Okay, if you understand mathematics, there is no point in you working on the numerator. You can increase the numerator, but that will only give you what we would call incremental impact. But you are right. So should we increase the area or decrease the area? You gave area as answer. So what should we do? Increase, decrease. Okay, you should decrease it. You should have a focus. Mathematically, if the denominator is 0 or close to 0, what will be the value of I? Infinity. So our focus as an entrepreneur is choose a narrow area which you want to work on. The simple rule in life is if you chase two rabbits, both of them will escape. Ask the entrepreneur, what is your focus area? What is the point of impact that you are creating? And you don't have to do it over 3 years or 4 years. You will have to do it in a short period of time. So that formula having understood, let us get into the definition of an intrapreneur. Who is an intrapreneur? An intrapreneur, not an entrepreneur. An intrapreneur could be a corporate employee, an employee in any organization. Before you become an entrepreneur, you must first be an intrapreneur. And who is an intrapreneur? An intrapreneur is one, a dreamer who does things, who takes hands-on responsibility for creating innovation of any kind and make sure that he or she turns an idea in a business into a profitable product or a service. But there is one key component, and that is he or she will be taking assertive risk-taking. An entrepreneur, the first thing that he or she will do is take risks. People will laugh at you, but you need to take risks and go forward. Having said that, now let us look at the 5 mindsets that is necessary for an entrepreneur. What are the 5 mindsets? The 5 mindsets is passion to excel. Second one, ownership mindset. Third one, managing ambiguity. Fourth one, lifelong learning. And the fifth one is detail orientation. I will get into each one of them in a greater detail. Let us look at the first one, passion to excel. What is passion to excel? Well, passion to excel begins with you having the ability to proactively identify ambitious goals and overachieve them. This has got 3 components, all of which are in the extreme. First one is proactively identify. Normally what happens? How do we identify our goals? Do we identify our goals or does somebody give it to us? Our boss gives it to us. So you reactively do it. The second one is, what kind of goals do you accept? Realistic goals, achievable goals. But an entrepreneur will accept ambitious goal. And what will he or she do? Overachieve them. Proactively identify ambitious goals and overachieve them. This is the one distinguishing character between an ordinary person and an intrapreneur or an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur will look at things way before anybody else can see. An entrepreneur will not take ordinary goals. He or she will take ambitious goals, and an entrepreneur will overachieve them. But this involves limitless thinking and a self-directed behavior. Limitless thinking, no limits, and a self-directed behavior which challenges the status quo. I'll give you two examples about challenging the status quo. All of us know about the Wright brothers, right? Who are the Wright brothers? The ones who invented the aeroplane. I'll give you a situation where they challenged the status quo, and this is a statement that is made by the Wright brothers, but I'll paraphrase it for you. And this is the simple statement. The statement is, if everything that is believed to be true is accepted as the truth, there will be little scope for innovation. Now let me ask the question. What was believed to be true during the time of the Wright brothers? Man cannot fly or anybody cannot fly. Was this believed to be true only in their home? Or only in their city? Only in their country? It was true, believed to be true all over the world. But did they accept it as the truth? No. They challenged the status quo. An entrepreneur will challenge the status quo. If somebody says it cannot be done, an entrepreneur will say, watch me, I will do it. People will laugh at you. And just for the record's purposes, does anybody know what the profession of the Wright brothers was before they filed their patent for the aircraft? Anybody? Farmers, no? Anybody else? What was the profession of the Wright brothers before they filed the patent for the aircraft? Okay, you can Google and find out. They were bicycle manufacturers. Are you able to understand the power of an entrepreneurship? An entrepreneur is somebody who does not accept status quo, challenge the status quo. The next example that I want to give about challenging the status quo is that about the bumblebee. You know the bumblebee, round shaped? Now on that note, let me tell you one thing, looking at all of you are in good shape. You know why? Because the round is also a shape. Okay? So don't worry about that. Look at the bumblebee. The bumblebee has got a round shape, small wings. So the scientists, they said, listen, an insect of this body shape and this small wing cannot fly. Why? Because the wind drag will be so much. The energy will not be sufficient for it to lift its own body weight. All this they did, they concluded that a bee like this cannot fly. And suddenly they found the bumblebee flying. When they found the bumblebee flying, they said, hey, wait a minute, come back to the wind tunnel. Let us study it further. And they found that they had ignored two parameters. One parameter was they calculated a particular duration for the bumblebee to be flapping its wings, but the bumblebee was flapping for a longer duration. The second parameter that they had neglected was they calculated a fixed plane for the bumblebee to be flapping its wings when actually it was flapping its wings all over, and they said because of these two parameters the bumblebee can fly. Let me tell you one thing, the real reason why the bumblebee can fly is because of a third reason. Can anybody guess what the real reason why the bumblebee can fly? It did not know
magnetic levitation.
All the scientific theories, I'll tell you the real reason why the bumblebee can fly. The real reason why the bumblebee can fly is because it did not do aeronautical engineering in IIT Chennai. That is the real reason. An entrepreneur will challenge the status quo. You don't need all this. My boss, he used to constantly tell me, I work for 2 companies and both these bosses have told me, I work for HCL Technologies for 14 years, for Reliance Industries for 4 years. You know what my boss used to say? Whenever I want a difficult thing to be done, I will not hire a genius. Because he or she will tell me a scientific reason how it cannot be done. There are enough people who will come and give you a scientific reason. An entrepreneur will defy science. An entrepreneur will defy logic. There are 5 big impacts of having passion. What are the 5 big impacts? First one is, a passionate person will have long life. They will live long. The second one is, a passionate person will be very healthy. Have you come across people who are having terminal illness and you go and talk to the doctor and ask the doctor, how long will this patient live? The one common answer that the doctor will give is, as long as this person has got the fighting ability. Now, personally, I've never fallen ill for a long period of time. I think about 50 years, I don't think I've fallen ill at all. Because of a conviction that I have. And that strong conviction is, listen to me carefully, the strong conviction that I have is, I strongly believe that no self-respecting germ will ever bother to infect me. Unfortunately, in these recession times and in these COVID times, the germs have got shameless. That's a different story altogether. But a passionate person will be healthy. A passionate person will also be very happy. My father, he had a foresight in seeing the level of happiness that I'm going to have, and he named me Anand. But a passionate person will be happy. What my earthly father intended, my heavenly father accomplished. But I want you to understand that a passionate person will have moments of bereavement, moments of sadness, but his or her ability to spring back is very high. A passionate person will also be far more productive. He or she will get more things done. A passionate person also will be far more reproductive. Not the reproduction that you're thinking of. Will produce more leaders. Those are the 5 benefits of a passionate person. Stephen Covey said this, if you want to hire people whose passion intersects with the job. They won't require any supervision at all. They will manage themselves better than anybody can manage them. Their fire will come from within. So as an entrepreneur, you need to look for passionate people. And for that, you yourself must be a passionate person. A great preacher, John Wesley, was once asked the question, how do I get people on fire? How do I get people charged up? The answer that he gave is, I just ignite myself and let people watch me glow. So if you want passionate people, you must be a passionate person yourself. A passionate person will be a successful entrepreneur. That's the first quality. The second quality of an entrepreneur is, he or she must have ownership mindset. What is ownership mindset? Ownership mindset is basically the ability to think and act like an owner, seizing opportunities to maximize value across the organizational boundaries. Now, in any organization, there are organizational boundaries. These are called departments. HR department, finance department, marketing department, sales department. An entrepreneur will not come and say that this is a finance problem, or this is a marketing problem, or this is a HR problem. Boundaries exist in every organization. And this is typical blame passing. You ask why is sales not improving? That is because production problem. Ask the production guys, why is sales not improving? That is because R&D problem. Ask R&D guys, why? Because finance did not give us the budget. An entrepreneur will not blame departments. An entrepreneur will have a sense of personal identification. He or she will say, this is not a finance problem, this is not a marketing problem, this is not a HR problem, this is my problem. That ownership mindset, that personal identification is the second quality. The third quality of an entrepreneur or a mindset is his or her ability to manage ambiguity. Now, let me tell you one thing. In the last 36 months, due to COVID and due to whatever, there has been more volatility, uncertainty, ambiguity, and complexity than in the last 3,600 years. Upon all the experience that they've got from themselves and from their team members. You know, after leaving Reliance, when I started my company, in the first year, my chartered accountant, he said, wow, man, you got more than what you got in your previous company. The assistant, he said, Anand, you're an overnight success. My chartered accountant corrected, you're an overnight success with 38 years of experience. You need to understand that as an entrepreneur, you need to draw from your own experience and you need to draw from the experience of all others. Ken Blanchard, a great management thinker, said, none of us is smarter than all of us. An entrepreneur is one who's got a team of people who's feeding him with ideas. That's when you'll be able to manage ambiguity. The fourth quality or a fourth mindset of an entrepreneur is lifelong learning. Whatever is the technology, whatever is the market, it keeps on changing. Lifelong learning basically helps you to get that innate aspiration to acquire knowledge. And if you're taking down notes, write down one phrase in any area. Not just in your own area. Because the problems are common, the solution can come from all over. You need to have multi-dimensional thinking. You need to have that deep-rooted desire to seek out new experiences and the humility to learn from them. Learn from failures. That's very important. J.K. Rowling, in her commencement address in Harvard Business School, this is what she said. Everybody wants to prevent failures. Everybody wants to avoid failures. But you need to learn from failures. This is what she said. It is impossible to live a life without failure until you live so carefully that you do not fail, in which case you've actually failed by default. Henry Ford was once asked a question, how do we increase the success rate? He said, just double the failure rate. You need to learn from your experiences. And those experiences, some of them may not be good. You need to also be open about your exchange of information, exchange of knowledge, exchange of expertise. No point in keeping your information to yourself. Let there be a learning environment. Let there be a knowledge sharing environment. Regularly, and that's one of the first things that an entrepreneur should do is have debriefing sessions. This is what I did. This is what I learned. Not all of it may be positive. You know, in almost all the companies that I worked with, I would initiate an activity called LFI, learning from incident. Okay, there was this fire that happened. What did we learn? Okay, there was this boiler burst. What did we learn? Okay, there was this calamity. 4 people died. Rather than finding out who did what, understand what is it that we can learn from this and how can we prevent. Learn to have a learning organization. Peter Singh actually talked about this. He said, this is the 5th discipline. The 5th discipline is when you have a learning organization. Even though the CEO or the founder may be a CEO or founder by virtue of starting the company, learn to learn from others, learn from your peers. That's the 4th quality. The 5th quality of an entrepreneur is his or her ability to break down a complex task into smaller elements and incorporate all the relevant details in order to ensure a flawless execution, but very specifically with a hands-on approach. That's very important. All the problems that come to you will come as complex projects. But your ability to break down that complex project into smaller executable elements, taking hands-on responsibility is very important. And here I want to give you one sentence. And that sentence is this: delegation is not abdication. Let me say that once again. Just because you have delegated it to somebody, it does not mean the responsibility has gone from you. You must have a hands-on approach. And here, I will give you a favorite story of mine to illustrate this point of how you need to have hands-on approach. Okay, there is the story of a person who had 6 dogs. One of the dogs was a showcase dog. It knew every trick in the book, every activity that any showcase dog would know, this dog knew, and the dog's name was Bruno. Bruno fetch, Bruno attack. Bruno did, Bruno knew every trick in the book. So anytime any guest came home, the owner would showcase Bruno. Have you seen Bruno? Bruno fetch, Bruno attack, Bruno dead, Bruno beg. So much so that this became a routine. The wife said, any guest comes, 15 minutes Bruno time. One day, of the various guests, a management consultant came. So what will the owner do? Showcase Bruno. Bruno fetch, Bruno attack. And the management consultant was impressed with the skills of Bruno. The next question the management consultant asked is, how big is your organization? The owner said, listen, this is an organization, this is a home. Please keep your management jargon outside. This is a home. Please talk English. So he said, okay, how many dogs do you have? That's good. I've got 5 other dogs. The next question he asked, what is the competency level of all these 5 dogs? I told you to speak English, you know. I mean, oh, can all these dogs do what Bruno can? No. Why? Because they are just dogs. The next question he said is, who do these dogs report to? Was, you know, please, this is a home. I've got some dogs. I know that you're used to all your jargon. Can you speak plain English? Okay, who do these dogs listen? They listen to me. That's good. There is a problem in the reporting structure. Man, come on, what is happening? What should I do? See, there's a problem in a reporting structure and you are wasting a highly talented resource. Highly talented resource, what should I do? You need to reorganize. You need to bring about an organization transformation. Whew. I mean, by this time, the owner is fed up. Tell me what I should do. You need to promote Bruno and make him the manager of all other dogs. How do I do that? Simple. Send an email, put it on the notice board. This is a home. Man, give me practical solutions. What must I do? Okay, you do one thing. Call all the dogs for a meeting and announce the new organization structure. So the next day, he called the 5 other dogs along with Bruno, and these are the names of the 5 other dogs: Rexy, Ruby, Roxy, Princey, and Sheba. Incidentally, they're the names of my dogs, so don't get personal. Rexy, Ruby, Roxy, Princey, and Sheba, along with Bruno, were called for a meeting. And they all come and they're all wagging their tails. What's going to happen today? So the owner announced the new organization structure. Rexy, Ruby, Roxy, Princey, and Sheba, from tomorrow onwards, your boss is Bruno, because Bruno has got promoted as a manager, and Bruno is very happy. So he asked the management consultant, what should I do now? He said, leave this new organization structure for 6 months, and you see the competency enhancement of all the subordinates under the new leadership. By this time, the owner was anyway fed up. He said, okay, leave 6 months. After 6 months, the owner came back. And along with the management consultant, they wanted to check the competency enhancement of the dogs after Bruno got promoted. So the management consultant, he came to Rexy and said, Rexy, fetch. As good as Bruno. Wow. Princey, attack. As good as Bruno. Man, this is really good. Ruby, beg. As good as Bruno. The owner was mighty thrilled. He said, you management consultants are really good. Earlier, I had only one talented dog, and now by implementing a simple advice of yours, I have got 6 talented dogs. Fantastic. But I did not know that management consultancy has gone to the dogs. But nevertheless, it is really good. As they were patting themselves on the back and they were going, suddenly the management consultant had a doubt. Let us check the improvement of Bruno after promotion. So they went to Bruno and they told Bruno, Bruno, fetch. Bruno looked at Shiba, Shiba, fetch. At which time, this happened in Delhi, so I'll tell exactly what was told. Pardon me for the language. This is what the management consultant said. Sala ye kutta manager ban gaya. Let it not be said of you. Just because you have become the CEO, just you become the manager, it does not mean that you leave your hands-on responsibility. An entrepreneur is somebody who says, the buck stops at me. Now that is what takes me to the final 5 qualities. Let us remember, what are the 5 qualities? You need to have passion, passion to excel. You need to have that ownership mindset. You need to have the ability to manage ambiguity, and I will guarantee there will be a lot of ambiguity in your entrepreneurship journey. But as you are going, learn along. Let there be a lifelong learning spirit, and definitely get into the details. While you get into that, let me give you my final statement. And my final statement is, if knowledge or information was power, librarians will rule the world. Knowledge is not power. Shared knowledge, or more specifically, implementation. Knowledge by itself is at the bottom of the food chain, the business food chain. Implementation is power. With that, I want to thank you for your patience. Know if you have time for questions? Yes. Okay, time for questions. Yes, any question?
Sir, good evening.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Sir, good evening. My name is Lakshman. Yeah, being an entrepreneur, I have a simple question. Which I should have a first priority? Should I have a first priority as a purpose or vision?
Purpose?
Or vision.
Or vision. You want me to give you a direct answer? Neither. Neither. Meaning, just find something to do and do it. You know, see, I'll tell you one thing. An entrepreneur will not waste time in writing a purpose statement, a vision statement. Find a problem, go and solve it. That's it. Are you getting my point? Leave that to corporates, leave that to big organizations. And the entrepreneur, no time for a purpose statement, no time for a vision statement. Find a problem, solve it, and that's it. Thank you. Yes.
Anand sir, thank you so much. My name is Fahim. Been an employee for about 10 years and entrepreneur for 8 years. And now we have started a not-for-profit organization called My Story.
My Story,
yes.
Okay.
So what we do is we bring successful entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs to come and share their story. So that's what we're doing. So what I have discovered in my journey is that not everybody needs to become an entrepreneur. Some can become very successful entrepreneurs as well. And not everybody needs to become successful entrepreneurs. Some can become entrepreneurs
What's the question?
Well. Right. So I just wanted your inputs on, is there anything that we can use to see who should pursue what kind of direction?
Okay. These qualities are for an entrepreneur as well. So when you find employees with these, just encourage them. That's it. Okay. One more question and then.
Hi.
Yes. There's a person there with the mic.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So as we are starting up, we are meant to learn everything, do everything by our own. So when is the when is the point we should delegate things?
Okay, let me give you, when is the point you should delegate? Okay? See, I have in my organization, I have 3 rules for promotion. First rule for promotion is you must make yourself redundant in your job. That means if somebody else can do your job as good as you are, it's a time to delegate. There is somebody else who's doing it. But before that somebody else, you need to empower him or her to do the job. Don't just delegate. And the third one is you must find something else to do. Because I'll tell you one thing, the biggest problem for an entrepreneur is you have delegated and you've got nothing to do, then you'll go and do micromanagement. Okay, so those are the 3 rules. One last question and then we'll close. Any last question? Okay, if the mic can come there.
Hi, sir.
Somebody got the mic earlier. Sorry.
Sorry about
yeah.
Hi, my name is Jitesh, and I run a startup called the Internet Generation. So you just mentioned that the biggest problem is an entrepreneur goes and micromanages.
Yes.
But you had also mentioned that when you delegate, it does not mean the responsibility is given away. So where is that thin line between not micromanaging and, micromanaging?
So I mentioned earlier, if you train another person, if you empower another person, he or she has got the ability to do what you have entrusted him to do. But the responsibility still lies with you. Which means if he or she is stuck, you take ownership and drive it. Okay? That's the thing. I know that there are others. Oh, you got the mic. Okay.
Just one very small question.
Yeah, small question.
I'm Lamek Jacob from Hindustan University. I'm really glad they say the best for the last. And I just want to understand the exact pronunciation for the word entrepreneur. Is it entrepreneur or is it that or this? Because I've heard so many.
Don't worry about it. Don't break your head over it. A rose by any name is a rose.
It's really confusing.
This is not an academic question. This is not an academic session. I will not even attempt to answer that question.
All right, being politically correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me also tell you, there are others who may have a question. Write down my personal email ID. You will never forget it. It is gmail@anandpillai.in. For Rajnikant, it was a joke. For me, it's a reality. gmail@anandpillai.in. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Did everyone enjoy the session? Yes. All right, let's show that via a grand round of applause, please. That's great. And thank you so much, sir, for a very fun and enthusiastic session. We would like to present you with a small token of appreciation. We would like to call Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan, Managing Director of St. Gobain, to be on stage and presenting our memento to Mr. Anand Pillai, Chief Transformation Officer, Sunera Technologies. Grand round of applause, please. Thank you, sirs. All right, so we have the upcoming session, and it is a very interesting session, Metaverse in Entertainment Industry, the Metainment Outlook, and it is going to be presented by none other than the film director, producer, actor, singer, and lyricist, Mr. Vignesh Shivan. Let's give a big round of applause, and we would also like our delegates to take the front seats, please. Right? The media industry is rapidly leapfrogging beyond 3D to creating impressive virtual worlds enabled by cutting edge technologies. Its impact is seen across the media space, be it films or gaming or social media. In this special address, we will hear from a leader from our film industry on the outlook and opportunities from the metaverse in the entertainment industry and the enablers needed to support its growth. And the session will start in less than 2 minutes. I would meanwhile ask the delegates to kindly occupy the front seats. All right. Once again, let's give a big round of applause and welcome film director, producer, actor, singer, and lyricist, Mr. Vignesh Shivan. And he is going to talk about metaverse in entertainment industry, the Metatainment outlook. So the stage is all yours.
Thank you, thank you. I don't know why they say singer. I've never sung any songs. Thank you so much for this lovely introduction for me, and it's good to see so many people gathering here. So I'm a little nervous also because I think inga irukra ellarume enna vida nariya padichavangala irpinga. So illaya seri okay. Then okay, I'm feeling better then. So I just came here. Kevin sir, he just told me to have a discussion, just share my knowledge about metaverse and how it's going to influence filmmaking and all those things, and then how it can be a part, or it can actually enhance the experience of whatever our audience are enjoying now. Like till now we are used to going to theaters and watching movies from there, and then for them to transport from this seat to just enter into whatever is happening, the world that is happening, it's going to be a real அது உண்மையிலேயே ஒரு பிரமிப்பான ஒரு விஷயமா தான் இருக்க போகுது. Like before, when I was born like 1985, so at that point of time I remember people telling us, like, 90s, when first we had the phone that came to our homes, because my parents were like government servants, so we had this privilege of having telephones. So at that point of time there used to be some rumors that were spread where they'll say, hey, future la vandu phone, you can see the person and you can talk. In 90s they used to say this, like, you can see the person, you can when you're talking you can see the other person's face, they can see your face, and at that point of time it looked like as if like how it can happen, like, how can something like that happen. But now we are in that we are seeing it, and it's gone to another level altogether. So inniki how a smartphone looks very fascinating for us. So today, whatever we are thinking about metaverse, or whatever we are hearing about all these things might feel fascinating, but then down the lane, 15-20 years, I think the future is going to be that way. And anniki we will be talking like how if we see an audio cassette, we are thinking like idilalam paatu kettam like that. We'll see the same iPhone 14 or whatever, and we'll feel like, yo, we've just used this phone and all. And I mean, after 20 years, maybe my kids might mock me for that. Anyway, so how I got this interest is, I came up with this concept of Createverse, where I'm the co-founder of it with one of my friend, Satya, we just had this idea of bringing in virtual reality. I was supposed to do a film before, which I'm doing now. The movie is called LIC. I mean, the announcement is yet to come. But then that film was a futuristic film, which I wanted to do in 2017, 2018, but then that film didn't happen. At that point of time, it was like over budget, and it was a very expensive film to be made at that point. So I wanted to show like Chennai and Tamil Nadu in a future space, like how it will look in 2030 or 2035, how it is going to look. So I was not able to visualize most of the things. Then I had to meet some people, and I wanted to know how the futuristic Chennai is going to look. So I needed some creation for it. So I met Satya and many other people, and they gave me this experience of having a VR set and then seeing how a Mount Road might look, how a T Nagar might look, or how Chennai might look. So that is when I got my interest, and then I felt, okay, maybe we should just put these ideas and make it into something. So that's how we arrived at Create to Us. So, so once we started this, then we felt there should be some way where we should bring creators some kind of an economy. Like the Createverse is a platform where it's a platform for creating a economy for creators, like any type of creators. Like even you're making movies or you're making a painting, you're good at something. Today we are just putting out all our efforts and effects into something like or Instagram, whatever photos or whatever we post. It all converts into likes and shares and things like that. But then we wanted a platform that could give us something extra, something more than that, where we completely decentralize it, and then every creator has his own power. The future is going to be like this. Like Web3 talks about that, where everyone can own it, and that gives us the privilege of all these things, like metaverse, and everything is based on Web3. And so, one second. Satya, please don't. I think, yeah. Go to the first page. So we wanted to do this, and then we tried to do it for a movie that we did. Like we made a horror film called Connect, and then we wanted to create a metaverse for that, just to have an experience, like how it's going to look, just to have a feel. So if you can just play it, Satya, can you just play the Connect verse? I don't think it's coming. You don't come in this way. Yeah. It's much better with a VR set, but
Ravi?
Hey, once again, எங்கேருந்து வருதுன்னு தெரியல பட் எனக்கு மட்டும் ஒரு டிஸ்டர்பன்ஸ் கேட்டுட்டே இருக்கு.
So we did a small teaser because it was a horror film. So we just tried. So we are trying to do certain things in this. In this concept. So என்ன சொல்றது? Next இது போ. Go to the next one. Yeah. So one of the possibilities which we were thinking and which we were also working is the digital avatar that might give immortality for most of our heroes and whatever characters we are creating. Like this could be a major, like a complete changeover, and நம்ம வந்து இன்னும் எத்தனை வருஷம் ஆனாலுமே இப்போ ஒரு ரஜினி சார் மாதிரி ஒருத்தர் வந்து எத்தனை காலங்கள் ஆனாலுமே நம்ம வந்து we can just see him and we can keep working with himன்ற மாதிரி ஒரு ஃப்ளேவரில் we just wanted to this was also done with our team. We just created this. And next, go to the yeah. Sir, you wanted to. Yeah.
Thank you, Vignesh. That was a good demo of your Connect movie that you did in the metaverse. I know that not many filmmakers who have access to the Web3 ecosystem are, creating a Createverse kind of this university. You are very passionate about doing this creator economy, right? And you want to bring all the creators into a one platform. And that also going to create a lot of job opportunities and identifying the talent with ease. Maybe, if you can share that perspective to all of us, saying that, how you are creating that creator platform, integrating the talent into the Createverse and identifying the talent and giving them the right opportunity.
So what we initially planned with Createverse was, like, you can enroll in it, any creators can enroll in it. Like tomorrow, if someone wants to put up a film or they want to do a short film or a big film or anything, you just have to just give your requirement and then it will pick the best talents that are already available in Createverse. Like, if there are n number of directors, n number of actors, then you have your DOP and everyone, they'll be included in this environment. And then once you mention, okay, this is the genre, this is what you have to do, what you need, it will just put up a team and then you can immediately talk to them and it will be like there'll be mentorship. We already established and registered winners in the industry. They will be acknowledging certain talents. For example, today, how a film is made is we come up with a story and then we go and meet a producer, we tell them a story, then we have narrations and all these things. So this is how traditionally this has been happening. So everything, and we don't have any hold on, like, like it's all person to person. It is not based on one person's exact talent. So it's more dependent on whom you know, who you can talk to, who can recommend you, and all these things are happening only person to person. But once we get a platform like this, so what happens is, there is already someone who's validating you. So, for example, a movie called Love Today, it released and it became a huge hit. So, if we had the access, for example, if I was a nomad, like, if I followed someone like a Pradeep Ranganathan's short film, so he has a profile on Createverse. So he puts his first short film or his first poster or something, and I am someone who thinks that he is going to become a big guy. So I can buy even his profile as an NFT. I can be in his space right from the beginning, and once he becomes successful, or my calculation of his talent, if it works out, today he is 10x or 100x. So I can also be a part of his success. Like today, there are certain people who are making this, music has become as an NFT. So here we make talent as the NFT, where you can invest on it, you can invest on a person's talent, and then once it grows, you can also grow along with it. A normal, instead of me just going and buying a ticket and watching a movie, you can also share the success of a movie. You can be a part of anything. Like today, there is a first look that releases of a movie. So the first look just comes and we just see it and that's it. Tomorrow, if I'm able to release a poster or a first look as an NFT, n number of people can own it. All the hero films are something that we all root for, but then there are certain small films which are based on very good talents, and if we are able to predict all those things and if we are able to be a part of all those things, then if the film becomes a big success, then I also grow along with it. So that is the kind of concept which we are trying to bring with our platform, this Create World.
Sure. I think there are a lot of student communities also here.
Okay.
So whoever is having those creative thoughts and creative mindset, they can join this ecosystem of the creator economy and build up the thing. And a lot of times, we talk about these kind of creative works, kind of initiatives happen in the Hollywood, right? They bring this new technology, new wave and adoption. And it's the first time we would see something is happening in the country, and very proudly say that that is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu, right? Where do you see this potential that can take Tamil Nadu to the next level in terms of the create-verse, metaverse, and align in the entertainment industry?
See, it's everything here, we always relate it with movies. So even for metaverse, the first idea that comes for everyone is how to include metaverse into cinema. But there are n number of other things also. I mean, being from the industry, I wouldn't always say that only cinema and movies can take a platform beyond boundaries. There can content creators, like, even directors can think for metaverse also. Like, it need not be just a movie. It can be see, there is this convergence of cinema and gaming is going to happen. Like, eventually this is going to be your experience in a metaverse. Like, the day I get to be a character in a Ponniyin Selvan, or the day I get to become a character in a LCU or something like that, that is where we are all heading. I mean, future is going to be there. So we are dependent on hit ideas, we are dependent on hit movies or heroes and all those things. So this is one side. There is another side where creators or people who think, they can come up with concepts, they can come up with stories heavily mythologically based, because we are all rooted to our own mythology and things. But then some creative ideas which we can have great stories which can happen inside the metaverse, and we can be a character inside, like how they show in this movie Ready Player One. I don't think that level of dystopian future is not very far. It's going to be like now. So directors or storytellers, they can also see this as an avenue. Like, it need not always be a film. It can be something here also, like an experience created. There is I've been to a place called Dreamscape in LA once, where they had created a immersive experience where we get to experience how it will be inside a Jurassic Park. Like, you can go and you can actually touch the dinosaur. So that was very fascinating for me. So when I was there, so the first time when I was having that experience, suddenly it showed like I can touch. Then I was imagining, okay, I'm in a virtual reality setting, but then how can I touch? Like, how is it possible? So, but when I just put my hand out, or when it asked me to take a torch, I bent down and there was a torch and I was taking it, and then I showed the torch and there was light. And I was so fascinated by how physically also I'm able to feel something. So the next time also I booked the same ticket and I went inside, and when that particular point came, I removed my VR mask and I was just looking. There was a small rubber dino doll that was popping out. So I was like, this simple idea, I mean, it was just a small, it was like not even 1,000 square feet hall, but then the kind of experience that it could give me. So see, for today, to be more precise and simple, we are keeping our phone or the computer or everything. It's in our pocket. It's with us. Like, that is here. If we go into the phone's pocket, or if we go into your computer's pocket, when I am inside that, the kind of experience that it's going to give me is immense. So what I'm trying to do is, if I can bring that kind of an experience for my audience in the future, if I can give that kind of, if my movies have that level of thought process, where it can become into a metaverse, where people can also experience it from inside and just not audience, if they can also participate in the movie, if they can also take calls, if they can also act inside it, then that experience is going to be huge, is what I'm thinking. And I'm also working towards it. Like all the stories that I'm doing now, I mean, my scripts, everything, they have a good potential of being converted into like bigger than a movie. It's not going to die when the movie is released and after 2 weeks. It's not aimed at a Friday and for the next 2 weeks. I want it to grow. I want it to stay for a long time. So I've changed the way of thinking for a movie into that way where it will have a longevity in different formats. Like a theater or a television, I mean, all these things, they are time bound. I mean, you go, you watch a movie once, you come out, then you go for something else. But then if we are able to go back to it, if I'm able to make you come back to the experience again and again, then I feel sky is the limit.
Sure, that's a good one. Now, create words, is it your team's thought that come across and maybe one of its kind in the country as well, that kind of an approach that has been adapted. But do you see this kind of technological evolution? Because the film industries are very traditional. They have a schedule, they run with their own sequences. How do you see this adoption of create words kind of technological evolution in the film industry? And what kind of challenges that you are foreseeing? And maybe some of your recommendations to overcome the challenges?
So, how I would see is, to share an idea is actually risky for any creator. Like someone who comes up with a nice idea, for him to put it online, like today even whatever NFTs are facing is, there is no authenticity. Authenticity in the sense, even I can own it and anyone can own it. Anyone can just take a screenshot and say, this is my NFT, and there is no specific, we don't have control over it. So when a creator, so if I'm coming up with a mind-blowing idea, which is mind-blowing for me, so I feel that, okay, this story is going to win. And for me to put about that story or tell about that story on a platform, I'm going to feel risky about it. So that is one area, that is a very big challenge which we have to make them trust and come in.
Sure.
So, but what we are trying to do is, once an idea is out or once we are able to mentor it, like if someone is going to say, okay, this particular story or this particular talent is going to be good. For example, like I meet a director of photography, like a cameraman who is very good. He shoots something very nice for a marriage video or something, but then I find him as a very good talent. The day he puts out something about his work, and I just tell people that, okay, this guy is good, he is going to become big. Like already someone who is established in the industry is going to vouch for him. And then he can easily be selected. So even today, if we have to go for talents, we speak to agents, we speak to managers and things like that. We don't have this hands-on, like, directly I don't know you for any film shooting for that sake. Like there are like totally 150 to 200 people working every day. In that, you will know only your 30 to 40 people who you see every day. But there are new people, like for your junior artists, the new talents that come every day. They're like different people whom you don't even know who they are. But then, when a platform like this comes, you have control over everything. You will know who is going to come. You can select, because all these people would have already been known to you. Like how you are having a casting agent separately. So that comes into this. How, suddenly if someone is not available, suddenly one of your technician is ill or something like that, you immediately, 2 seconds, you can just come up with another person. So someone else can come in and do the job for you. So it becomes more technical than emotional, just like that, you the friend, you go to the work. Instead of that, you know about who is going to come and work for you, what is going to come. And then once a project that is set up inside the Createverse itself is happening, people are also they also have the facility to root for the film. So they will also come on board. So they can also buy it as an NFT, like buy the idea of that film as an NFT, and they will also be a part of it. And once that gets made and once that it becomes a success story, then there are multiple things that are going to happen inside the platform.
Sure. Okay, maybe before I ask the next question, we can open up to the delegates. I'm sure there'll be good questions coming from them. Can we pass on the mic? You know, right? Some of the questions, I will filter it.
No. Please ask whatever you want. So, hi, nice to meet you, sir. My name is Jaytesh. So if you remember, இதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு படம் வந்திருக்கு Bandersnatchன்னு சொல்லிட்டு Netflixல,
Yeah.
where you can make the choices and you can go through. So there's one line about that film that is very striking, that it has a huge success as a concept, but a huge failure as a film.
Correct.
The reasoning behind that, of what I've observed at least, is people as audiences don't want to make choices. They're like, you make the choice for me, I just want to watch and enjoy. So when most audiences are like that, why go into this entire realm of metaverse and tell them that you can choose what you want? Because audiences don't want to do that at the end of the day. They just want to sit back and get entertained. So how do we battle this ideology in something like a metaverse?
See, it all depends on the number of target audience for any kind of an experience. See, imagine everyone here might like to go on a roller coaster, but I don't like to go on a roller coaster. It's my personal choice because I don't like the feel of it. So likewise, Bandersnatch, there are so many people who got attracted to that concept. I was sitting and I was just putting all the permutations and combinations and I was just trying to see. But then what didn't actually work with that was the story that was said inside, that wasn't as exciting as what we actually thought. So if it was going to be a mind-blowing thing, so that's what that's where I'm getting. If you're able to give an extraordinary story, if you're able to give that then it is going to work. So what happens is most of the times when we get into like a technical side of something, we get carried over by the technique, then we forget about the basics. But the basics is always going to be a story for whatever we do. Like tomorrow I'm going to give you a VR experience. If the story is going to be good, like the basic story that is going to be happening inside the, whatever the 20 minutes is going to be, if the story is going to be amazing, then you're going to come back to it again and again. So it has to be like an amalgamation of both. Like this also has to be good and that with the technology is going to be good. See, I'm watching a movie on IMAX. So if I'm going to give you like a regular Milu kind of a movie, like a normal movie on IMAX, how will you experience it? But watching a movie like Avengers on IMAX makes sense. If I give you like a family drama on IMAX, it doesn't make sense. So that's what I'm saying. So if your story or the content that you're going to do, if we are going to concentrate on it more, and if you're giving 5 options, and if Bandersnatch had different endings, see, it always had a different route, but it didn't have a different story. So that is where it failed. So if I had a different story, if I selected A, no, if I said no, if the story was going into something else, if they had put in more effort and given 10 different combinations, then it would have been a huge success. Then they weren't able to take it further. So I would say they were there, but not there. Like, you have to put in little bit more to make it as interesting as what it actually can be.
Hi sir, how are you?
Good. Tell me.
Yes sir. Actually, I'm Suresh, co-founder Software Technologies. Actually, I asked a question. Actually, we are all here to accelerate entrepreneurs. So in our state, actually, I think cinema has a most responsibility to create more awareness about the entrepreneurship, and I think cinema is the only thing which will make an impact on the people mindset, and it will make an impact on the mindset of a generation. So what you're planning, or Tamil cinemas planning of entrepreneurship, so on making people aware of entrepreneurship, is there any plan or is there any idea to how are you thinking of this responsibility?
See, ella padamume entrepreneurship. Annamalai is also about entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So all the films, every film that motivates you speaks about entrepreneurship. So adu therinju pandroma theriyama, maybe this term is not used. இந்த நாள் உன் கேலண்டர்ல கண்டுச்சுக்கோ, நான் உன்னோட ஒரு பெரிய ஆண்டர்பிரனர் ஆயிருந்தேனா அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தா அன்னைக்கே ஆண்டர்பிரனர்ன்ற டேர்ம் வந்து ஃபேமஸ் ஆயிருக்கலாம். ஸோ ஆல் த மூவிஸ் ஸ்பீக் அபவுட் இட், பட் தென் இதுக்கு இப்படி ஒரு டேர்ம் இருக்குன்றதே நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியாது. லைக் இட் ஹஸ் பிகம் அ வெரி நீஷ் டேர்ம். ஓகே, அது என்னடா அது ENTRA இது எப்படி சொல்லணும்னு கூட நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியாது. ஆண்டர்ப்ரோனியர் அப்படின்னு கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆகிடும். ஸோ எல்லா மூவிலையும் இருக்குது. இப்போ கடைசியில் வந்து ஈவன் விஜய் சார்ஸ் மூவி வாரிசு மூவியில் கூட இட்ஸ் த சேம் திங். லைக் ஆண்டர்ப்ரோனர், ஹி வாண்ட்ஸ் டு டூ அ ஸ்டார்ட் அப், இந்த மாதிரி டேர்ம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வரதானே செய்யுது. ஸோ இட்ஸ் ஆல்ரெடி தேர். இட்ஸ் எல்லா சூரிய வம்சம் இல்லை, ஹி பிகம்ஸ் அ ஸ்டார்ட் அப் பண்ணுறாருல, ஹி மேக்ஸ் அ பஸ்ஸு, அதில் வந்து குடம் கொடுக்குறாரு. தட்ஸ் அ கிரேட் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஐடியா. ஹி மேட் இட் ஸோ வெல். அந்த டைம்லேயே விக்ரமன். ஸோ தட்ஸ் அ நைஸ் ஐடியா. எல்லா விக்ரமன் படமுமே ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் பற்றி தான். ஸோ யா, நெக்ஸ்ட்.
ஹாய் சார். ஸோ
யா
சார், பேசிக்காக வந்துட்டு இப்போது விஆர் பேஸ்ட் கம்பெனிலாம் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம்.
சாரி
விஆர் பேஸ்டு கம்பெனி, விஆர் ஏஆர் பேஸ்ட் கம்பெனி தான் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன்.
வெரி குட்.
ஸோ நாங்கள் இப்போ விஆர் ஏஆர்லாம் வந்து இப்போது நிறையா பொது ஆடியன்ஸ் பீப்புள்ஸ்க்கு வந்து நம்ம ஷோ பண்ணும்போது, ஓகே இது ஒரு டாய், நார்மலாக கேம் தானே விளையாட போகிறோம், வேறு என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு தான் இருக்குது. ஸோ உங்களை மாதிரி பீப்புள்ஸ் எல்லாருக்குமே காமனாக தெரிகிற பீப்புள்ஸ் வந்து இதை பற்றி எக்ஸிபிட் பண்ணி இது மாதிரி ஒரு டெக் ஸ்டேஜஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணி பேசும்போது இங்கே இருக்க டெக் கைஸ்க்கு மட்டும்தான் அது திரும்பவுமே ஒரு நாலேஜபுளாக இருக்குது. வெளியில் இருக்க காமனான ஆடியன்ஸ் இல்லை அதர் டொமைன்ஸில் இருக்க செக்டார்ஸில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுற எந்த பீப்புள்ஸ்க்குமே அது ஒரு அவேர்னஸாக கிரியேட் ஆகலை. இப்போ பேசிக்காக விஆர்ஏஆரில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுற எங்களுக்கே இப்போ விக்ரம் படத்துக்கு அப்புறம் தான் வந்து அந்த என்எஃப்டிஸ் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டிலுமே இன்னும் ரூல்ட் அவுட்டாக நிறைய சோல்ட் ஆகுது. நிறையா அதர் கண்ட்ரீஸில் வந்துட்டு சம்மந்தமே இருக்காது, அது என்ன ஐக்கானுன்னு கூட தெரியாது, அது என்ன சிம்பிள்னு கூட தெரியாது. ஆனால் அது ஒரு 3 crores 4 crores அந்த ஒரு பிட்காயின் ரேஞ்சில் வந்து சேல்ஸ் ஆகும். ஆனால் தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்துட்டு ஒரு ஆக்டர்ஸோடது, அதில் யூஸ் பண்ணுற ஒரு கன்னோடது, அந்த ஒரு டெக்லாம் கொண்டு வரும்போது தான் பெட்டராக ஓகே இன்னும் என்எஃப்டிஸ் நல்லா ஒரு க்ரோத் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு ஒரு பிலீவ் வருது. ஸோ இந்த டெக் ஸ்டேஜஸ் டெக்னாலஜிஸ் தவிர இந்த மெட்டாவர்ஸ் இந்த கம்யூனிட்டியை வந்து எவ்வளோ சீக்கிரத்தில் வந்து நம்ம காமன் ஆடியன்ஸ்க்குமே ஸ்ப்ரெட் பண்ண முடியும்?
See, anything will take a little time. So first when mobile phones came in, when we had this incoming call was costing so and so, the day incoming calls became free was the changeover at that point of time. So if we are able to get access to a VR set within a considerable cost. So even நானே வந்து ரொம்ப யோசிச்சு தான் வாங்கினேன். ஒரு ஆக்யூலஸ் வாங்குறதுக்கு வந்து 2-3 வாட்டி கேட்டு இது நல்லா இருக்கா அது நல்லா இருக்கா அப்படின்னு. ஸோ இப்போ என்கிட்ட காசு இருக்குது, பட் நம்மளே வந்து அப்படி தான் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ அப்படி இருக்கும்போது ஆக்சசிபிலிட்டி இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் ஒரு கஷ்டம் தான் வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி கான்செப்ட்ஸ்லாம், பட் ஆனால் இட் வில் ஆல் கெட் டைல்யூட்டட். நம்ம கடைசியாக வந்து எஸ்டிடி ஐஎஸ்டிக்கெலாம் எவ்வளோ பே பண்ணியிருப்போம். இன்றைக்கி வந்து ஐஎஸ்டி சும்மா தானே அப்படியே ஜாலியாக பேசுகிறோம் இல்லையா, ஃப்ரீயாக. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு நாள் இந்த விஷயமும் ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக மாறிடும். அந்த ஈஸியாக மாறுற டைமில் அது எந்த அளவுக்கு நம்ம வந்து யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணுறோம், அதுக்கு நம்ம ப்ரிப்பேர்டாக இருக்கோமா? Are we front runners? We like from Tamil Nadu, there are like certain films, already we are there in the game. Abdinradhu is the thing. So that is what we are trying to do also. Like we want to be in the game before anyone else. We want to know, okay, future la ipdi dhaan irukka poduna. Are we prepared for it? Are we prepared? And the thought process namakku irukka? அதுதான் வந்து நம்ம பண்ணுறோம். டு டேக் இட் டு த மாசஸ், இட் வில் ரீச் த மாசஸ் அஃப்கோர்ஸ். டுடே நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸ் ஹேஸ் ரீச் மாசஸ், பட் ஈவன் நவ் யூ கான்ட் ஆக்சுவலி சி ஆக்சஸ். இப்போ ஒரு பொள்ளாச்சியில் போய் பார்த்தா தே ஸ்டில் வாட்ச் அதே நம்ம சேம் கேபிளில் என்ன வருதோ அதுதான் பார்க்குறாங்க. ஸோ நவ் இன்னும் அதுவே இன்னும் போகல. தட் ஹேஸ் டு கோ, தென் ஆஃப்டர் தட் ஒன்லி திஸ் கேன் கோ. ஏன்னா இதுக்கு அதோட இன்டர்நெட் ஃபெசிலிட்டி இருக்குது, அதுக்கு ஒரு பேண்ட் வித் இருக்குது, அது இருந்தால் தான் இட் வில் ப்ளே கரெக்ட்லி. யூ நீட் so many other things also. It's not just buying a set. There is so many things. And preparing something is also very expensive. So everything will come down, everything will be feasible, everything, it will all go there. But this is where it is heading into the, we are just seeing, and it will reach the masses 100%. Like automatically it will go.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll ask one last question, Mr. Vignesh.
Yes, sir.
Kind of, time's up already, 5 minutes up. So you have seen a lot of ups and downs, right? Lot of hard work has enabled you to achieve what you are today. There might be some budding directors who may have their thought process to become a movie director with the technological evolution, right? What is your piece of advice to those budding directors? What they need to be careful of, or what they need to focus on?
So, ups and downs. See, there are no downs. There are always only ups. Whatever it is, it's going to be an experience. It's going to teach us something new. It is going to give us some other idea, and it's going to make us strong. So I would always consider anything that happens in life like that. For any, I don't know, not upcoming directors, upcoming whatever you want to be. Like everyone here wants to upgrade. Everyone here wants to get promoted to a next level. So focus should always keep my mind calm or keep myself focused on what needs to be done next. So that's how I approach life.
Perfect. Very good answer and very good advice
Sorry?
to the young students and the community over here.
Sir, mic. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time. I know you have to go for some very different one, but taking the time And I still remember, he was actually going for another area. Then I was requesting him, this is a very important event, sir, please make, come. Then he actually took a U-turn at the Adayar and he came back and I said, sir, I will honor, I'll be there. That shows a lot of commitment, a lot of dedication, more importantly, the respect and the love and the care that you give the community. Thank you very much for gracing the occasion. It's a massive event and definitely your presence is making much more amplified. Thank you, Mr. Vignesh Shivan.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking this time and sitting here and listening to me. Sorry? Okay. ஏதாச்சும் வளரி இருந்தால் மன்னிச்சிடுங்க தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் பேசினேன் தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்
Thank you, Mr. Vignesh Shivan, for being here and sharing all your stories and also answering all the questions very enthusiastically. We would like to present you with a small token of appreciation. We would like to call upon our Honorable Minister for Information and Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru T. Mano Thangaraj, onto the stage to present a memento to Mr. Vignesh Shivan. A big round of applause, please. Thank you all delegates on stage and thank you, Honorable Minister. We request all our delegates to kindly move forward and sit and occupy in the spaces in the front. We have a very own Blue Ocean Awards coming up, so we request all of you to please come forward and occupy the seats in the front. We would request all the delegates to please be seated. Dear delegates, kindly be seated and please do occupy the front seats. Blue Ocean Awards will be commencing in 5 minutes.
It's just to bring them and to tell them where they have to stay. So it's Saint-Gobain and Saint-Gobain.
You can do all the talking.
Is it? Okay.
Check. 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 Test. Test. Check. Test.
Mic number?
Good to go. Consolidate is around. Consolidate is around. Yeah.
So these people are.
Now avail working capital loans.
We request all the delegates to kindly be seated, and we also request the delegates who are sitting at the back to occupy the seats in the front.
Check, check. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Un, deux, test.
She will call me. She will call me. Okay. She will call me.
Check.
We request all the delegates to kindly take their seats. Blue Ocean Awards, it's commencing right now. We are very, very glad to say a very good evening to all the delegates and dignitaries. Umagine Chennai is very proud to bring you Blue Ocean Awards in India for the first time. On that note, let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, the Director, Software Technology Parks of India, onto the dais, please. Mr. Alban Eral, founder of the Blue Ocean Awards. Sir, please come on to the stage. Our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Thiruti Mano Thangaraj. Sir, please come on to the stage. We would like to invite J. Kumaraguruban, IAS Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, please come on to the dais. We would also like to invite Mrs. Lee Stabot Ba, Consul General of Plants in Pondicherry and Chennai. Thank you, all the dignitaries on dais. Now, we would like to call upon Director of Software Technology Parks of India, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, to give a welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Thiru T. Manothang Raj, Her Excellency, the Consul General of France in Pondicherry and Chennai, Secretary IT, Alban Arl, founder Blue Ocean Awards, ladies and gentlemen. This is already a wonderful event which has seen the tremendous success in last 2 days. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate the Honorable Minister for bringing Asia's largest tech summit to the Chennai. We have done several events in the past. For last 25 years, we were doing IT event over here. But taking that event to this level, I think there is a great courage, there is a great conviction, and there is a great vision required. And I once again congratulate the Honorable Minister, Secretary IT, and all his team for taking this event to this level. The event is already a success. I am seeing all the sessions since the morning. They were house full. And the expo which we are having, who's and who in the expo is present, and the amount of the response we have got from the startups, tech startups, deep tech startups, and their presence in our expo itself makes it a big success. It's a great privilege for STPI to be the co-host of this event. We have been part and parcel of the earlier events as well, but we would like to continue to join hands with the government of Tamil Nadu for taking these events to the next level. I would like to brief you about this Blue Ocean Award. This Blue Ocean Award is based on the Blue Ocean Strategy from INSEAD, France. This award has started in 2014. It has gone to Senegal, South Africa, and now it has come to India. This is the 8th edition of the award, and this is the first time that this award is being presented in India, and that too in Chennai. So this is a great success. Umagine, they have brought the Blue Ocean Award over here, and we are very, very grateful to him. Blue Ocean Award is known for creativity, creating new markets which are uncontested and far from competition. The blue color, you all know, represent the unrestricted and unabated growth. And probably by recognizing the efforts of the startup and awarding them, we would like to give them that unabated, unrestricted growth. And probably that is the theme of the Blue Ocean Award. I once again I welcome you all and wait for the awardees. And in advance, I give my congratulations to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, let's hear from Mr. Alban Eral, founder of Blue Ocean Awards, on introduction, history, and all that you need to know about the Blue Ocean Awards.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for Tamil Nadu to organize such a great event and to be to be a guest here. It's a very big honor. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. the Director. And thank you, Consulate General of France. We are very proud to be here in Chennai for this first edition in India of the Blue Ocean Awards. I hope it will be not the last. We'll see. But I think we had very nice, very challenging, very high potential project this morning for the jury. The jury members are investors, big corporates. They are very in this Blue Ocean strategy for a long time, and they were very impressed. So congratulations to all the Indian companies who have been applicated to this Blue Ocean Awards in India for the first time. They were all very, very good and very good potential of Blue Ocean. So congrats for that. So what is growth? it's all about Blue Ocean strategy. It's all about which kind of growth you want to choose. Is it making more money, business growth? So it's maybe from the past. It's up to you. You will decide. Is it to grow internally, spiritually? Is it to have new ideas? Is it to grow a team, a family, a country? Is it to grow, to make your Earth, your planet, a better place to live and to respect the nature? You need to choose your growth. And Blue Ocean strategy is not about really the ocean, not the sea, but it's inspired by this growth you want to find, you want to choose. It is called value innovation because this kind of growth you will choose, it's value. Do you want to get value for your customers, for your users, for your clients? Or do you want just to make money? That's all the choice you have to do. So, here you can see the two professors, Professor Chan Kim and Professor Moborn, who have created the Blue Ocean strategy with their first book, Blue Ocean Strategy, and then the second one, Blue Ocean Shift. It was released, the first one, in 2002, and they already started in 1997 to study these value innovation principles. And so for 20 years, it was deployed in different companies, and also for cities, countries, to bring this new value. So here, just to give you an idea, here you can see what the jury were using this morning to analyze all these Blue Ocean strategies proposed by the finalists. We have decided from 100 more, we get more than 100 applications, and we get only 10 finalists from that. It was very difficult to choose. And from 10, it will be just 3 winners. They are very, you will see, they will pitch for you, they will show you why and how they get this Blue Ocean, how they get this uncontested market space created. You will see, you will understand how they conduct this Blue Ocean strategy. And we are very, very happy to hear them today. So it was a long process for this Blue Ocean Awards India. It started with application call, with announcement, with boot camps, with press release, and so on. It will continue. Today, it's the reward for India, but we'll have a closing ceremony, April the 13th, at the INSEAD Blue Ocean Strategy, hosted by the two professors, Chan Kim and Moborn, and all the winners, and also all the finalists are invited there. And this is our 10 finalists, created this Blue Ocean uncontested market space. So, yeah, we can applaud, we can congratulate them. They could be all winners. They have all created a Blue Ocean, it's very clear. And all the jury members were totally clear about that. You can see here from the past, because Blue Ocean Strategy has been created, Blue Ocean Awards, we have created Blue Ocean Awards in 2014, and since 2014 we have, as an average, 91% of funded company in just 6 months. So I'm totally sure that even all the 10 finalists, they will be funded in 6 months, maybe maximum 1 year, because they have this potential, they have created this new value, and they have found a new market without competition. It's also an ecosystem built since 2014 with countries, cities, public sector, education, local authorities, corporates, big corporates, and we are very proud to be sponsored by Saint-Gobain for this first edition in India, and also to be supported by the French consulate in India for Pondicherry and Chennai, and also by the government of Tamil Nadu. That's why I'm very proud to leave the floor to the Honorable Minister for Information, Technology and Digital Services as one of the key sponsors who made this possible.
Now, we would like to welcome our Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services to give an introduction speech to our delegates.
Good evening. After a long day, you are all waiting to leave, but I'm not going to take much of your time. Anyway, Her Excellency, the Consul General of France, my dear Secretary of IT and DS Department, Mr. Kumara Gurubaran, IAS, and the founder of Blue Ocean Awards, my dear Director, STPI Tamil Nadu, and dignitaries of the dais, and the persons who are going to get the awards. I'm very happy to be here, and really it's a pleasure for us. When we thought of bringing out this Umagine, we tried our level best to make it a great success. And when we got a green signal from France that the Blue Ocean Awards will be given to winners, and really it was a very happy moment that is really our addition further to the cap of Umagine. That's what I feel. And it's a great moment, and they have conducted certain programs. They found out the real winners through a proper jury and all. And I hope it will motivate the people who are into innovation. That's a great thing. And motivation is something that people need. Everyone needs some kind of motivation. When we motivate somebody, that's a great thing that we are doing, helping them to succeed in their career or profession. So in that way, it is helping a lot. And as Minister, I am very much thankful to Blue Ocean Foundation for giving these awards to the winners. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you.
Many thanks to our Honorable Minister. Up next, we would like to hear an introductory speech from Mrs. Lee Staberg.
Vanakkam, good afternoon, bon après-midi, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, IT and Digital Services, Thiru Mano Tagaraj, Honorable Principal Secretary, IT and Digital Services, Thiru Kumara Gurubaran, Honorable Director, Cher Alban, founder of Blue Ocean Awards, Mesdames et Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great pleasure for me as a Consul General of France to sit in the jury of the Blue Ocean Award this morning. We are really happy that France has been chosen the country partner for this first edition of Umagine Chennai. And I really thank Mekanandri to the government of Tamil Nadu and Thiru Mano Tagaraj, Honorable Minister, for giving my country this great opportunity. We've been working together to prepare Umagine Chennai for months now, and we managed to have a French pavilion on the trade fair. So I hope you'll come and visit us, visit our French pavilion. We're exhibiting 10 innovating French companies active in India and bringing innovation in very different sectors, from medical sector with Air Liquide Medical Systems, or the software and online services with Boost My Shop, or with Soprasteria, and also electric vehicles with Stellantis. So come on the French pavilion and discover all this innovation that we are creating in India, hand in hand with our Indian partners. It's a chance to have Umagine Chennai this year, as France and India are celebrating 25 years of strategic partnership. We've been running diplomatic relations since the independence of India, but our country decided to take the relation forward, stronger, further with a strategic partnership. And IT and innovation are at the center of this strategic partnership. We adopted a roadmap in 2019 on cybersecurity and digital technologies. So I really consider this Umagine Chennai and France being the country partner as a starting point of new cooperation with the government of Tamil Nadu. You know that France and Tamil Nadu are sharing a very long history of relations. Our relations are dating back the 18th century. We have historical, cultural, even family ties with Tamil Nadu. You may know that a third of the population of the French island in the Indian Ocean, the Réunion Island, a third of its population is of Tamil origin. So we feel very close to Tamil Nadu, and we're really looking forward to develop cooperation even further. As we celebrate this year 25 years of strategic partnership, France is willing to make of India its first political partner in Asia, and we're doing it. We're doing it at the state level between our two countries, and we're doing it at the local level with Tamil Nadu and my team within the Consulate General of France in Chennai, working together with the Team France in India, uniting the French Indo-French Chamber of Commerce, our trade agency called Business France, and the economic department of the embassy. We're working together to make Umagine Chennai a great success, and together with the government of Tamil Nadu, I'm sure we'll work and make the future behind. Thank you, Nandri.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now, all of your hard work and creativity has come to fruition because we are jumping into Blue Ocean Awards. Let's give a big round of applause and know the 3 categories of Blue Ocean Awards. The first one would be societal, and the second one would be baby awards, and the third one would be mentor rewards. Yes. Shall we go into the first category, everybody? Yes? Can I hear a huge yes? Okay, great. Now, let's see the first category of award, that is Societal Award. And for this award, the company is having a clear positive impact on humanity. Can we see which company has won that prestigious Societal Award? Are you guys ready? Yes? I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director of Software Technology Parks, to reveal the winner of Societal Blue Ocean Award. Let's give a big round of applause and see who is the winner.
The award goes to A Hope.
All right. Let's call the founder of A-Hope onto the stage to receive the award, please. Mr. Ajit Mathai. All right. We request our Honorable Minister for Information and Technology and Digital Services, Thiruti Mano Thangaraj, to give the award to the winner of Societal Blue Ocean Awards. With a grand round of applause, please. I know you've been waiting. Your award is on the way. Let's have a huge round of applause again to A-Hope. We now request Thiruji Kumaraguruban, IAS Secretary, Development of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to present a book to the winners. Grand round of applause, please. And there is one more certificate for you, and that will be given by none other than Mrs. Lise Tabot, Bar Consul General of France in Puducherry and Chennai. Sir, kindly receive your certificate of appreciation and winning. Grand round of applause, please. I request dignitaries on stage and the winner to take a picture. We request A-Hope's team to be present for the photo op, please. Grand round of applause.
And we can also share with you that A-Hope was the highest mark of the jury. Yeah, 7 points from 10.
Thank you, dignitaries on the dais, and congratulations to the winners. Now, we will be seeing a small video and will be knowing more about the winner, A-Hope. AV, please.
Children left to work in the city. Mahatma Gandhi had a dream for farmers like me, of cooperatives and vibrant villages. I hope the virtual cooperative ecosystem now promises to make that dream a reality. Being desperate for working capital, a local agent would loan me money at 36% interest, and I was forced to sell him my produce at low prices. Through a hope, I can now avail working capital loans from banks. I am a small coffee homestead farmer. As I was not getting a good price for my coffee, I was always on the brink of giving up. My children left to work in the city. Mahatma Gandhi had a dream for farmers like me, of cooperatives and vibrant villages. I hope the virtual cooperative ecosystem now promises to make that dream a reality. Being desperate for working capital, a local agent would loan me money at 36% interest, and I was forced to sell him my produce at low prices. Through a hope, I can now avail working capital loans from banks for as low as 10% interest. I don't have to sell my produce cheap anymore. Rather than selling at farm gate, a hope allows me to own my produce further up the value chain, and that has helped me double my income. I'm not dependent on a single crop anymore. My children have returned to their soil. My son helps me and homesteads around us flourish. I believe with a hope, Gandhi's dream for villages like mine may indeed become a reality. After all, small is beautiful.
And let's now hear a pitch note from the founder of A Hope, Mr. Ajit Mithai. Sir, welcome.
Honorable Minister, the Honorable Consulate General, members on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. Let me just very quickly take you through the pitch of what we are talking about. On the eve of the 2014 general elections in India, a survey report indicated that 76% of farmers wanted to quit. Born was a slogan, doubling farmer income. A decade later, the percentage has probably increased, and doubling farmer income, a distant dream. Of that 76%, every day, 15 to 30 indebted farmers take their lives. Each such indebted farmer has made a lot of people, procurement agents and traders, very, very rich. The economics of procurement, business procuring from small farms, has historically caused indebtedness and deprivation. OPM laid waste India's fertile Gangetic plains 200 years ago. Coffee procurement today reduces our Western Ghats into ecological hotspots. Quite simply, standing the procurement model on its head, the economics of aggregation, small farms aggregating for business, opens an entirely new blue ocean of shared prosperity. Schumacher, Gandhi, Eisenstein, and Piketty point to this. Why haven't we listened? A hope, ladies and gentlemen, listened. A hope promises an economics of shared, sustainable prosperity. We have the next slide, please. Climate change is upon us. Urban distress migration has to stop. For this to happen, the 76% of farmers must change their mind. And to do this, we need to address the issue of indebtedness. The red ocean, therefore, for hope is the informal lending sector, providing loans at high rates of interest. Our non-customers are the 76% indebted farmers. Put a number to it, 400 million farmers who are not creditworthy and therefore depend on informal loans. Throw in handicraft artisans, weavers, etc., the number just swells. What has A Hope eliminated? A Hope has eliminated unfair reward for capital. Piketty again would applaud this. To eliminate unfair reward for capital, A Hope created the L2B. We've heard of B2B, we've heard of B2C. We've created something called L2B, livelihoods to business model, in which 3 new elements have been introduced. First, a cooperative with a difference. It is virtual, it outsources, it creates an ecosystem. Second, a redefinition of creditworthiness, which is based only on the farmer's reliability to supply the cooperative. Nothing to do with the farmer's personal wealth or lack of it. Third is value chain financing, which allows the farmer to profit by participating further up the value chain. No procurement agents, no money lenders. We've based this data in terms of what can be the market size, and it's really large and it's conservative. On RBI data and our banking partner, Federal Bank, the guesstimated market size of the informal lending sector is 300 million 360 million euro. And the created market is 40 million, translating into a market size of 400 million in 5 years. A conservative market share of 4% creates a revenue of 16 million euro. A Hope's value proposition is the confidence of shared sustainable prosperity that small farmers will generously share with the environment. We've talked a lot about the environment in this conference. The trees, the birds, and the bees. With this newfound confidence and the tagline, every home and enterprise, a vibrant village economy is created. A Hope is a for-profit entity built on the principles of sharing and abundance. A Hope is dedicated to every indebted farmer who has lost his life. A Hope's promise, ladies and gentlemen, is a promise of shared sustainable prosperity. We have the last slide, please. So this is an interesting slide. Embiome is the parent company, A Hope, which actually works quite extensively with the governments of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In the bottom left is a picture of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture releasing 1,000 crore agro corridor report, which was announced in its budget. We hope A Hope will be is built into that program. On the top is with the Industries Minister and also Federal Bank being our partner. With Thomas Isaac, Dr. Thomas Isaac, the former Finance Minister, who 5 years ago really got the idea, together with another gentleman, an IAS officer, Mr. Vijay Anand, who has really been the father of local self-government. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful pitch, and many congratulations. We would like to honor you with a small token of appreciation, for which we would like to call Mrs. Lise Tabot-Ba, Consul General of France in Pondicherry and Chennai. Sir? Once again, let's congratulate our Blue Ocean Awards winner, societal award winner. Yes, and thank you very much for all the dignitaries on the dais. We are jumping on to the next award, and the next set of dignitaries will be there. Thank you, sirs and ma'am. Thank you, our Honorable Minister, and thank you, our IT Secretary. Now we will be seeing Blue Ocean Awards, Baby Rewards. Now, this category is a very interesting category because the company who was starting out in its market creation and are less than 2 years old are the ones that have been selected and nominated here, right? And for which we will be having on stage with us Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan, MD, St. Gobain, India, and Chairman of CII Zone, Chennai Zone CII, and Mr. Kumar Karthik, R&D, St. Gobain, India, onto the stage. Let's once again put our hands together and welcome our Honorable Minister for Information and Technology and Digital Services, Tirati Mano Thangaraj avargal, and Mrs. Lise Tabot-Ba, Consul General of France in Puducherry and Chennai, onto the stage. As we were saying, the Baby Awards are for the companies that have started out and created their market and are less than 2 years old. We will have our Honorable Minister for Information and Technology and Digital Services, Thiru T. Mano Thangaraj, to announce the winner. With a huge round of applause, let's see who is the winner for the Baby Reward category of Blue Ocean Awards.
Introducing themselves. They should introduce Saint-Gobain.
I'm happy to announce the winner, Ambaram.
Huge round of applause, please. Can we have Ms. Kalyani Kunj, the founder of Ambaram brand, onto the stage? And we will have our very own Honorable Minister for Information and Technology and Digital Services, Thiru T. Mano Thangaraj, handing over the award for the winner of Baby Reward category from the Blue Ocean Awards. We will have Thiru J. Kumaraguruban, IAS Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to present a book to our winner. Huge round of applause, please. We will have Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan, MD, Saint Gobain, India, Chairman of Chennai Zone CII, present a certificate to our winner, Ambaram, and to the founder, Ms. Kalyani. Huge round of applause, please. Thank you all the dignitaries on the dais, and congratulations to the Baby Reward category winner, Ambaram, and Ms. Kalyani Kunj, the founder. Up next, we will be seeing more about the brand Ambaram.
Who's on a mission to make the industry more sustainable. Like many fashion designers, Meet Sophia, a fashion designer who's on a mission to make the industry more sustainable. Like many fashion designers, Sophia struggled to keep up with the latest trends and found it challenging to manage her workload. That's when she discovered Ambaram, a B2B SaaS enterprise solution designed for the fashion and textile industry. With Ambaram's innovative solution, Sophia can easily manage design assets and projects on the wall, which is Ambaram's unique proposition. She can create tags, categories, subcategories, fabrics, colors, and seasons, helping her stay on top of her product creation. Sophia can collaborate with her team members, invite associates into a virtual group, and start working together seamlessly. The platform's color library allows Sophia to organize and store colors for easy access and reference. With Ambaram, Sophia can build relationships with her suppliers and manufacturers, keeping up with industry trends and developments while prioritizing responsible practices. Sophia can continue to design successful customer-centric products by implementing Ambaram. Join the Ambaram community.
Now we will see a short pitch from the founder of Ambaram.
Good evening, and what an exciting place to be today. And thank you to all the organizations that have been done by the Tamil Nadu government and Paris, a French consulate, to get all of us together for this awesome moment. One of the things that I really liked about is the exposure towards blue ocean and what we are doing. So let me start the pitch. Ambaram is a B2B, can I see? Ambaram is a B2B space for fashion and apparel industry. What we do here is get all the designers and designer community together to actually start collaborations together. Now, what we do, or what I want to say is where we are right now is the complicated supply chain that we have. And it takes almost a year for anybody to really get what you're wearing. So if you ask me, a designer right now is actually planning spring-summer 24. So, and that is exactly where we want to reduce the time and build digital libraries. What's happening with designers, say, who are sitting in different countries? They're working in their offices within their teams and also working with all the manufacturers that are there in India, Bangladesh, Vietnam, China. So that takes away a lot of their effort, and this is how it looks like. You know, the assets are heavy and they've not been able to share within their office space, the email that is provided. And that's exactly why they go to different platforms to share their work and the data gets scattered. Now, that's what Ambaram does, right? Ambaram is in a space of product management in fashion industry, and we have our Red Ocean participants who not been able to deliver this particular software to the non-customers that Ambaram can. And these are like design colleges, small and medium-sized companies, and also to design community. They've not been able to build a design community because of the software that they have. And what we're eliminating is the wastage that we have. We're eliminating the traditional way of working, the way we source our garments out of India or to different countries. And what we're reducing with Ambaram is the unwanted designs. There's so many designs that don't get sold because of wrong design or the design not being on time. And apart from that, there is a certain way that we work right now which is siloed. And because of all that, and you are aware that fashion is the most pollutant industry. And that's exactly what we're addressing. And we're raising the bar with the ROI so that company can be 10 to 15% more profitable. And yes, the security, right? I mean, you don't want to lose your assets if you're designing a year ahead. And what we did uniquely is to create a hybrid work culture. This is a culture where designers don't say, hey, I want to feel the fabric before I order, but you can still do that with Ambaram. And well, yes, at the end of the day, I would say the market size is fairly big. It's huge. It's 250 billion, and we're taking a very small amount, a small category of graphic designers, which is 50 billion. And even if I say that we're going to touch 1,300 companies with Ambaram, it's still a $65 million turnover. What I say, but one of the most interesting part that we've done here is, can you see the amount of market size that we are still that's still left to address, even without Ambaram. So I hope and pray that I have been able to, I would say, bring interest in the technology and the IT partners here and build something for fashion, because we need it more than anyone else. So thank you so much. And yeah, that's the world we want to create, from a more traditional design process to a very collaborative fashion platform. Thank you.
Let's congratulate the winner once again and jump into our last and final category of the rewards from Blue Ocean Awards. Yes, the final category is the mentor, and these companies have been more than 2 years old and they already have created their presence in the Blue Ocean market. On that note, I would like to call upon Mr. Vignesh Ramanujam from Loc Capital onto the stage, and Mr. Claude Sarr from Air France KLM, India. Huge round of applause, please. Now, let's jump into who wins the Mentor Award. Shall we do the reveal? Yes? We would request Mr. Vignesh Ramanujam to reveal the winner for the Mentor Reward category. With a huge round of applause, let's see who is the winner. So you have the mic there, so you can.
Very happy to announce that the Mentor Award category goes to Vayu Jal.
All right, so let's welcome Mr. Ramesh Kumar, the founder of Vayu Jal, onto the stage to receive his award. And it's a mentor reward, and we would like to be presented by our very own Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiruti Mano Thangaraj. We would like Mr. Claude Sarr, Air France KLM, to give the book to the winner. Huge round of applause, please. We would like Thiru J. Kumaragurban, IAS Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to hand over the certificate for the winner of Mentor Rewards. Huge round of applause for the winner, please. With all the dignitaries in the dais and with the winner, we will have one photo, please.
Let's call him the Water Genie. Water Genie is an automatic water generating machine. But before I tell you about the magic of his innovation, let's address the problems we currently face. Billions of people across the globe experience water scarcity. More than 70% of the houses in rural India have no access to clean tap water. And it is predicted that 21 Indian cities are likely to run out of water by 2030. Meet scientist Pradeep and researchers Ramesh and Ankit, who decided to find a solution to what could be the next biggest human challenge. The Water Genie sucks in the surrounding air from the front and pours clean drinking water into your glass on the other side. I mean, how simple and cool is that? Water from air. Water Genie is based on a simple idea.
Drinking water from air, anytime, anywhere.
Let's understand how it works. The air in our atmosphere has zillions of water molecules. The water molecules are what makes the humidity in the air.
So we have millions and millions and millions liters of water available in our atmosphere. All we have to do is take a little bit from there.
The vent at the front of this magic genie sucks in the air. The impurities are thoroughly filtered and the air is condensed into water. After this process, the Water Genie also adds minerals to it. And finally, you get clean and pure drinking water. And it
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ramesh. Thank you, Director SPI, Honorable Director, Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretary, and Honorable Counsel General, and Blue Ocean Award and Umagine India for the opportunity. At Vayu Jal Technologies, we are making atmospheric water generators, which can make drinking water from atmospheric humidity. See, the statistics is that by 2047, we will have only two sources of drinking water because at the rate we are polluting our surface water and groundwater, we will either drink sewage water or atmospheric water. So this is an effort towards developing technologies to get water from atmosphere. These are the 5 models that we are having, and today we are in position to make a liter of water by spending only 0.24 unit of electricity. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. So what we are doing with this, that today this bottled water that we are using, water comes from a polluted source, going transported to an RO facility, then packaged into plastic bottle. All the activities today has high cost on the environment. This could be replaced with an atmospheric water generators, and we can eliminate the plastic which is there in the system, the microplastic that is getting into water, the transportation of water that has around 50% of loss. So the whole environmental footprint we can completely eliminate, and we can have a step towards sustainability as well. Next slide, please. These are a few projects that we have done across India. Today we are having 82 projects done, and we have produced around 4.8 million liters of drinking water and have saved more than 24 million liters of groundwater. Thank you everyone again for the opportunity.
Now, we would like to hear concluding remarks from Professor George Epen, who was the president of the jury today and is the international director of Blue Ocean Awards.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a long 2 days, and I'm really happy to be here. You imagine 3 days ago I arrived here, there was nothing there, and then by magic, all this happened. And we had a long day deliberating on the winners, and I think, the winners, actually all of them were winners. We just had to choose 3. So a little bit of background. I've been involved with Professors Chan Kim and René Mauborgne since 97, 98. But I met Alban about 3 years ago, and I found this effort really quite worthwhile because there's a clear outcome. And you imagine there's a historical connection. I was born in Chennai, and be able to come back and do this in Chennai was very satisfying. And the book has done incredibly well. It sold over 4 million copies in 46 languages. And the main thing is it's very simple. It's difficult to do, but very simple to understand. And you create a strategic conversation, and you get great ideas like we saw here. And what else can I say? It works. Thank Alban for dragging me here alone on the dais. And congratulate everybody, and you Imagine and Tamil Nadu and the Consul General of France, who I met. And she also helped me get back to France because I'd lost my papers. So this is the Blue Ocean Institute, where we've been working since about 15 years, creating cases and content and running courses. And this is where we'll be having the closing ceremony. So winners are invited to participate. And what else can I say? Just one more thing, in the words of Steve Jobs. Professors Kim and Mauborgne have written the third book. And I'm announcing it here. It comes on sale in the 2nd of May. Faut changer. This is the book. It's been based on the 30 years of research that came up with Blue Ocean Strategy, where we say don't compete, create. But we've decided that a lot of innovation is disruptive, which destroys jobs and value. We say don't destroy, don't disrupt, create. And the book is already available on pre-order, and hopefully it will change the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And can we have the founders who are the winners of the Blue Ocean Awards alone for a photo op, please, onto the stage? And yes, the Blue Ocean Award as it has ended, and all the very best for the nominees and other companies for next year. On that note, it was an amazing day too for Umagine Chennai. We will be expecting all of you tomorrow. That is the final day. Umagine Chennai, Asia's biggest tech summit, is organized by Government of Tamil Nadu, hosted by ELCOT, co-host STPI, and industry partner CII. We will all see you tomorrow in morning at 9:30 a.m.